a missile attack was not being considered. Of course, Mr. Pompeo, Secretary of the Deep State, is just another Israeli stooge, which is why he's over there taking orders now. And if they were concerned that much about Iran and nuclear weapons, Israel would not have sold it to them in the 1990s. And clearly, that was a setup against Iran. But here is a common sense question.
And even if they continue to enable the narcissist behavior, they still get the short
does Iran not have the right
end of the stick because they chose the fake friend who can turn on them at any point. Hey,
this is more evidence of
detach
childlike
from the
behavior
narcissist harem and
so
stick with the people who do support and defend you. Do not be swayed by flattery or charm in the early stages of any interaction. If it is genuine, it will be given as positive feedback throughout your friendship or relationship, and you will not be blindsided by a sudden personality transplant. And ain't that fucking the truth?
Grasp of what is right and wrong than politicians and
now,
the army
this
so-called intelligence.
This gets a little you don't know where to go.
The biggest
I dealt with this next line with Pratt.
Agency people.
A narcissist's greatest fears are exposure and a victim they cannot control. That is why it takes 100 of them to try to control me. So as long as you're deeply grounded in your own self-validation, any narcissist, male or female, cannot truly use the threat of tarnishing your reputation or friendships against you, because they know you will see any loss of such disloyal friends as a gain. And I can tell you, Makeup Monsters told me this for 2 years. And my Patreons tell me this all the time. And my members tell me this all the time. And it is very, very, very true. My Patreons that have been with me, my OGs, have been telling me this for 2 years. And I'm going to read that again because I think it's so fucking important. After I left Phuket. What? You're paying the butt.
And the Secretary of Deep State, Mike Pompeo, said boycott, divestment and sanctions, BDS, was a cancer, adding that the US would stop funding groups linked to it. And the Israeli Prime Minister, or Crime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, called the move wonderful. Yes.
Man, I thought it was like
Israel says,
I guess some came out to the
and America goes.
Okay, so now both dogs are
outside. At which point are we going to be?
But a narcissist's greatest fears are exposure and a victim they can't control.
Now, BDS, however,
so long as you are deeply grounded in your own self-validation, any narcissist, male or female, welcome, teacher mom. Male or female cannot truly use the threat of tarnishing your reputation or friendships against you, because they know you will see any loss of such disloyal friends as a gain.
And academic.
They also know that deep down, while they will spend their entire lives trying to protect their false image, your own integrity will continue to speak
Israel
for
has long claimed
and
BDS
opposes the country's very
existence.
And that was the mistake I made at the beginning of my custody fight. I was so worried about him tarnishing my fucking reputation. And I was so worried about him coming after me and him lying to all our circle of friends and everything else that I lost myself. And that's where I have to stop myself. I will not allow that this time. I won't.
But it's the same thing.
And that's why I'm nipping this in the bud immediately. Because I just.
So Mr. Pompeo announced the move on his visit to Jerusalem. And he said we will immediately take steps to identify organizations that engage in hateful
breaking the silence, very true. They're obsessed with knowing everything about your entire life from the beginning, because they'll later use all of that
standing alongside the Israeli Prime Minister.
I gotta get all, speaking of Christmas shopping, I gotta get all the stuff out of the garage.
Now, the rhetoric
let me also
that is
tell you,
being
whether you're
used
in
by
a
Pompeo
relationship, friendship,
is
or
spellcasted.
something else.
Nothing
These
more,
are 11 signs of gaslighting.
less.
Gaslighting is another one
Using
that
the
talks
term
about
hateful.
that we use very lightly here, but I'm seeing it all over the place.
So what is hateful
You
about
constantly question
questioning
your own reality,
illegal
even on
settlements
small things,
achieved
like where
by
you left your keys
bulldozing
or what
other
time you
people's
said
homes,
you'd be somewhere.
businesses and
I
farms?
relate that to YouTube. someone making a video
Yeah,
like a
we've
month
got a
ago talking
question
about something
here
that
because
happened
it
2
happens
years
on
ago,
many
2
levels.
fucking years ago,
Is
that
have
they
certain
twisted a
people
story,
change
and
the
it, because
English
it was 2
language
years
these
ago, I
days,
sit there like,
whereby
did I
asking
actually say that?
questions
No, I
is
didn't.
now
I looked
deemed
through it. No,
hateful
sorry, I never
or
said that.
haterade.
And none of that was ever even like in my thoughts.
And these are
You felt like you had no
terms that are
control
being
over how you
used
live your
to
life.
deflect people
Like
from
not being
questioning
able to
the
do
narrative.
dishes or laundry or the way you like.
The problem
Is someone who
isn't
won't
the
insist,
people questioning.
you've
The
done it
problem
wrong.
is why those
In
people deny
relation
the
to the
question
internet,
and
how do
just
you
spit
relate
out
that
words
to?
like
That
hateful,
every single
haterade,
thing
and
you do,
haters.
somebody's got something to say about it. Somebody, you know, if you do this, someone's going to look at it like this. If you do that, someone's going to tell you it's
Israeli
wrong.
clubs
If you,
and shows,
you know, if I say
people
that,
who deem questions
you know,
as hate
X, Y, and Z, well,
the
someone's going
truth
to make a video
never
telling me X, Y, and
fears
Z is wrong.
investigation.
Hey, Nana, you get shot down or called names whenever you
Mr.
express an
Pompeo went
opinion
on
that
to
somebody
say
doesn't
this
like,
gem as well.
often leading to an irrational
He
argument
said, as we have
designed to
made
confuse
clear,
you and steal your peace of mind. For
anti-Zionism
example,
is
what happened yesterday,
anti-Semitism.
talking about my financial planning, talking about stuff that has
And
absolutely
the United
no
States
business
is
with
therefore
anything.
committed to
But yet
countering
there
the
they are
global
talking about it,
BDS
making a video.
campaign as a manifestation
You question
of
your self-worth because
anti-Semitism.
your partner's constantly
Actually,
pinning you
it's
down
not.
or attacking your character, which they do all the time. Now, let me say something else. My candles. Someone made a comment that they are a little expensive.
15 Asia-Pacific countries on Sunday signed the world's biggest free trade deal, which is seen as a huge coup for China and extending its influence in the
more than a
region
Yankee
and
candle
elsewhere.
to make.
The Regional
There's
Comprehensive
nothing
Economic
cheap
Partnership,
about my products. There's
RCEP,
nothing. I mean, I
includes
use
10
highest
Southeast
quality.
Asian economies,
So,
along
you know,
with China,
them constantly
Japan, South
bashing me.
Korea, New Zealand, and Australia, with
Really,
members
Ems?
accounting
Them
for around
constantly bashing me,
30% of the global
or my
GDP.
candle business or whatever.
Now,
Then
this
don't
was
buy
first
one.
proposed back
But
in
the fact that
2012.
they're even putting in people's
Sounds like
mind, well,
big
should I really
BRICS
spend that much? Blah blah blah.
negotiations to me.
There are way better
And the
candles.
deal was finally sealed
There are way
at the end
cheaper
of the
candles
Southeast Asian
that
Summit
don't even come
as leaders
close
pushed to get
to
the pandemic hit
the quality
economies
of
back
mine.
on track.
So if you want
And
fillers
it
and
said
you
under
want
the
all
current
that bullshit,
global
you go buy a
circumstances,
Yankee
the fact
candle
that
that uses
RCEP
preservatives and
has
everything
been
else.
signed
If you
after
want
8
top
years of
quality and
negotiations
amazing
brings a
case,
ray of
then
light
you would come
and
to, you know, with
hope amid
beautiful
the
shipping and
clouds.
everything else, then you would come
And
to
this
me.
was said by the
You feel
Chinese
like
Premier
your partner or your friend is toying or playing games, as if your partner gets satisfaction out of making you feel crazy or stupid. We see this would make a mobster.
And he said it clearly shows that multilateralism is the right way and represents the right direction for the global economy and humanity's progress. The agreement to lower tariffs on the services trade within the bloc
hiding their spending habits, or you actually having an affair.
As a Chinese
In relation to internet, really doesn't play.
Defunct Washington trade
Your partner
initiative.
makes up excuses when confronted. That we see
The
all
financial
over the internet,
damage
giving you poor explanations
that
that don't make sense
to
or can't be
Europe
verified.
and
We see
North
that every
America
fucking day.
will be long lasting
Trying to make you feel isolated from friends because
until
they don't want you to have other friends. They want to be your only friend. They want to be your one and only. Because if you start seeing other friends may make you realize that relationship is too toxic. That
it
relationship
avoids
is something
international
that
conflicts and ends many of the bogus
want.
trade deals.
Yeah, it is beautiful shipping Woody Widow. Putting, you know,
allies
all of that
of President
makes a
Trump
difference.
Have
You feel, and remember the last one, which to me is so sick and twisted. You feel like you're being watched all the time. You feel like no matter what you say, somebody's watching you. You feel like no matter what you do, somebody's going to pop out a video about it. And they try to isolate you. Yeah, they isolate you from other friends. But they try to justify where you were, why were you talking to this person. You know, why are you in this person's chat?
That the talks will also be part of a larger effort that could include a streaming video service.
Extremely well. You know, that person.
Trump's allies have been exploring ways to compete with Fox News for the past 2 years.
I'm sure they
And
did.
Trump's relationships with the network has been
That's the
complicated.
kind of shit
He
that
has often shown appreciation for the support he receives from the Fox News hosts and the network's coverage of his presidency that has often influenced decisions he's made inside the White House. But he's also lashed out at the network when he criticized him. Now, a report later in the week stated that Newsmax said they do not wish to harbor Mr. Trump's ideas or plans.
Absolutely. You have
the problem is, Mr. Trump, we could have had a national TV service. If you had acted on the loopholes within the Telecommunications Act of 1934,
do you get dentures or? I mean, before you got your teeth knocked out, do you want plastic fucking dentures that you order from Amazon, or do you want implants? You're going to pay big money for the implants, but you're getting it 10 times more.
Galaxy told us
you can get the same with some cheap Amazon fake teeth.
300 million of
the quality is not even going to be.
The US Space Agency's Kepler Space Telescope spent 9 years on a planetary mission, successfully identifying thousands of exoplanets in our galaxy before running out of fuel in 2018. But the original mission's core question remains: how many of these planets are habitable?
12-ounce candle
and scientists around the world have pored over Kepler's data for years, and they think they have found the answer. And according to research released in the Astronomical Journal, there are roughly 300 million potentially habitable worlds in our galaxy alone. Meaning rocky planets capable of supporting liquid water on their surface. No shit, Sherlock. Welcome to Reality Land, NASA. Anyone else notice they throw these little truth nuggets out in times of the media being under stress?
You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's called
this was the last live that I was going to do on this. But it really does relate to
100,000 alleged victims of sexual abuse within the Boy Scouts of
everything
America
I'm going through now. It relates to thank you, Bella Rose.
And a lawyer for the plaintiffs called it the biggest ever US sexual abuse case.
That's what I was trying to say.
Filed ahead of a deadline on Monday.
Wrapping does make a difference. Shipping makes a difference.
Internal files published in 2012.
It's part of the difference between a $20 candle and a $60
2012 coming up a lot.
Did you get the notification, Nana?
BSA, which filed for bankruptcy earlier this year, common practice that, has apologized to victims, saying it was devastated. Negotiations will now begin between the alleged victims, the BSA, and their insurers.
I started
now,
using
the
a new shipping
organization
service,
still has a
which
considerable
automatically
membership,
sends
over
out
2 million youth participants ranging in age from 5 to 21. This is about half of what it was in the 1970s.
See, Bella Rose was the first to get her. She even ordered another one.
Mounting scrutiny of the organization. And in February, BSA said it was filing for bankruptcy protection to be in a position to compensate victims. Now, the proceedings in a federal bankruptcy court will eventually lead to the creation of a fund to settle abuse cases that are upheld. And the attorney said to the news agency on Monday, it's by far the largest sexual abuse scandal in the US. And in terms of current reported numbers, it dwarfs similar complaints made against the Catholic Church in the country. I'm glad it's now being dealt with, but money alone will not fix the problem. Highlighting and reporting it will.
So now I'm using a new shipping company that automatically sent
off to the Mississippi.
Sends out
the Mississippi governor Tate Reeves has hit back against presumptive Democratic President-elect Joe Biden's plan for a 6-week COVID-19 lockdown, denouncing the plan as wildly unreasonable and vowing to fight that if necessary.
My pictures are not as good as
Now, Reeves, who is a Republican, put his foot down in response to the proposed shutdown during a Facebook Live meeting, arguing the suggestion from one of Biden's expert pandemic advisors was totally and completely beyond reasonableness. That's not the way the economy works, he said, arguing that while Biden and his 13-person panel of scientific experts, 12+1, might make policy recommendations regarding what to do during the pandemic, the presumed president lacked the constitutional basis to impose his advisors' desired crackdown across the nation. And he said, nor would Mississippi take Biden's edicts lying down, the governor hinted. We will certainly fight that if it becomes necessary. We as a state are going to continue with our strategy, he said, insisting a strategy targeted at hotspots was the only way to avoid extensive collateral economic damage. The people of Mississippi can't just go home, shut down their small businesses, shut down their restaurants, shut down their gyms for 6 weeks, and just think that you can come back 6 weeks from now, flip a switch, and everything's going to be fine. I agree. And we need many more people to speak up now before the next phase kicks in. Candace Owen, she talks a bit of common sense, and hopes that she continues on that path. Well, on Sunday, she leveled harsh criticism against US intelligence agencies for their supposed inability to root out domestic terrorism while simultaneously being able to take out terrorists overseas. And she said, we're supposed to believe that our intelligence agencies can track and take out Iranian terrorist Soleimani overnight, but they can't manage to get to the root of Antifa and Black Lives Matter, who are well-funded domestic terrorist cells that have been operating unchecked for years. Now, the Iranian general Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, was killed in a US drone strike in Baghdad on January the 3rd.
Use better light than me.
An administration official said the strike, authorized by President Trump, was conducted to deter imminent attacks.
Here's what happened. She took the top off.
Now, Owen's comments
followed a movement
of unrest that came after the president's supporters were
and then there's one of the yelling candles.
After so-called
MAGA
march in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. And many were
definitely not microwave candles.
The media's apparent lack of interest in covering the violence directed at supporters of Mr. Trump.
So,
and in a Saturday tweet in which Owen lightened
I will see you guys later. Have a wonderful day. And I hope we all learned something today, like for real. I really do. I hope we learned something today. And we'll see you guys later. Peace.
And she also called out the
I have an S10 Plus. You must have better lighting.
Free pass. They were created as the
you really must have better lighting than I do.
Of the Democrat Party, she said, and given a pass.
So, all right, I will see you guys later.
Media. And she also tweeted that we should pray for this young woman who was attacked. And the tweet included a video of a young woman appearing to cry in fear as she, as another man, were hit with eggs and an assortment of liquids as they navigate through a fairly hostile crowd. Well, I'm pleased she is speaking out. It's the second or third time she's spoken common sense. But she needs to understand and don't presume that politicians know what we know, because they don't. But she has to understand The agencies are the problem behind it all. So you will not get any positive feedback or actions from that lot. They are the problem and always have been. And they have been running the quasi-government since their inception. And Soleimani was not taken out due to imminent attacks either. He was of a rival faction. California legislator. We read this out recently, and I'm going to read it again before I go into the next piece because it's linked. And it was said a California Superior Court ruled in favor of me and fellow legislator James Gallagher in our lawsuit challenging Gavin Newsom's abuse of power. And the judge ruled Newsom violated the Constitution by issuing Executive Order N6720. More importantly, she found good cause for an injunction restraining the governor from issuing any more unconstitutional orders. And the court rejected Newsom's extraordinary claim that a state of emergency centralizes the state's powers in the hands of the governor. This is the unlawful basis on which Newsom has collapsed California's systems of checks and balances and has issued 57 executive orders and changing over 400 laws. And it was said that this ruling marks an end to Gavin Newsom's one-man rule. Now that was in our November 5th show, and one wonders how this latest ruling in California will play out. Governor Gavin Newsom announced Monday he is sounding the alarm due to the fastest increase California has seen in coronavirus
I knew right away it was my son, because if they would have had the number, they would have called me right back with it when I said this, and they didn't. They started calling me like with different numbers. They didn't figure out the number for like 2.5 days. Okay, and then they called me from that number. So I knew that it was for my son, because I do totally believe things like that can happen with electronics. And but then I think it was somebody went in there and said, "Oh, it was Mary Ann that did this," and then what? Wait, okay. Then she says, "Can you please call me?" So I called her. She blamed it on you.
On me?
Yes, 100%, because she was calling your name Laura, like that. Okay, Laura probably did this. So, but on the call, she's telling me she's a single mother and she would never do this, and she feels so bad, and she's pretending to cry, and all of this. And it was a bunch of crap. Okay, so I just said, oh, this is when she said that people thinking that she did it because of what FOD put in there has caused a rambler. This is what she said. A rambler to go to her and say, "I want to smash your head on a rock in front of your kids." No rambler ever said that to her. She never produced one bit of proof about it. Nothing. If I get a death threat, I show it. Not one bit of proof. She just kept saying, "A rambler did it. A rambler did it. A rambler did it." But I said to her, "Where did the rambler do it?" Then she backtracked on the phone to me, because I said, "I hear you're scared for your life. You think a rambler?" No, that's not really why I'm calling. But she just kept telling me, "I think Laura did it." So I said, "Well, I don't think she did." Okay. And so I said, that's not true. So anyway, so we get off, and I just kind of yesed her to death, and that was about it. The very next day, she gets on RDA. I think it may have even been that night, because it was before Mother's Day. She gets on RDA, and they're making jokes while she's sitting on that paddle. It's still up. It has my kid's picture on it, my little kid's picture on their thumbnail. And they're saying MRB didn't lose her children, didn't lose her son. They found him at mile marker 6 and mile marker 12 and mile marker 14. And she's sitting there. She's sitting there on that panel. They made joke after joke, and she's sitting there. So the next morning, after I got up, it was Mother's Day. We were going to be going to the services the next day. I got up on the desk and I made a video. And I said to her, and I left her a voicemail. I said, don't you ever tell me to call you again. I will never speak to you again. You are disgusting. I said, you sat on a panel. I don't care if you didn't say those jokes. You sat on there as a mother and just sat there with these guys. It's the lowest of the low. And I said, don't you ever call me again. It doesn't even matter whether you're behind the phone calls or not. That's not what it is here. You're a terrible person for doing that. Don't you ever call me again. Well, then I went and I did a video saying that. I said, it doesn't matter. She sat on a panel with these guys. That's the panel I'm talking about. Bobbity Bob doesn't understand anything, okay? So, in telling that, I said, RDA is disgusting. And I said, these guys are disgusting. Because anybody that would do that is just, to me, they're just the lowest low. So I said, don't ever come back into my community, Hello Starlight. And I said, while I'm at it, save Robbie. Don't you ever come back in here because you sit on these panels. He doesn't understand. I didn't say he sat on that panel. I said he sits on panels with these guys. I don't want him in here. Okay? But Bobby Bob has been changing this around to garner sympathy and whatever else and to get hate against me and make 10,000 videos with my name in it. Because that's what Bobbity Bob does. Okay? So he wants to make an apology. There's nothing to apologize for. Don't come in here, Bobbity Bob. I don't want you here. Okay? And Hello Starlight, again, sat on that panel. It's still up. And I'm so sick of it from hearing it from her because she's not a good person. She isn't.
One thing I can tell you though, me and Starlight were fighting at the time, which is probably why she's laying me up to give her the benefit of the doubt. But she no longer associates with RDA. She thinks they're absolutely vile. But when I heard that audio today, I know Marianne a long time. We had our ups and downs, but I just don't think she would ever do something like that. I really, RDA is a different story. But I don't think she would ever do something like that. But when I heard the clip today, I thought to myself, you know what? I believe that came from possibly Kate.
Wait, something like what, Laura? She wouldn't do something like what?
Like call you from your son's phone or anything like that. Like,
see, that's not what my beef is. That's not what it is because I'm going to believe that was my son calling me. That's not what my beef is. My beef is the RDA stuff.
Processed cigarettes.
That she sat on a panel. I'm sorry, that's disgusting. If I was on a panel and you lost a child and they started making jokes about it, I would get off the freaking panel.
I would agree.
I would get off the panel. As a mother, as a human being, I would get off the panel. I would say, this is over the top. This is disgusting. Stop it. I'm off. She sat there. I giggled and, this is not me. I'm not telling the jokes. And I'm sorry. That's inexcusable. And they don't listen to what my beef is. And Bobby is just trying to ride this whole thing on, for whatever he wants, because he wants to go on there in his little rages and talk about, I don't even want to say, he's got
I don't know who Bobby is. I've never met Bobby. I don't know who Bobby is.
Save Robbie.
Oh, save Robbie. I haven't talked to Robbie in probably a year.
Yeah.
Wow.
And my beef with her is the panel, and then I just said I didn't want anybody that sat on those panels, there. There's a lot of really disgusting jokes that went on this panel, not on that night, and that's what Robbie doesn't understand, whatever his name is. And he just keeps making video after video about me, saying the most disgusting things, and then deleting them. I'm just horrible. We faked my husband falling down the stairs. We faked the SWAT that we almost got killed at. Save Robbie says we faked it. He just is a vile person.
Wow. I didn't know any of that. I don't follow Robbie. Wow. There.
Hey, Starlight. I was trying to stick up for you and it bit me in the ass.
She completely lied to me. Do you want a link? Take a link and explain it. I was trying to help you, just to clear it up. And then she said, "Do you blame me?" I was like, "What?" She said, "You blame me." I was like, "What do you mean she blamed me?" She's like, "She said I was Laura." I was like, "What?" She said, "Yeah, you said that." She said that you made the call. I didn't make the fucking call.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. That I could not believe that she just had a fucking lie. She just lied about everything. I never said your name to her. Never. I didn't do that shit, Laura. To be honest, I thought you were in misery. That's the only person she straight up fucking lied. And she was the one who was calling my phone. And she makes it sound so sinister. That
It did sound sinister.
she said, what was it? That something, okay, when I saw that community post that day, it was like, what the actual fuck? Like, I've never experienced something like that. And I liked her. I used to watch her channel. So I sent her emails, and then she wasn't quite getting what I was trying to say through emails. And it's sometimes easier to talk to a person. So I gave her my phone number. Like, I completely doxed myself to this woman. And I thought by the end of the conversation that everything was good and she knew that I wouldn't do some shit like that. And then the next day, that's when she called me and left that nasty voicemail. And she went live and like said the most horrible things about me and same Robbie and that friend's chick. And she's also lying on Robbie. Robbie does not make dirty, nasty videos about her, and they just get deleted. I was in his live today. What Robbie does is he actually defends himself against this woman because everyone seems to think she's some porcelain doll on a shelf. And how dare you even mention her name? She went, "Great. Sorry, not sorry." And then she wanted to tell you that I said a bit there on the RDA panel, and after I talked to her on the phone, and everything was fine, I had to get up there and tell those disgusting jokes. No, listen up, ramblings. You and I were fine after that phone call. You then went live on Mother's Day after leaving me a fucking mean-ass message on Mother's Day. Told me I didn't even deserve to be a mom or some shit like that.
I remember that. I do remember that.
So that happened on Mother's Day. And then, I don't know what day that fell on. RDA, nobody was going to touch this stuff with a 10-foot pole. She was grieving, like fresh out of a loss. No one wanted to touch it. Well, RDA they're not emotionally invested in any of this stuff. So they were going to defend themselves against this woman who was coming at them with accusations that were not true. And I'm just saying, I know they're not true. RDA didn't have anything to do with that.
No, but I mean, RDA did make some vile comments. I mean, that's...
Right. Hold on, I'm getting there. So, yeah. So RDA went live, and that's what they were going to do, was talk about mommy ramblings. I didn't expect anyone I knew to even address it because of, like I said, she was fresh out of the loss. No one here is going to touch it. So I'm going to go defend myself on RDA panel, right? That's all I did. I never made a fucking joke about her. If you watch, I don't hardly say anything at all. I went up there to tell my story, what was going on, and that was it. So, I'm not responsible for what happens.
Okay.
But she's lying to you. I never fucking blamed you. Bullshit.
I just so would. But I mean, I feel bad because I just brought it up because I thought that you were. I thought she was blaming you.
Unconditional freedom. And at the time it was written and remade to the benefit of the invading Northern landed gentry and no one else. Yet these gobshites in council estates with a split in their mouth, constantly thinking they can apply the rights of French nobles to themselves. Thomas Sheridan. Now, what I know, and I put it out on a couple of shows, is that Magna Carta was a forced handover of the land rights and all the people of the UK, and it was done by the Knights of St. Jerusalem, Templar, and it essentially was a power handover from the king domain, which is kingdom, to the barons and nobles, who are known now as the nobility, black or otherwise. As for John Harris, he was fighting for the return of the monarchy because the nobles were in charge. So John Harris wanted King and Queen ruling the country. But how is that any different for we the people from the nobility clan? It's not. And that is why the Magna Carta is a complete and utter waste of time and a distraction for the common or natural law people. Do not buy into it. Think different for source sakes. This came up this week, and some of the figures are staggering. Pro-pagan Dar, that's how to pronounce it, is the executive arm of the invisible government. Maintaining the status quo is no longer a viable option. 27 trillion in bond debt, 200 trillion in unfunded liabilities, 3,700 trillion or 3.7 quadrillion in derivatives that the top 10 US banks have to offset all their toxic assets trying to control these commodities and stock markets. 50 million people on EBT, 25 million unemployed, over 20 million homes foreclosed, and 6 million people are homeless. Student debt slavery surpassed credit card debt last year, over 1.5 trillion, and the banksters made over 50 billion in profits of student debt slavery, which was more than Exxon. While the Fed saw a private corporation pays 85 billion a month to hold up the stock market based on currency that has no intrinsic value than to create massive inflation and massive debt. Infinite trillions spent on infinite wars and infinite murder, always based on false pretenses into infinity with impunity since 1776. I logged on to the internet today and something popped up at the bottom of the screen on a further complaint. And it stated that this was Firefox, by the way, which is got 5 different words in it, so the old Internet Explorer. And it says you can help Mozilla and Princeton University researchers stop the spread of online disinformation by donating your browser data to Project Ion. It's if it was one word, would say projection. They're asking you to donate your browsing data to Project Ion. So I looked into what is this Project Ion or projection. Microsoft is finally jumping on the Bitcoin bandwagon, which we covered in Clowns and Panic, with Project Ion, a decentralized identity infrastructure built on Bitcoin. Microsoft believes every person needs a decentralized digital identity they own and control, backed by self-owned identifiers that enable secure, privacy-preserving interactions.
So another part of me must have gotten large.
And they said this self-owned identity must seamlessly integrate into their lives and put them at the center of everything they do in the digital world.
Now I'm going to be all self-conscious about my junk.
Do built into the digital world.
And by junk, I mean, some.
And they said to help forward this vision, Microsoft developed identity hubs. Identity hubs provide secure, encrypted storage of personal data. Encryption is done by language and the NSA, and there's backdoors in all of it. Just saying. And they rely on decentralized systems, blockchains, and distributed ledgers to anchor their identifiers. And today, Microsoft announced an upgrade to that service with an early preview of a Cyber-tree-based DID network called ION, Identity Overlay Network. ION runs atop of the Bitcoin blockchain, based on an emerging set of open standards that Microsoft developed, working with many of their partners in the decentralized identity foundation.
That was a joke, right?
Decentralized.
You ain't late night joke. Yeah. I love Larry King. He's perfect. He's fine, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And they said that this approach greatly improves
Charles
the
Bono says he's saving up his money to buy a new penis.
DID systems
I'm not
to
hating on
achieve
Charles Bono. I'm like, good
tens
for
of
you, Charles.
thousands of
Seriously, where do you
operations per
put your buy a
second.
brand new penis? Because, I might be in the market for one myself.
And some people still think that Bitcoin and blockchain will benefit the people.
21 inches.
No, it only benefits greedy people.
Bed Bath and Boner?
Period.
Hugo Bulls.
The only people that are pushing blockchain is so they can make money off the Bitcoin.
All right.
Oblivious to the future damage
Anyway, not a great day if you like
those two
the
names
yoga. You know the
cause as
yoga,
well.
the practice of physical and spiritual and mental discipline from India.
Namaste.
Namaste, bitches. Well,
And then we come to this.
the New York Times
A
said
Muslim
New York Times
prayer
says yoga
time
could be
app
dangerous.
with 100 million users is just one of the apps that has location data sold to the US military for
I didn't exactly say
reasons
deadly, Jeff. I said
unknown,
dangerous.
according to a Vice report that following storms also has an app location data. The other channel, which is
Yoga's not dangerous. They could be
sponsored
telling us that other
by
pleasant
IBM,
things are dangerous, like scrap.
or posting on Craigslist are all in the same boat. The US military is buying the granular movement data of people around the world harvested from innocuous seeming apps,
Excuse me.
according to Joseph Potts
Just carry
of
on for a minute.
Vice's motherboard on Monday. Specifically, one of the buyers is the US Special Operations Command, which deals with counter-insurgency, counter-terrorism, and various covert activity around the globe.
If you were a brainless
Two
action
separate
star all your
companies are
life,
taking
and then go
part
out and
in
try to
this
govern the state
data
of
harvesting.
California, right there.
Motherboard claims sources have
See
discovered
that?
through public
Right there.
records,
Now, that's your
interviews with
total
developers,
you've
and
been out of office
technical
about 2 years,
analysis.
That's what we strive for.
That's what we do here.
USSOCOM has confirmed using Babel Street Locate X, according to its spokesman, the US Navy Commander Tim Hawkins. Our access to the software is used to support Special Operations Forces mission requirements overseas, he said. We strictly adhere to established procedures and policies for protecting the privacy, civil liberties, constitutional and legal rights of American citizens. You lie.
I like what you do.
You like that as well.
You should do Matthew McConaughey doing yoga.
But when asked what the military was doing with the data of non-US citizens, Hawkins wouldn't say.
Sean Connery doing yoga? Up, down.
And public records show that the USSOCOM spent about $90,000 to buy licenses for Locate X and text analysis tool Battle X back in April. Other companies, the other company is called X Mode and uses software development kits SDK in apps to harvest data and sell it to third parties, including government contractors. The government contractors with intelligence agency groups and their subsidiaries. Now, the report did not specify which apps had their data harvested by Locate X, and it named a number of apps that sent data to X Mode. Others include AccuPedo. That's interesting. AccuPedo. A step counter downloaded more than 5 million times on Android phones, C+ for Craigslist, and Global Stones, both with over 1 million downloads, respectively. All the data went to
It keeps them fresh for a long day at the shoe factory. That's not.
So
I think that's too much. I think that's too much. I don't think that's a good thing to do.
A motherboard experiment also showed Muslim Mingle, a dating app approved by a Vietnamese company, sending data to X Mode. Even the innocuous bubble level, a must-have device for any home or apartment that helps people hang up shelves for paintings, was sending data to X Mode, which was then reportedly sold to military contractors like the Sierra Nevada Corporation for Systems and Technology Research. The military is apparently not the only one using Locate X, with earlier reports pointing to the Customs and Border Protection, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and the Secret Service also being the platform's customers. While Motherboard admitted does not know of any specific operations in which this type of app-based location data has been used by the US military, the outlet pointed out that back in 2015, the military had admitted using data to pinpoint targets of drone strikes in the Middle East.
I feel terrible. I thought you were setting me up for some kind of vaudeville routine. I get something.
One thing you will not hear on our show is please sign up to our app.
Does it work over there?
For those who have doubts of why I have that stance, regardless of who is using it, there's your answer.
Want to do the commercials?
I'd love to.
All right, do them.
Tonight's program is brought to you by Hugo Boss.
New York
Stop by
Clown Governor
for our free
Andrew
extended
Cuomo
membership.
is telling citizens to stay at home and cancel all Thanksgiving plans, attempting to enforce what people can do in the privacy of their own homes by implementing a 10-person maximum. How do we hold Congress meetings when there's 543 people? Sorry, I asked a common sense question again. My apologies. However, New York sheriffs continue to publicly announce their refusal to abide by the governor's cap on gatherings, And over the weekend, Fulton County Sheriff Richard Giardino took to Facebook to express his unambiguous disagreement with Cuomo. Perhaps John Durash and people can get in touch with him. Frankly, he said, I'm not sure it could sustain a constitutional challenge in court for several reasons, including your house is your castle, wrote Sheriff Giardino. And as a sheriff with a law degree, I couldn't in good faith attempt to defend it in court, so I won't. And he also went on and said, we have limited resources and we have to set priorities. So obtaining a search warrant to enter your home to see how many turkey or tofu eaters are present is not a priority. And on Monday, the Saratoga County Sheriff Michael Zerlo expressed similar sentiments, saying, I can't see how devoting our resources to counting cars in citizens' driveways or investigating how much turkey and dressings they purchase is to be public good.
You know about farmers,
2 days after Cuomo announced the restrictions, Erie County Sheriff Tim Howard said his office would simply flat out ignore the mayor's decision. As O'Pardy added, he urged everyone to continue to be smart and act responsibly, which is ironic considering New York is being allowed to act irresponsibly by protesting, rioting, and losing all of the Cuomo's leadership.
With a very large penis.
But it's nice to see some of the county sheriffs. Carl Powers.
This is from Andrea in Gainesville,
Ask
Florida.
John
Oh, I love
to
it
get
down
in
there.
touch with them.
And I also like
Maybe
Florida.
they will be able to help
This
in
is
the future. The more cops we get on our side,
my
the
boyfriend
more
wants me to
chance
call
of
him Daddy
common
during
natural
sex,
law
but I think it's too creepy. Am
of
I being
working.
approved?
But the question is, why is Cuomo still walking around and barking out orders?
I enjoyed being called
You know,
Margaret in
I thought the great leader of the rebellion
to be called
and his
the
multinational
during
enforcement team was going to arrest him.
I know.
I guess they only take out dumbs.
Thanks, the
Or
accused.
perhaps Cuomo
Join
is
us
just
next
not
week for
dumb
another
enough.
sizzling episode of Margaret and the Accused.
Maybe. Well, there was some backtracking
Dear
of
women, this is
guns
David
removed,
Lafayette,
it seems,
Louisiana.
as it's
Dear
now
Craig
been
and Jeff, I
switched
just bought
to
my girlfriend and I tickets to
underground
your show in
cities
Shreveport next
removals.
Friday. Oh, that's in Shreveport,
And one
Louisiana.
would
That could
think
be a long
they would get
distance
that
from
level of
Lafayette.
information.
Also, Jeff won't be there. He's at home
Apparently
with Margaret.
not.
You ever been to Shreveport? It's my first time going to Shreveport next week.
Right, let's get into some
You have a
holding
place in
some feet
Shreveport?
to the fire
Which part of Shreveport?
The lower
and
portion.
I see.
some deeper levels of
What should we
skullduggery
expect?
that
I
are
don't know.
going
I don't plan
on
ahead for that.
and
Oh,
some
I broke my
dodgy
band. I
stuff
wasn't
going
going to
on in this
I
country
wasn't going to.
and
I got
media
it.
and some retail.
This is from Michael in Montreal, Quebec, who says,
Um,
do we
But on
put
Tuesday,
Paul in the crowd?
Joe Biden
No, we don't. We just
decided
have somebody who wanted to draw attention to themselves.
to
I don't know how you feel. Dear Craig,
release
Jeff,
a list of transition teams for the various departments for his alleged future White House. And the Pentagon transition team for Biden consists of 23 people, many of whom hail from hawkish think tanks. Now, the team is led by Kathleen Hicks, who worked in the Pentagon under the Obama administration. Now, Hicks' most recent employer is the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, which is a think tank that receives contributions from arms makers like Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and Raytheon, to name but a few. They are also linked with the story CISA as well. Now, Hicks is vice president of the group, and Henry Kissinger is chairman, and that tells you all you need to know about that group. CSIS also receives contributions from governments. And Dr. Hicks is currently the Donald Martin Scholar at the Kissinger Center for Global Affairs. She also works at John Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. John Hopkins, the Math Deficient Center. And she serves on the board of advisors for the Truman Center and Soldier Strong, and is a member of the Council on Foreign Relations. Dr. Hicks also served on the National Commission for the Future of the Army and currently serves on the Commission for the National Defense Strategy. Dr. Hicks, all-round globalist scumbag. Now, the think tank's top government donors are the US, the United Arab Emirates, Taiwan, and Japan. And two other CSIS employees are on the transition team, Andrew Hunter and Melissa Dalton, who also both worked in the Pentagon under the Obama administration. The CSIS employees author policy papers and op-eds that generally call for more US involvement around the world. In other words, let's fight more people, sells more weapons, you see. And in August, Hicks co-authored an op-ed in The Hill titled "Pentagon Action to Withdraw from Germany Benefits Our Adversaries." And that was a piece that slammed Trump's plan to draw down troops from Germany, which now Biden could pull off. Two members of the transition team came from the Center for New American Security: Susanna Bloom, former Pentagon employee, and Eli Ratner, who served as a deputy national security advisor to then Vice President Joe Biden from 2015 to 2017. Now, Susanna Bloom, which I suspect is short for Blumenthal, and Ratner are both born too. CNSAS is another think tank that enjoys hefty donations from weapons makers, major corporations, and governments. From 2019 to 2020, CNSAS received at least $500,000 from the US State Department and at least $500,000 from Northrop Grumman, and other donors included Go Ogle, Facebook, Raytheon, and Lockheed Martin. 3 more team members list their latest employer as the Rand Corporation: Stacy Pettyjohn, a wargaming expert, that's the simulation AI; Christine Wormuth, who held a few roles in the Obama administration; and Tammy Leon, who is a behavioral scientist. I bet she's busy with the Congress, as she should be, because their behavior is nothing short of childlike. But Rand is another hawkish think tank that receives the bulk of its funding from the US government, including the US Army, the Air Force, and also the Department of Homeland Security. Rand is also funded by the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and also NATO. It's funny that the Rand Corporation can get all that funding, and yet Jared Rand can't get his medbed made public through lack of funding. He thinks he doth protest too much. Remember, Rand also built and staffed some of the underground bases on top of the ET bases, which we exposed on Event 3. Now, a report from In These Times found that at least 8 of the 23 team members come from organizations that receive funding from US weapon makers, not including Rand. Besides the CSIS and the CNAS employees listed above, include Sharon Burke, who works for New America, Sean Kelly from CACI International, and Victor Garcia from Rebellion Defense. There you have it. Now all their names are out and who they're connected to. When you look at that, they're getting funding from the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and NATO. Is that not a national security issue? There you go again. But for those who ask for more women in power and how things would be so much better, that piece I've just done housed 11 people, 7 of which were females involved in hawkish warmongering games. And the model is male or female in power are no different, as evidenced also by the trustee. And the solution is a balance of male and female with a more adult, spiritual-based thinking mindset with mental plane levels of development, not astral levels. Next, we're going to Armenia, who are currently in a war with Azerbaijan. So why is there a war going on there? Now, look at the map. All the war zones in the whole of the Middle East, plus the Saudi Arabia Peninsula, except Oman, United Arab Emirates, and Qatar, both of whom have done deals with the Israelis in recent times, backed and supported by Trump. Throw in southern Turkey, Afghanistan, and a picture emerges, does it not? Iraq and Kuwait, now Armenia. You want to know where the next stop is and why? Turkmenistan. Go and look at the map. The next stop after Armenia is Turkmenistan. Why? Because all those countries are ones that border Iran. Now, Azerbaijan is a cloud-controlled country, and why they are targeting that country, which has no oil, no gold or jewels, and so Armenia then becomes strategic. It's got no resources, and so it can only be a strategic move. With Georgia now on the hands of Pratt, along with Azerbaijan, the acquiring of Armenia then also cuts off the country's border to Russia to reach Iran. Once Armenia falls, Iran is then isolated on all borders with the several countries connected to it. With Armenia gone, the opportunity for Russia to defend Iran becomes a far more arduous one. Now, Armenia has traditionally remained close to Russia, but the country experienced a regime change in 2018. Now, after anti-government protests organised by police, from April to May 2018, which was staged by various NGOs and led by a member of the Armenian Parliament against the Prime Minister Sargsyan. And what happened after that? Nikol Pashinyan became the new Prime Minister. And very quickly, he soon aligned the country closer to the United States. Wonder why? And perhaps we will find out. Now, since he came into power, his anti-Russian actions included almost daily eliminating any Armenian participation in the CSTO, completely ceasing any collaboration with Russia, including in the intelligence and security domains. He also purged the Armenian military and security forces from all the supposed pro-Russian elements and banned the Russian language schools. So who is this new Prime Minister? Nikol Pashinyan was a former criminal who spent time in prison in 2009-2010 time. He went into hiding following an uprising of the people, and the government forces killed 10 people. It was suspected he was hiding out in the US Embassy, but eventually he gave himself up and received 7 years in jail, as they declared Pashinyan as the instigator of the violence that killed 10 Armenian people. But the sentence was then reduced to 3.5 years, and in 2009 he ran for a government seat and became the first Armenian to contest a seat from prison. But he was subsequently released from prison in 2011, 2 of 7 years in jail. And now he's the Prime Minister. So how does that happen? Well, it happens because he's done a deal with the intelligence community. CIA. We'll get you free, and then we'll make you Prime Minister, and then you will do our bidding for us. That's how it works. It's the classic agency script, repeated over and over again. And yet too few research it and look into it to see it all unfold. It's like the story we ran the other week of the Swiss banker. The Langley agents got him drunk and then told him to drive, then arranged for him to be picked up by the police, who then were about to charge him, and in came the superheroes from Langley to rescue him away from being charged with drunk or DUI. Then that banker had to work for the CIA for the rest of his life. That's how it works. That's what happens when you're human and you're quick. First draft news, most people will never have heard of this group. Is an anti-disinformation organisation founded in 2015, conspicuously at the same time as NATO's drive to control the news narrative. And it trains in how to launder black and red pro-pagan dark. Now this is in their own words. First Draft's mission is to empower societies with accurate information and critical norms. We work to ensure the integrity of the world's information ecosystem, developing and delivering pioneering techniques, tools, and training on how information is discovered, shared, and presented to the public. First Draft was formed as a coalition with 9 founding partners in June 2015, with military intelligence as the founders. And one of the founding organizations is the NATO group called Bellingcat. Elliot Higgins and Eric Toller are specifically thanked for their help. Another founder, Andy Carbon, works for the NATO Close Atlantic Council in its digital forensic research lab, which also collaborates closely with the Integrity Initiative, which we have outed as a UK cloud think tank group previously. Another founding member is Sam Doubling, who is an advisory board member for the Syrian Archive, which is allegedly a non-profit that aims to support human rights investigators, advocates, media reporters, and journalists in their efforts to document human rights violations in Syria through, quote, open source tools, unquote. And that is an activity that dovetails smoothly with what the British government was financing at the time. Hello, white helmets. Helmet being the operative word. Yes, they're all helmets. Laundering black propaganda. Here is a generalized example from Syria of this laundering. People like Sam Bubbly get human rights investigators in Syria, the white helmets, to collect or make videos. Collect or make being the operative word, videos and storylines for social media. This material is then lobbed over to laboratories like Bellingcat, who then use forensic tools, declares that they are highly credible.
This is only for guys.
Stitch, copy and paste. It's not just around on other teams. And then these stories and videos can then be picked up by the Western corporate and government press, who then have done due diligence, like none, and have fact-checked, like never, genuine atrocity stories, which never took place. Always being done by the opposing side, and we'll find out later. All steps in this process, from the making, collecting, analysing to finally spreading in media of this propaganda, is aided by intelligence services. Activities. The project draws on experts, there are none, and organisations working in the field, including reportedly Eyewitness Media Hub, Storyful, and MEDAN, MEDAN. Well, that particular group left the Harvard University, no surprise they come up again, after just over a year, citing problems with brand control. Fake news, the terminology has stated to come from this group, and Cheryl Atkinson attributes the first usage of the words fake news in its modern context to articles published on First Draft's website. They do reporting. In 2020, the group published a lot of information about COVID-19. On COVID-19, they said the lockdown could last for months, and also stated is likely this is only the beginning of a new trend in falsehoods as people come to terms with a new lifestyle. And then they say we all play a role in keeping each other safe from the virus and the impact it has on our lives. And the information we share plays a big role here too, they say. Let's apply the same level of care in not spreading viral misinformation as we do to the virus itself. So the funding, where does the funding come from? Oh my, the same names come up again. The network is lavishly financed by big corporations, Go Ogle, Twitter, and Facebook, and foundations historically known to be close to the CIA. The Ford Foundation, open society foundations and bears all the hallmarks of a covert government effort. A giveaway for this is the group called Bellingcat, with close ties to NATO, and was one of the founding partners, and said it might be designed as an internal disciplining network to steer the primary target audience, which is journalists and academics, to the right kind of information sources, which might include easily twisted, quote, open source, unquote, content a la Bellingcat. And this internal reinforcing functions works with politics as well, they said. For example, we recognise the value in sharing our knowledge with policymakers. Think tank liars is the term for this group. And then they said first draft works to inform all who have a stake in the dissemination of accurate information, which is actually inaccurate information, including governments. Now, my own investigation into this revealed a bit more. Elliot Higgins, who created Bellingcat. And it's funny how many intelligence agencies use the term cat, like the show Truth Cat Radio. Yes, he's connected to agencies. And the other clown in AIM also has a cat as its logo, and he's connected to NSA and CIA. Told you there were all factions. And no, it's not a coincidence either.
What about the Yamas?
Now, Elliot Higgins, who looks like a Born 2, has all the hallmarks of a Mossad agent. Attacks and blames the Syrian government, attacks Russia for Ukraine, blames Russia for the MH17 down plane. All very convenient, if you ask me. Now, where is this Elliot Higgins most often quoted as a valid source? Mainly by the New York Times, which has been dubbed New York Times by many, and with good cause to do so, it seems. The hidden underworld of misinformation now into the light even more. This piece was supposed to go on the show 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks? Well, and we ran out of room. And it's kind of been covered by several now. But this is called Hammer and Scorecard. And Lieutenant General McInerney explains the election act by the Democrats. And he said the Democrats are either cheating or powers above them are cheating on their behalf.
At Webster University, talking to people.
Either way, the election is in the process of being stolen, if we're to believe Lieutenant General Thomas McInerney during his most recent interview with 2 Mics. The election, of course, was stolen 4 years ago by the trustee single-handedly, we are told. So I'm asking, what is the difference? Now, the general described Hammer and Scorecard as a pair of programs initially designed for the CIA, yes, them again, before being privatized by deep state players from the Obama administration. So that is exactly the same as the open source program written by a CIA agent, Robert David Steele, outsourced by the same agent who then sets up the aptly named company called OSS.net, who then gives the program details over to NATO as a private group. But that privatized group is still under the jurisdiction of the Central Group, which is the CIA. That's how it works. Now, Hammer, or the Hammer, is a counterintelligence surveillance program which is used to spy on activities on protected networks like voting machines without detection. I'll repeat that again. The Hammer is a counterintelligence surveillance program used to spy on activities on protected networks like voting machines without detection. The scorecard is a vote manipulation application that changes votes during the transfer. It's the least detectable form of election manipulation because it works during the data transfer between the voting stations and the data storage hubs. And unless both sides are looking for irregularities, it is impossible to catch. And it says if nefarious forces have people on one side or the other, or both, during the data transfer, it cannot be exposed. And what we're seeing happening in Michigan and Wisconsin have all the trademarks of a hammer and scorecard operation. And Lieutenant General Tom McInerney exposes scorecard, the Democrats' voter fraud superweapon, and stated voter fraud is happening right now. We all know it. One would be hard pressed to find a single American on either side of the aisle who would not acknowledge that it's taken place. Around half the country realizes or is willing to admit it's happening in favor of the Democrats, but very few realize just how deep this particular rabbit hole goes. The CIA program known as Scorecard allows its users to change voting outcomes by hacking into the transfer between the local reporting stations and state or national data centers. And according to McInerney, it's a small amount, under 3%, to keep it from triggering any alarms. Now, Mr. McInerney would know he served in top military positions under the Secretary of Defense and the Vice President of the United States, and said using software for elections is a grave error if you want an honest and reliable count. Paper ballots filled in under supervision at polling places after an ID check are relatively secure and can be recounted. Now, since that piece, which was going to go out 2 weeks ago, there was an update, and Sidney Powell discussed Hammer and Scorecard with Lou Dobbs, and was fairly explosive. And then another update on the 12th of November. The Scorecard probably works via the weighted race feature of vote counting by computers, which allows fractional votes to be transferred from one candidate to another. In a further update, see Michigan MIT PhD shows Trump's margin was reduced by 138,000 votes in just 4 counties by a counting computer with the weighted race feature turned on, which then transferred votes from Trump to Biden. This is the same or similar program ran by the CIA of how they post falsified, incriminating evidence on people for official service and leave no trace of where it came from. And that same program is what created the Russian collusion narrative. Oops. Right, let's go deeper again. Let's put some more feet to the fire. Done a lot of research in this week on a lot of things, and the uptick to that is there may well be another must listen to show coming on Tuesday. Expose 5. Right, there's been some chatter about a Klaus Schwab. So I did some digging of where he's from, who he's connected to, and we're going to put his feet to the fire now. Klaus Martin Schwab, born March the 30th, 1938 in Ravensburg, Germany, and was a German engineer and economist, best known as the founder and an executive chairman of the World Economic Forum. Now, in 1971, Schwab founded the European Management Forum, which in 1987 became the World Economic Forum as a not-for-profit foundation, which is planned, committed to allegedly improving the state of the world. Well, 33 years later, what have they done? Zero, because it's false. Now, in 2015, the World Economic Forum was formally recognized by the Swiss government as an international body connected to the Rothschild thing. In 1998, Schwab and his wife founded the Schwab Foundation for Social Entrepreneurship, which was another NGO based in Geneva, Switzerland. In 2004, he created a new foundation using $1 million in prize money for the Dan David Prize he received that year from Israel.
Really good book.
How interesting is Schwab. Sign up for YouTube Music Premium with 1 free month. Now, the Forum of Young Global Leaders aims to create a dynamic global community of exceptional people under 40 with the vision, courage, and influence to drive positive change in the world. It depends on which side of the aisle you perceive as being positive, because it's not all is the same. And Schwab was the professor of business policy at the University of Geneva from 1972 to 2003, and since then he's been an honorary professor there. Since 1979, he published the Global Competitiveness Report, an annual report assessing the potential for increasing productivity and economic growth of countries around the world, written by a team of economists. And the report is based on a methodology developed by Schwab for measuring competitiveness, not only in terms of productivity, but also based on sustainability criteria. He's also listed as the author of several books, including The Fourth Industrial Revolution 2016 and Shaping the Fourth Industrial Revolution 2018, both of which were ghostwritten by the WEF Nicholas Davis. From 1993 to 95, Schwab was a member of the UN High-Level Advisory Board on Sustainable Development, 1993 to 1995. That is Agenda 2021 for the 2030 Agenda Programme on Reduction. From 1996 to 1980, he was Vice Chairman of the UN Committee for Development Planning. He also exercised a number of other functions, such as being a member of the Perez Center for Peace, and a member of the board of the Lucerne Festival, this ritual sacrifice festival on the last week. Now, during the early years of his career, he was on a number of company boards, such as the SWAT Group, the Daily Mail Group, Von Tobel Holding, and is a former member of the steering committee of the Bilderberger Group. Klaus Schwab, the founder of the globalist World Economic Forum and one of the principal architects of the so-called Great Reset, is saying that the world will never again return to normal as a result of the COVID-19 virus. Despite admitting that the virus is not an existential threat, Schwab believes the world's reaction to it will create the long-awaited New World Order. In his book, COVID-19, The Great Reset, Schwab explains, many of us are pondering when things will return to normal. The short response is, never. Nothing will ever return, he says, to the broken sense of normalcy that prevailed prior to the crisis because the coronavirus pandemic marks a fundamental inflection point in our global trajectory. And this, despite the pandemic not really being the massive crisis that the mainstream media and leftists insist that it is. Schwab admits, unlike certain past epidemics, COVID-19 doesn't pose a new existential threat. And despite the coronavirus not being an existential threat, Schwab believes that it can and should be used as the catalyst to create a new world system which he calls the Great Reset. And this new system where capitalism still exists in a watered down form, but where the real power is wielded by a few global elites with more authoritarian forms of government aiding and abetting them. Clowns in panic proven yet again. Our show was criticised early this year by some members for not covering the COVID story. I said it was BS then, and Schwab just proved it with his comments in the last paragraph. It doesn't pose an existential threat and is being used for other purposes. This is why THI is always ahead of the game. We see through the bullshit distraction programs and focus in on the hidden hand agendas. And his next comment proves that statement even more.
He said life is all about making choices.
Fourth industrial revolution, where most human jobs will be accomplished by robotics. And he said the COVID-19 crisis has shown us that our old system will not fit anymore for the 21st century. It has laid bare the fundamental lack of social cohesion, fairness, inclusion, and equality. And he said, in short, we need a great reset. And for Schwab, a choice exists between going back to the capitalist status quo, which has served most quite well since the end of World War II, and a new system of capitalism light with Marxist elements thrown in. Specifically, he said, we will need to reconsider our collective commitment to capitalism as we have known it. And he said we must rethink what we mean by capital in its many iterations, whether that is financial, environmental, social, or human. His words, humans as capital. Now, where have we heard that before? Perhaps the term human resources makes more sense now. He then says, today's consumers don't do not want more and better goods and services for a reasonable price. It's all very well, Mr. Schwab, but where are the funds coming from to pay for these better goods and services with jobs out?
Tommy, you and Kim had all the funds, remember? And you're ragging out somebody else.
It's thinking patterns, Mr. Schwab. And these people are so hell-bent on control, they lose sight of the fact that the very people who keep them in control and rolling in currencies are we the people, not robots. These people are utter jackasses. And then he says they increasingly expect companies to contribute to social welfare and the common good. In other words, corporations should no longer exist solely in order to create goods and gain profit, but to assist in curing society's ills, almost if the companies themselves are a part of government. The corporate companies are a part of the government. Do you think they're all stupid, Mr. Schwab? All you're doing is revealing your hand. That was once hidden. The USA Inc. is the corporate company acting as a government of America. So you're not telling us anything new. I've been telling a whole heap of other people something new, but certainly not us. He then says we have a choice. Don't like their choices. What is the lesser of two evils? Neither. That's the third choice of triality. To remain passive, which will lead to the amplification of many of the trends we see today: polarization, nationalism, racism, and ultimately increased social unrest and confidence once more. All of those categories which was created by think tank groups, of which Mr. Schwab is part of. Then he says, but we have another choice. We can build a new social contract, particularly integrating the next generation. We don't want and need your contracts, and you can stick them where the sun don't shine. Then he says we can change our behaviour to be in harmony with nature again. Now that is comedy at its best. We can change our behaviour to be in harmony with nature again. The same global elitists who have rampaged this planet have many resources to line their own pockets, and now they speak like they are environmentalists. Environs? No, mentalists, definitely. And we can make sure that the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution are best utilised to provide us with better lives. In Schwab's new world, things such as rolling lockdowns, crowd restrictions and mask mandates will become a permanent part of not only America but the entire world. And this change, Schwab believes, is coming whether we like it or not. Radical changes of such consequence are coming that some pundits have referred to as before coronavirus, BC, and after coronavirus, AC era. And he said we will continue to be surprised by both the rapidity and unexpected nature of these changes as they conflate with each other. They will provoke a second, third, fourth, and more ordered consequences, cascading effects, and unforeseen outcomes, he said. But when you break it all down, Schwab's pronouncements are little more than repackaging of the same globalist agenda that we've been hearing about since the 1990s. This time, however, globalists such as Schwab are using the COVID-19 pandemic as an excuse to foist their collectivist ideas on the world. It's almost as if this pandemic itself is part of the plan, a triggering point in a global behavior modification exercise. You know, it's some plan. You have to give them some credit for that. But we have to stop it. You know, in less than a year, they've gotten the entire planet wearing unnecessary masks and allowing themselves to be locked down in the name of public health. And one has to wonder what the next radical change is going to be. And according to Schwab, you will own nothing and you will be happy about it. The US won't be the world's leading superpower, who wasn't to begin with. And you won't die waiting for an organ donor that will be made by 3D printers. You will eat much less meat. Meat will be an occasional treat, not a staple, for the good of the environment and our health. 8 billion people will be displaced by climate change. That came from Soros's Open Borders claim, remember. Polluters will have to pay to emit carbon dioxide. There will be global price on carbon, and this will help make fossil fuels history after they've controlled all the new energy, that is. And they said Western values will have been tested and they can put checks and balances on everything a couple of pieces about that. The Simon Perez Center for Peace. For peace, really. Let's remind people about Mr. Perez, shall we? Because he was responsible in building nuclear weapons or attaining nuclear weapons for Israel in the 1960s. He was also involved in the planning of the Suez Canal War, declared war on Egypt in 1956, spent most of his time buying weapons off the UK, America, and in particular France, ordered a long-range Israeli airstrike against the PLO headquarters in Tunis, Morocco. He also initiated Operation Grapes of Wrath, in which 106 Lebanese civilians died, and was also a supporter of the mass genocidal, homicidal maniac Ariel Sharon. And for all that, you get a peace prize. The world is jumping backwards. Peace is peace and war is war. One doesn't kill and one does. Common sense again. And we have to change their BC and AC prescriptions from before and after COVID to before and after clowns. And Mr. Schwab is an all-dancing puppet and a clown of the highest order. But we will thank him for his honesty, and now we the people have a choice. Our choice, not their choice. Globalist tyranny as warned in Crowds and Panic, or the new way as formulated by the People's Front. That is our choice.
Alright.
If you ever thought for 1 minute the bantering war between America and China was government-based, Trump versus Xi, then this story blows that away. China has strongly rebuked the UK, the US, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada after being accused of a concerted effort to silence critics in Hong Kong. The countries which form the Five Eyes Alliance criticized China's imposition of new rules to disqualify elected legislators in Hong Kong, and they urged Beijing to reverse course. A Chinese foreign ministry spokesman said this week and warned countries to stay out of China's affairs, saying they should be careful or their eyes will be plucked out. They should be careful or their eyes will be plucked out. And he said the Chinese never make trouble and are never afraid of anything, according to Zhao Lijian, who spoke to journalists on Thursday today, saying it did not matter if they had 5 or 10 eyes.
It was I who stepped on your dress.
That story was ran by the BBC, which is MI5, MI6, and said this in an effort to appease the non-thinking people.
Busted my 2 necklaces too.
Five Eyes is an intelligence-sharing alliance of the 5 Anglophone countries set up during the Cold War and initially developed to monitor the USSR and its allies. That's what the BBC told the non-thinking people. Well, actually, MI5-6, because they run the BBC. We, on the other hand, know different, and we will ask the BBC, then why is the KGB part of the Five Eyes network? Oops. And has been since 1946, before the Cold War and after.
What have they done to
Also
my
during.
sweet Rosalie? No one can love her.
So now you know
as much as me.
this war that's
What
going on
have they done to my
is a
sweet
war
Rosalie?
on behalf of intelligence agencies. And it's got nothing to do with the people or the governments of those 2 countries. And at which point do the people and or the governments not realise this is a fact and stop it?
My sweet Rosalie? What have they done to my sweet Rosalie? No one can love her half as much as me.
This piece,
My sweet Rosalie.
or the piece about the first draft disinformation group earlier, plays into this piece of intel for this week. And we've outed several of these behind-the-scenes operations that are run by agencies and peers of government. Operation Timber Sycamore was a classified weapons supply and training operation run by the CIA and supported by some Arab intelligence services, such as the Security Service in Saudi Arabia. Launched in 2012 to 2013, it supplied money, weaponry, and training to rebel forces fighting Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. And this operation was run by the CIA's Special Activities Division, SAD, and yes, we are SAD. Sad and depressing and sad and twisted, and has trained thousands of rebels, and the operation's existence was suspected after the US Federal Business Opportunities website publicly solicited contract bids to ship tons of weaponry from Eastern Europe to Tasuku, Turkey, and Aquaman, Jordan. And one of the consequences of the program has been a flood of US weapons, including assault rifles, mortars, and rocket-propelled grenades into the Middle East's black market.
Love is a white room that cures every ill.
So who was involved in this?
What have you done to my sweet Rosalie?
Vice President Joe Biden is known to have been an active proponent of Operation Timber Sycamore within the Obama administration, and the president secretly authorized the CIA to begin arming Syrian rebels in 2012. In July,
This daggum Thomas William here started the whole Elvis thing and locked me into a castle. Me, we, all that crap.
Or to offering rebel forces defensive capabilities. Absolutely.
The stronger the pill. What have they done to my sweet Rosalie?
Clowns to the
Mad about
left,
her, and
clowns
she's
to the
crazy
right.
for me. They lost her in jail in my guts.
And
Lost her in jail in my guts.
Right, I'm in jail here.
Well, the guards that are asleep with
Billy,
their butts in the door.
They don't
What
know
have
what
they
they're
done
doing.
to my sweet Rosalie? I cooked a partridge to mark her return.
Connections.
I cooked a partridge to mark her return.
Data
I pushed in a chair, brushed the bus to her waist, unbuckled the straps just to gaze at her face, and blew on her spoon and offered a taste. I knelt in her chin as she drooled on the taste. How sweetly she pushed my cheek in through the face, and snatched off the knife round the table we chased.
Common
Nibbled
theme
and
that
jabbed
runs through most of
it, till my heart gave in. She settled herself in my lap and free embrace. I'm mad about her, and she's crazy for me. What have they done to my sweet Rosalie? What have they done to my sweet Rosalie? What have they done to my sweet Rosalie?
CIA
What have they done to my sweet Rosalie?
and the distraction information warfare is now in full
Mr.
flow,
Computerhead did it.
whether it's the mainstream media or the alternative media. And my advice is to best ignore most of it, and I mean most of it. It's going to get worse. It's bad enough as it is now. Now, THI has always called out BS, and much of it was not believed when I originally stated it. But over time, each one we outed became more clear as time went on, and that is the key now. A week where the alt media descended into the same pit of the mainstream media and declares people who question anything are labelled as haters. But too little of the alt media now is born in truth or facts. One alt media personality this week is proclaiming Robert David Steele as the new temporary president, as neither Trump nor Biden would cut it. Several alt media people are proclaiming all top people are dead or in Gitmo, and yet there is zero evidence to support either, and I mean zero. In fact, in Event 3, did we not out Gitmo as having one of the research labs? Dream of one. Two alt media this week are arguing over the validity of assemblies due to the difference between a citizen and a person, when both forget we have no government, and so it renders it mute. Recent additions to the alt media to control the narrative are gene decode, which is part of ashtray command, or ashtray command is the better terminology, and so is BS. Gene decode is an interesting name given the timing, and we'll find out more about that soon. Charlie Ward is a high-level currency dealer and is a Golden Dragon member, so is connected to the former entity known as Demon and also Randy 2. Drake Tonight and Ken Dunn all back out about varying levels of saver programs. And the question is it loop time again? And in case some get confused about recent second-hand information put out by another show, I will give you the first-hand information as to what is real and what is distraction. There were 21 parents, there were 13 ovens, and there are 39 species below our feet. Those are the correct figures, no matter how many times the deliverer of the second-hand information wants to say it. Twisting the narrative to make it fit into a pattern the person doesn't understand will not
That's what you
make
guys
the
have been
information
doing for
correct.
10 years. Twisting it.
With all the president stuff, all except one group did warn of it several times in the past 3 months, and it all unfolded as stated by one caveat to date, which is Pelosi. But if all these things that the alt media people are telling you had happened, the world would be getting better, not worse. Trials of vote rigging, fake ballots, missing ballots, trash ballots, raging all over the internet. But what is wrong with these 4-year non-memory blue people? That happens at every single election. The only difference is you fell for the media-led tribal battle syndrome, and the majority in the alt media lost. But it wasn't you that lost the election, it was Trump. And what is generally overlooked in these missing ballots and counting errors is, why should an election be any different to the day-to-day activities in America, where levels of incompetency are at record levels across the country?
You guys were incompetent.
Nothing works, least of all government departments, whereby a simple license renewal turns into the most complex levels of absurdity and crass stupidity. It literally boggles the mind. So why should an election vote and count be any different?
No regard for life.
The difference is your guy lost. Nothing more and nothing less. And the great question is, what actual concrete proof has Trump given to the people that things have improved in the last 4 years?
Yes.
The cold stark truth is nothing.
Yes.
And will he starve without me?
Yes.
But it's all part of some secret plan or chess moves. But what happens if you are not on the chessboard?
What you offer your throat to the wolf?
And all of it is to distract from the nuggets of truth permeating around the world now, and the fact that the mainstream media and the alt media clowns are losing the narrative, and badly. Real badly. Fact checkers, newsprint articles to wash over the truth. The mainstream media lying through their teeth, and alt media personalities making shit up as they go along.
No,
And passing it
Tommy.
off as fact, when evidence to support it is nowhere to be seen.
You guys
Because if it
pre-manufactured it
things would be better.
and said I was your patsy.
And the world is currently being hypnotized by bullshit and walking around oblivious to the basic facts on evidence readily available.
I think you, the
The
trust you
UK
had,
and Irish governments
was
both
your
confirmed in the
wife
past 2
Kim's
weeks that the
dead
virus
parents.
doesn't exist.
We'll see.
But all of that is washed over by people distracting the public with blatantly fake claims that literally defy belief.
The guy I knew in
Remember,
this
one
reality had a
media
heart attack and
outlet
died.
stated that the virus doesn't exist,
Pratt.
then tries to sell $25,000 machines that was 50% overpriced to cure the said virus that doesn't exist.
My ex-husband's brother.
I warned it would get ugly, and it has on all levels. And the chronic lack of shadow and innerwork now reveals itself to the all. The lack of balance in people now render it clear for all to see, as their metronome clicks ever faster from side to side, and common sense becomes a rare commodity.
You're a fucking moron.
Perhaps the rarest commodity on the planet currently. As people seek sensationalism over reality,
You and Danny and Mel and
the
Randy.
balance and common sense
You're all a bunch of dumb drama bitches.
Whipped into a state of frenzy and almost ready to accept any solution from their own madness. The days of the vaccine ticks closer and closer, and it will be we the people who will ask for it. Well, not us, the bots, right? To cure their own insanity. It's the city of Lightfoot. Personally now, those who are wishing to take the vaccine should be given it first. And if the consequences of taking it are as bad as we have all suspected, then they themselves are responsible for their own stupidity and downfall. If people are too stupid to research and think for themselves, why should we worry about their innate ability to fall for the most basic stupidity and falsehoods and then pass them off as fact because some alleged authority told them so? Nurses and doctors are alleged authority until they go against the higher authority, and then the crushing arm of their Talmudic law comes down on them, and people follow suit accordingly. Police are the alleged authority, but one staged event a few months back changes their whole opinion, and now they should be defunded. But too few asks, what happens next? The military are the authority. And remember,
you know what I think it is? I think you get rid of them and then you build it again using people that you know are trustworthy. Kind of like the corporations and the banks and the governance.
Military and militia both which level of tyranny is required before they actually take action. Suddenly, everyone has gone common law, which is good if you are learning about it. But given the levels of it in the old media, one believes it is a program being run, just like the toilet paper program ran earlier in the year. Now, common law can work, but only if all the people assembled in one group as a collective force. Individual and separate groups has never and will never work, and why it is being pushed in the old media again currently. And the overview of it is a distraction ultimately, but maybe we hold on to hope that Matt Hancock and Andrew Cuomo will be arrested. Time always tells. And it's time to step back and think for yourselves. Stay in balance, work on your shadow and inner work, and find real and actionable solutions for us all. Our show will continue as it's always done. It will be free. We're not here for donations, like clicks, popularity games, sensational headlines, or claims with zero proof. We just stay calm and keep it real, and so should you all. This has been the Truth, Honor and Integrity Show. My name is Thomas Williams. Bye for now.
I've tried to create an atmosphere of non-judgmental situation here where people get to sit where they want and express their, for example, if you were a lesbian and you wanted to come here, you wouldn't be judged. Look at lesbian rule. Look. What I think is nice, though, that the lesbians are at least being polite about the dude sitting next to them. I mean, man, you're not even transgender. Are you? Yeah, I'm getting too old for that. I think I'm going to retire. Yeah, that's it. I'm announcing my retirement. At some point in the future, I'm going to stop doing this show. What I need is a morning show. A morning show with a real sidekick, not some fruity appliance. Yeah. Someone, a partner that I could maybe I had an attractive young woman, and I could talk to people about the stuff, and I could wear a sweater.
And chose to make this page no longer public. One of my alleged friends asked me to do that, and so back in those days, I was a little more compliant, or let's even say trusting. But welcome. That's evidence for you. 329. Check this out. So here again, I opened this page up today that I call Aaron Cousin. And like I have stated countless times, where I'm an Eros and CW Channer, and a poor quality broadcast ganged up on me. Was that little video called Spirituality and Politics we talked about? And you can see I published this to YouTube on February 16th, 2018. Welcome at 3:30. So as I was opening this page back up, 2 out at 3:30, you guys are going to try to stop what Channer has been down because the punk ass knows he's going to be in trouble. So short and sweet, minute 46. Spirituality and politics removed. Okay, let's go to YouTube now. Because if there's not anything that grinds my gears, it's a damn liar. Life's doing nuts. And why is it that last night's video was called Time and Money for Girls Covered in Money? Well, what I'm saying to you guys is there is no verbiage in this video. It's that stupid ass drone music while they play their games, manipulate views up and down, do secret messages, whatever dirty rotten deals. Well, let's just go to playlist. and see if we can pull up spirituality in politics. Because this is where the evidence lies for how I was treated by a group of at least a dozen people, just constantly stabbing me with knives. Spirituality and politics with C.W. Channer. Let's see if we can pull it up. Well, of course, I have my copy. I'm not a schmuck. But where's Channer's copy? Where's Channer's copy? Spirituality and politics. Oh! And Malcolm's. Boy, I was glad to see all that nonsense today. That's just going to give Channer a little anyway. Until he remembers that he's so tired of knowing behind the scenes. The network already knows. Just as that business is. I'm not talking about something on the show. Honestly, sad as but no, I'm talking about just plain old scenes. Just plain old scenes ran away when he was busted.
Unbuckle anything that's buckled, unhook anything that's hooked. And I'll try and muscle through, even though there's a dude in lesbian room.
The sacrifice. Oh yeah, we're perfect for it. I don't really realize why. Unless they realize that Randy's the one who brought me into all this media hoopla. He interviewed me in the end of 2015. Called the year that is and was Sue's Pratt. I got teased about that too. I mean, it was my first public interview ever. And boy, were they coming down on me, calling me a hussy and saying my voice sounded like a man. I mean, just all the shit from the go. I mean, I'm not teasing men that sound like women. Good Lord. And I don't sound like a man, but this guy's not a man to begin with. So, where's spirituality and politics, sir douchebag? Sophia's Emporium on C.W. Channer. Hey, that's a doozy. It's so long ago that most people have forgotten. So why don't we go look at it real quick, since he's such a puss, he won't leave his own work up, pain in my ass. Oh yeah, my intellectual property. Absolutely. What do we got? There, I'll give him a spotlight. Hey, wait a second, ding dong. Wait, before I start hollering at you. I do need to say real quick for the two people that are listening, is that if you think back to the video before the comments, he was saying some pretty dirty shit. And I said that video will go down in C.W. Channer's infamy. Because what they did is they made up a story that his wife has a YouTube channel with no subs, and he busts her because she might be and you got this woman that we've never seen in her face. I mean, I can't believe people think that you can just get some false actor chick talking shit and him playing games with her and them teasing each other, and we're really supposed to believe it's wifey. And at the same time, he cries. And everybody's hurting his wife and his kids. I mean, do you see how the switcheroo works? Now see, I'm not just trying to take care of myself. If you think about every video that I've ever made, I am equally concerned for all of the people. I mean, see, that's where you get his crap. How he loves everybody, but he'll tell you straight up he don't. But here I am actually caring about other people and trying to defend them while I'm getting hit upside the head by a bunch of half-wits. No, you're all for profit. And aren't you a paid shill? And the reports say you make 90 grand a year. I mean, you need to take donations. And what's up with all of this raising money for charity scams? Oh, because that ties in to these secret accounts. You know how you take your charge card? Hey, you know how you take your charge card to the store these days? So let's say you're going to put, pay your logins, whatever, And they take that card and look at it and they say, is this debit or credit? And it's like, what kind of corn is in your ears? This is a charge card. Well, like we figured out with this whole CCN and IP number out of California and this OPP trust product crap. Oh yeah, people have been swiping your debit cards attached to your charge card and you didn't even ask for a debit card, now did you? Oh, he's an awesome parasite, no doubt. I agree, bud. You're a bug, he's a bug, whatever, it's cool, man. You can like who you like. But if his parasitic face attacked your buggy body, I mean, would you still let him feed off you? And even if you want to, that doesn't mean I have to. Right? I mean, I've defended this guy a million times, asked him to stop, drop, and roll. And he keeps it up. In his last video is about women dripping in honey. He's playing drone music to you fools. I could give a rat's ass. I'm just saying, he's been harassing me for 3 years. And you people thought you could keep me down so you wouldn't get exposed. Talk about selfish. That's right. 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 Anybody know about it these days in the conspiracy movement? Oh, it's not conspiracy, it's reality, fools. Right. Right. You don't hear me yelling at them. Hey, out of mind, how you doing? I was showing the proof that he took down spirituality and politics in 2018. Out of mind. I was looking for it to see if it's up right now. I haven't seen it so far. Good question. May I ask how he harassed? But you didn't put the you part in there, so I'm not sure how good your sentence is. May I ask how he has harassed? I did not start following his live feeds until recently. Okay, very good question, out of mind. And I've documented it in over 40 videos. So, back in the day, our friend and the person we're trying to help, CW, got involved with the Conscious Consumer Network. So if you go back into his library, you will find that he swore he would never go on that show. Kind of like the Jimmy Church episode. But anyhow, he was never going to go on CCM because he knew that they were vile. But his friend Z was there. And so Mel had been interviewing Z. Z and her were talking code. Z left the public platform after the Standing Rock incident, where he was involved with a little group that was going to set something off. So far, so good. So, in the meantime, Z and CW were best buddies. Now, if you also go back in the CW's archives, a couple times Z has came and sat on these panels where 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 chanters get in there, and CW ignored him, which was really weird, unless you believe what I'm saying. Because what you have to do is you have to separate and divide, act like you're not friends, and split the other way and meet back up at the OK Corral. And Z was a wife beater. Oh yeah, Z smacked his bitch. And you know, they had their little baby and the whole 9 yards. And then Z drug his wife onto a video, put her face in it. And she said, I can't do this. And she got up. And then he made an excuse that she had to feed their child. Now, she was nursing. And he was so uptight.
The cemetery, they're not going to run and go, where you going?
Nurse. You know,
do you know that when people like necessarily sneak? I went out to a diner the other day, right? Oh, yes, right. But it was in Los Angeles, and I looked out the window, and there was a guy, a paparazzi guy, and he was kind of like diving behind his car and doing a forward roll in the parking lot.
Run for the hills.
Who the hell is he to take
and then, like I said, he hung out with Chandler a few times.
He was trying to take a photograph.
And Chandler blew him off like yesterday's news. So, answering your question out of mind, this is when the harassment started.
If he had just walked.
So, in the meantime, Conscious Consumer Network went dark, which means they had to go underground because they're an international hub of vile people that were operating scams, you know, swiping debit cards, raising money for false charities. What have I said about mental illness for anybody that knows? Oh yeah, Mel and gang are vile. See, out of mind. CCN, Mel and Biggie ripped me off for $4,000. Put a back door in my computer through the team viewer and tried to ruin my brand new desktop computer, my Apple. Oh, they put a big worm in there. And I still haven't been able to get my computer right ever since, but nobody cares about that. I mean, I didn't come here to harm or bother anybody. But, see, Mel picked me up immediately after Randy Maughan's interview. At that time, Randy Maughan's was on CCN. He must have been undercover brother because he had been broadcasting for years. I have a new memory. Okay. So anyhow, Randy Maughan's didn't need to be coughing up $100 donation to Melanie Vermees to broadcast off-planet media out of her fucking whorehouse. I mean, he had already been online a decade. He was in there to bust it. Oh, hi, Glow 2. I'm glad you're here while I'm live. I was asked a question by Out of Mind about how Channer started this with me. They published my name all over the net, and I exposed them along with Lisa and Dee. Good. And see, I started realizing that about a year ago, there were a lot of new people in the chat that weren't there to help him do dirty deals done dirt cheap. They were more like those third-party evaluators behind the scenes, feeling it out, seeing how they felt about this man's demeanor, because he had already said so many lies. And I mean, shoot, when we go back to the thing where Mel told me she'd bury me so deep I'd never get up, see, Mel was the first hosebag to be stupid enough to call me mentally insane. Why? Because I quit CCN. See, Channer keeps saying that they fired me. And I've got the video evidence where I walked out on him. So he has got to make you guys keep believing his lies when it comes to the person that they will not speak the name of, and that is me, your buddy Suze. Every time he tells one of his dumbass stories, my story is wound up in there, and he uses other people's names to represent it, which I find offensive to my spirit. And I also find it offensive when a man abuses a woman. I have never been beaten by a man. I have never been raped by a man. I've never been sodomized by a man. So when you throw these things in my face and want to call yourself a man, well, I'm going to have to call you a punk-ass girl with a beard. Because men shouldn't abuse women and women shouldn't abuse men. And I've never abused any men either in my life. So I take serious responsibility when it comes to me being somebody's friend. And, you know, if you're going to tell somebody, I love you all, I love everybody. Oh, I love you, I love you, I love you. But they're really just there to suck your energy dry. I mean, here again, the counselor is misleading the jury. And that's what I have to say about that. Now, I do believe with his bipolar nature and his medication and his drug abuse and things, he really did forget every rotten thing he did to plan my demise. But here again, I really can't deep down say I believe that 100% because I hear every dirty word he says without saying my name. I've also heard the dirty words he says when he says my name. And to make it out to his wife, like I wanted to be his booty call, that really is love. I mean, I've always been in committed relationships. I am nobody's whore. But since I got recruited into this Elvis mystery, well, now you can see what that ties in a little bit. Whether it's the ghosts or the spirits or all of this sexual talk. You're starting to figure it out, right? I mean, I hope everybody is. Because it's not nice. And here again, to be pulled in to social media with no computer experience. Like the other night when Chandler was talking about the idiot, he put it under Corey Good's name. That even though Corey Good knows how bad Facebook is, he's still on it. Remember his secret page? You better invert that and twist it around and realize that these con artists are very probably the ones that stole my identity on Facebook, whatever you want to call it, and made a sock account somewhere out there on me. Because I can't reach my friends list or nothing on my Facebook page, and I knew I was shadow banned. And of course, he made fun of me in the beginning because I was a Facebook bitch. Yeah, Facebook, right. You know, just call it what it is. Data collection, video game format, Tavistock inspired and paid for. But, you know, you can't run away once you realize you're in a war. You don't want to have your back to them when they put the knife or the bullet in. See?
I tell you, I think you're going to get
I was always on Facebook and YouTube.
You got
I had
an eagle's eye
a
view from
YouTube
up
channel
here,
a week
because the folks
before
watching at
this
home
schlep rock
can see
did.
well all the time. That's
He
one nice
wasn't
thing
the
about the
first
little
bitch
theater.
on the block.
There are about 300 of us here.
I
They sound
also
like an
had
army, but
my
there's only
YouTube
300.
channel up
Let us get together,
prior
if you will.
to Corey Good
As we
and
say in the
David
afternoon, give a
Wilcox
nice
talking
dance
their
and
smack.
let's give them a nice Saturday night.
I had to start
This
this
is
from the
going to be a
beginning by
tremendous
doing a
record.
question
It's
about
not 2 weeks.
life. Hey,
Whale
can I
of a
say
thing,
something
great
real quick?
sound. It's a
I don't
cooking
even
record.
like that song.
Featuring the
What is
Cornet.
it?
Lollipop.
The Wife, the Knife. Stewie Griffin and Family Guy. But go ahead and answer your question. I'm glad you're here. Give it to me. Play the video to ask the question. whatever. It says down to it if he's a Republican or Demo, etc. But it says he's single. Okay, now before you got here, Uni, what I was discussing was the other night, it was 2 shows ago, when allegedly his wife, he busted her because she had opened a YouTube channel that had no subscribers, and he thought she was live streaming. So he called her on the phone and said, "Hey, I busted you, baby. Ha 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 ha." Now this to me sounds like that Aldina Aberin, that stupid name he made up that goes with the fake account with the Kelly story. You see what I'm stepping? So no different than multiple accounts, whether they're socks, avatars, made up names, aliases. That's what I'm saying. Is that woman that he talked to on the phone that he called his wife is no such thing. Because think about it, you and Rob. We've never once seen her face. And you can't tell me he wants to protect his family when he makes such a great jackass out of his own self.
This is dinner.
And compared to my story,
Jenny, when you going to make the record?
I mean, you guys
You got a funny feeling in your
have
stomach
seen
that you might
Joe.
have a hit?
Well,
You've seen my
usually
son
no,
Ian,
but this time I had a
and I'm
huge
afraid
punch that
Chandler,
you can't
I do believe
and
you're
a
right.
few of you.
feel. So,
Glenn,
You've
what
seen
have
my
been the
middle
biggest
daughter
records for the
Lauren,
quartets through the years?
who was
well, the
inducted
last
into
one
a
was
gang
just between you and
and
me,
forced
and then
into
it was
some
born to
kind
be
of
with you and lay down your arms.
madam ship
Help!
for
You got more than your
prostitution,
share.
which breaks my
What do you
flippin'
do with
heart.
all of the gold records that you collect?
And he also
Well, we put him
knows
in the most
about in
conspicuous place in the house.
2012
So
with
nobody
my
could
oldest
Over
daughter
the mantelpiece?
and her
I hear
possession.
Mrs. Wire there
So,
tonight, sir.
I came
You just got too
online
many.
originally to leave video messages for the grandbabies that I will never get to see.
Janet,
Now,
what was
if you start
the biggest
really
record
thinking
the Quartets
about
ever had?
this,
Oh, Mr. Sandman.
it's very
That one was
possible
about, we're talking in figures
that
tonight,
these
about
people that are
1,500,000
involved, here
Here
again,
it is.
in targeting, harvesting, and prostituting people, not just little kids, I'm talking about humans, teenagers, adults. So trafficking, harvesting, and prostituting. Think about it. If your kid, and believe me, my kids and I were very close. They always loved me and I always loved them. They were never harmed. So if all of a sudden your kid says that you did something so terrible you'll never see the grandkids ever again, guess what most people would think that is? And then I wind up in CCN, where Mel V actually says publicly that Randy Morgans said that anyone that broadcast through the Conscious Consumer Network were pedos. Hey, Satellite Nancy 4. So when Mel called everyone that broadcast through CCN a pedo, see, that was never Randy's thing. Randy Morgans handed via the internet Melanie Vermees the intel dossier on Zen Gardner. For those of you that don't know, Zen Gardner was very high up in the marketing and promotion of the Children of God cult. Zen Gardner was Mel's big moneymaker there on Conscious Consumer Network. Yes, tag it out of mine, very good. So, in the meantime, Zen Gardner being second in command, see, what he said publicly was, well, there was only a few times where the adults were banging the kids. Oh, just a few. And I sent them to the outside of the community. Well, by then, this had gone on 15, 20 years. It reminds me a lot of what Chandler's are pulling his stuff on and offline. You know, because people only care about the news if it's like right then, 10 minutes ago. And then they go on to something else that happens a day later and they forget. But in the meantime, there's an onslaught of people that get ripped apart. And real quick, while we're all here together, since we know Zen and Melanie Bermays, fortunately, I love this guy. He's great. His name is Flow Destroyer. And he got them, I'm talking about Melanie, to come on his show. And oh, they lost their mind. I mean, Melanie and Vicky. So in the meantime, you've got the Kensington Brothers losing their mind. And they're the ones that keep telling everybody, every stinking time, these people are trying to raise money for a fake story. And believe me, those little kids over at Hampton, oh yeah, they really got molested and sodomized and were involved in SRA shit. But it was their own mom and dad that put them out. The mom and dad are divorced. You know that Ella and Dave guy or whatever his name is. Well, this shit went crazy all over the internet. And where it got really twisted was 3 Super Bowls ago. The 2 little kids in the commercials, they were those hamster kids. And see, we all knew like, you should go talk to Joe. I don't have it. My son's going out on a date. You know what's crazy? For real? $24 for one movie ticket, a soda, and popcorn. I was saying, man, can you imagine if you were going to do like a Kmart membership, you'd be dropping $100. Thank God they're going Dutch. You know? Alright, so back to this whole crappy story. You got this Amy, Ella, and all these lunatics, and you got the computer misuse that all the time. The water is what prevents us from being able to go after computer hackers. This is a short, simple basic. And of course, what I call that is a loophole. So what happens is these clubs go all over the world. Pretty interesting. Back to the chat. I really do believe that he was a sucker for Melon Blowhole. I think Melon Blowhole took advantage of the little kid. And that's why I wasn't too hard on him. I love you too. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. Sorry. Absolutely. And what a world we live in when you have a senior in high school, good looking kid, never had an actual real date. Right, everybody's online. Everybody's living these other realities. And the kids don't know who's who, whether they're gay or straight or even interested in any kind of a relationship. My son said, boy, this is all happening so fast. And I said, honey, oh my God, the way we all grew up, that's what your freshman home community dances for. You got to meet and 7.4 hours of like, this kid's ready to go out in the real world. Huh, no way. And I think a lot of the adults got hit by this stuff, and that's why I say I'm never attacking chat. I'm really not. I am defending myself. And then we get into the thing about what a troll is. Now, if admittedly, I've said publicly that I enjoy catching bad guys. Oh, I dig it. For real. I mean, my dad was a cop, and he wasn't a jackass cop. Let me show you some pictures while we're here. You'll find this fascinating.
You're into something new, and you want to get good at it. Like,
okay,
really
too bad for explaining it to me. I'm behind on the screen, but I just got here.
You can study back to back.
You know what? And I want to say something to you, Rock.
You can download videos.
I'm really proud of you, and I don't say anything lightly. So to know that you
Upgrade to
You
YouTube
went through
Premium.
all of your trials and
Try 1 month
tribulations
free and
and
watch
how you've served the
uninterrupted.
country and what it has given you in return. And I don't mean anything disrespectful. I mean the aches and the pains. I don't mean anything else by it. But, you know, it's very upsetting to me when people say that all fill in the blank are good or bad, are great policemen. And there's even great politicians. I'll go that far. But like we've all come to see, here's the main problem. Nobody knows who to trust. Now, personally, I think that's hot shit. Because, oh, my screen is frozen. How interesting. I'm trying to show you pictures. Wow. And someone's already acted in the house. Now, see, that is the true meaning of what a troll really is, isn't it? It's when they steal your money through swiping a debit card. It is hacking into your own personal space on the YouTube channel to try to shut you down. That's what a real troll is. A real troll is a parasite that wants to leech on to you like a damn vampire and suck either your money or your life force. Most people are just worried about the money. All they give a shit about is getting their materialistic buzz. But, see, I was really never into the money. I was into the relationship, the alliances, the truth, as best as I could put it, coming out. And I know that's what all these YouTube content creators are doing. So, like I've said before, a lie is actually a loophole, let's say, because if the truth is nothing more than a half-truth, depending on the level of perception at the given time. The only way we're truly alive is if we keep learning and growing. So, here again, even though none of us allegedly get it 100% correct, why would anybody judge you if you were analyzed to be 98.5% correct? And oh yeah, I'm that accurate. So, like I said, I was an open book from the go. And I'm naive. I was computer illiterate. I had never even been on a computer by choice because I worked with my hands my entire life. I ran a salon for 30 years, a small business that I loved. And then when the Mike Brown crap broke out here in Ferguson, and I spoke out on it, and that's my video called Love Letters to Ferguson, Mike Brown and me. It wasn't more than 8 months later until the town got burnt up. The first 2 fires set in Ferguson, Missouri were by my home and my business. They were set within 5 minutes. When the Little Caesars was burning down, those alleged firemen, which were no such thing, some of them were Soros paid, one of the SOBs looked at me and said, "You must leave your home. You gotta go." And I was crying, and I turned on the garden hose, and I said, "Fuck you." And he goes, "Don't worry, you'll get paid." And it's like, you disrespectful worm, because it was never about the money. Never. It's about the home. So, in the meantime, I turned the hose on, started spraying the fence down and live streaming. Now, Joe was down the street where the hair emporium was when the riots broke out and the fire was set on Church Street. They set a cop car on fire about 40 feet away from my salon. So the business, well, the building that the business was in was partially destroyed. And I used a clause on my lease which said you could take a third off your rent. And what I got was a phony eviction letter that was supposed to be a joke. So when somebody like Channer says, I'm just joking, it's like you don't get it. That's what Dave Pope said to me too. Oh, Suze, I was just joking. I don't want to evict you. I just want to raise your rent $50.
Fucking screaming like a human.
And that's when I walked. And guess
run in
what?
there and pick up the bed, bring her in the kitchen.
I'm going back into business but not doing hair. And I'm going to sell my worldly
What's happening
possessions
here?
because they don't mean a damn thing.
Stella, she has
And I'm a
separation
good
anxiety.
businesswoman. I can do anything.
She's in there
I've
all
got
alone.
4
She
years of
wakes up.
secretarial,
She's like, "Oh."
shorthand, typing, business organization, and accounting that stands behind the 30 years of the hair emporium. We were on the top 10 list of salons. People couldn't believe it because we were in the ghetto in North County. Well, I'm a fucking nationally accredited board certified hair colorist who uses non-toxic products. I've trained so many people, man. I've done it all. And Mel V told me personally that I had never been harassed until I came online. And that blonde skank ball made it her duty to try to take me down personally. And if you don't think I can go up against a crap-ass bleach blonde bimbo that worked for L'Oreal and actually sold salons out, here again, this is way too close to things that I hold dear to my heart. And the like I said before, organic color systems. I knew from the time I came online, I was coming to go through a crucifixion. And, you know, I said, all right, let's do it, because I already knew that there were no secrets. So it was really easy for me. But I kind of spun out for a minute, Rock. Here's what I wanted to say to you. Okay. When you invited me to talk at any given time, I don't know if you saw my response, because I know your chat runs very, very fast. My response was, I would be happy to answer any of your questions. But I really do hope that you believe me that since my computer has been hacked by Mel V, I make videos Biggie Blowhole, a bunch of cons at CCN, and Sir Chandelot, the big douchebag. You don't even want to know how messed up even my Gmail is. You don't want to know how many hacked things are in there and all those weird sex show freak weirdo crap that I can't stand. I mean, I can't keep up with it. They've spammed it so hard. I don't even deal with it because you know what? I'm not going to do anything. I won't do anything that somebody says they're going to make me do. And since I've been screwed by Apple,
They had Steely Dan on
and by YouTube, and by this whole
And I
damn
listened to the
computer
program,
retarded robot that runs
and
this
neither one
infrastructure,
of them
whether it is
said
our
anything
government
about who
or
Steely
our
Dan
religion
is.
or the bills we pay.
Do you know what a
I
Steely
do not
Dan is?
comply. And I
It's a
will
little
not comply.
stainless steel thing that looks like a
You
thumb
get it?
that the
So,
doctors
I can't
used
clean
to
up
put
my
on their
Gmail.
hand
I
to
can't really
make
get
a
an
woman
answer.
ejaculate. It's
Why
a
now I
Steely-
can't
They
even
call it
connect
the Steely
my
Dan.
iPod.
It's a dildo.
Oh,
It's a
we have
stainless steel
professionals
dildo
trying
used
to
by
help
the
me do
hospital,
it.
by medical professionals.
Funny, isn't it?
To check
I
a
spent
woman's
7 hours of my
to make
precious
her have an
time
orgasm.
just to
And
get
they-
my iMovie back up and
The
running.
women in the medical field called it the
I used
Steely
to actually
Dan.
make edited stuff.
It's
Yeah,
old
Rocky.
school stuff, but that
You might
was
have
the
been
name of the
impressed.
group.
I mean,
No, they
I'm
didn't.
impressed
Nobody
with your
said shit that
technological savvy, but
Steely Dan's a
I have
dildo.
no computer science, and I never tried to be. I was just a normal woman, like I said, leaving messages for my grandkids. And primarily what I wanted to do was do online business as the hair emporium. But you know what? It's been 4 years now, and I have come to terms. The truth about the truth always is an attack to liars and teeth gnashers. Yes, it has weighed the Canadian.
But I'll tell you what, it was really tough on me to accept the death of my business. Because I'm still me. The Hair Emporium was just a DBA. I was an independent contractor, a sole proprietor, not an LLC, not a corporation, not somebody sucking somebody's butt. I was just me, Suze. And I opened my shop at 21 years old because the hairdressers were such weirdos and cokeheads and ripping off rent and all sorts of nonsense that I knew if I wanted to stay in hairdressing, I would have to open my own salon. And that's where the Hair Emporium began in 1985. So March of 2015 is when I was evicted from 18 Church. I'm at the point now in my life, which isn't good at 55 years old, that I make now in 1 month what I used to make in a week. I've always paid my taxes. I've always been an upstanding citizen. I know they have no clue. But you know what? They're not going to have any clue when they're stuck in this hell and we're out of here. And we'll still be in the same locale. Isn't that funny? Just like the Google map images. You know, these true historians and people that are gathering the data and the information, showing you the sacred sites. And they go in with that Google and son of a bitch, there it is. It's the same thing with this whole computer. So if you ask me, this international man of mystery that I play ball with, that I don't know his name and I haven't had sex with, and it ain't even like that. We have been doing some kind of work online. The first thing that happened was the demonetization of all these channels that come to find out now, like you guys know, are corporate sponsored. That was step one. Step two was when number one showed me that they could blend my image in with their Elvis video. That, P.S., by the way, isn't actually the Elvis you believe it to be. There was more than one. Just like more than one Sandro, Roberto Sanchez. These people can't be everywhere at once. They made little web bots like Cliff High, but they were real people. So they gave real people contracts to go out there and sing and dance and talk on their behalf. Because since 1992, documented, they have had the biometrics where you step into the gray avatar man. You guys know what I'm talking about. And why is it? An uncollege educated, redhead, pain in your ass female has to bring it. And I think that I was saved from the years where they really took advantage of everybody on the World Wide Web, because at first you're autonomous. Then they switch it to where, well, you're really not so much so, but you can still hide in some corners. And then it goes to the third phase, the third 7-year cycle, where you can't hide nothing. And why should you want to? Nobody's judging anybody unless that person is so vile that they have judged themselves unredeemable. You get what I'm saying? Chanalot said he was dead 2 years ago on one of his drunken videos. So the whole thing spins out of control, and it's what they call the dark mirror. And of course, don't I get hassled because I'm a hairdresser that works in front of a mirror. You know, the gloss plan, I've talked about my heritage. Proper mermaid with a comb and a mirror. Does that sound like a hairdresser? I don't know. And, you know, the proper mermaid has the one fin at the bottom of her tail where the there's 6 clans that have coat of arms for their females. And so I'm in that first category. And by number 4, you get the improper mermaid. And that's the hose bag with the split in her legs, like a siren. And you know, the sirens were the ones that lured the sailors with their sexuality and their songs, and then either ate them or smashed their heads in. And I think that that's why, like, say somebody like Chanter, he's terrified of Poonanny. You know what I'm talking about. And that's why there's always got to be the alpha and the beta male. That's also why Chanter has said that he will suck the cock of any man that one-ups him. And he said that in his drunken videos. You know, we still got the question on the table. Does he even know what he prefers to get physical with? No, I don't believe that's his wife. No, I don't believe he has twin daughters. Most people would say, prove it. Well, not me, because I'm concerned with proving myself what I'm saying about my life and my family. I don't want to attack him, but like I said, I am nobody's bitch. I do not want to be abused. I don't abuse others. We need to come together. And this man is starting a white-on-white race war. No different than in this town of Ferguson. They have black-on-black hate crimes. And hey, in the middle of it all, well, shit, you're prejudice on top of it. Now, if I went to a high school, Lutheran High School North, where half of the student body was not white, well, guess what? I'm not prejudiced. If I chose to stay in Ferguson or in North County in St. Louis, Missouri, here again, not prejudice. And I do want to say one more thing. Okay, so recently, I have made a very dear friend. And most people use her as a whipping post because she's really a he. He has his bottom part, and the military pays for his hormones to keep the girls happy. Am I making sense? Okay, late pain. Everyone enjoying the social engineering experiment on social media. I called CCN after trying to start a new race war. Bless your heart. With their white lash statement after the election, yes, they were quick to delete it. Okay, this goes back, wait, this goes back to her crybaby bibliography of getting kicked out of her home country, Africa. She's one of the Boers. I don't mean boring, I mean B-O-E-R-S. And so when Mel wrote her telltale gum stupid book, allegedly it got banned from Africa because she was so badass. All right, so in the meantime, let me go back, okay? When I started talking on CCN, Mel told me that I better quit talking about my personal life. It was too traumatizing for her and the other broadcasters. But like Mel said on Flow Destroyer, well, she doesn't tell anybody what to say. Well, you better not when you're giving her a donation to talk. But did you notice over these last couple of years, guys, everybody telling their personal story? Tag that back to Mel's threat to me. And that's why Channer makes up these false stories about his life now, because everybody's telling their story. Let me get back to Rosie. All right, so the military pays for her adjustments, right? And most people think that she wants a man. She doesn't want a man. She's straight. She likes women. So, in the meantime, I am considered a troll to the weirdos that listen to her chat because I'm straight. Now, I've got all sorts of different kinds of friends. I don't judge people on their sexual preference, but I was made out to be a bigot by Chandler because when he was attacking me, well, primarily he hangs with closet gay guys and some gay guys that are out of the closet. Well, I wasn't knocking gay people. I was knocking the fact that I can't speak about heterosexual sexuality and lovemaking versus just sticking it in a hole. I mean, I had to tell my own kids when they were little about my son Ian, back to him, the kid on the date. He wanted to know where babies come from when he was about 4. And he pointed to his butthole. You know, he says, "Is this where I came out of?" And I said, "No, honey. Women have 2 holes. There's a hole the babies come out, and that other hole, the one you got, it's for outgoing only. Nothing goes in there. Do not allow that." And then they have to find out. That's how they break these kids, by sodomizing even little girls. When you think that a guy would want to stick it in the right hole, I mean, if you're on a little girl, why not put it in the right spot? But oh no. And it's all about the control. And it's about spreading the parasite. So I apologize to anybody that I offended. And in the meantime, like I have stated before, I'll bet you $1 down that half of the gay population is not actually into sodomy. They're into fellatio, and that's okay. We're talking about sexuality, and I'm the whore next door for talking about it? You gotta be kidding. Because I left a marriage of 19 years to a man that only wanted me for my money and told me to abort my firstborn. So you see why I'm very specific on what will get me to talk. It's not a trigger because I'm in control of it. But it's something that if I were a cop, I'd want to lock them up overnight with Big Bertha. You see what I'm talking about? If somebody can't back up their words, they better watch out because they're going to get flattened. That's what I'm talking about. And especially some punk making 90 grand a year playing lawless lawyer man with a fake wife and some fake kids. Hey, what do I know? But you see, this is the whole thing about actors. Don't you get it? There's real life human people out there that don't know themselves, so they're just acting. Let me read this. Hang on. I agree. I archived all of this for the last 8 years. Removing the fakers is almost an obligation. You are exactly correct, out of mind. Yes, I agree. Tag it. Wade, vaccinations. Oh, have dead babies in them, I know. And they are injecting fetal tissue, I know. And see, this is why I really feel bad for our veterans, because they are not allowed their medical coverage unless they're up to date on all their vaccinations. Think about a 70 or an 80-year-old veteran having to double down to the VA to get multiple injections on the same day and tag it to these poor babies. A baby's born in the hospital these days. They jab them with 4 concoctions at once. It's enough poison to take out a 275-pound horse or a man or a person. 275 pounds worth of living, breathing flesh. But oh no, they're going to make you take them. So this whole thing with the vaccines, all right? Thank God that my kid, Ian. It was born in 2000. He was the last grandfather into someone like me being able to claim a religious exemption so my kids would not be over-vaccinated. They're coming into homes. Yes, they are. I know this, and it is horrific on a mind. Now, as my son goes on in life, depending on what he wants to do, or who he wants to lay with, or whatever comes, if he has to take them, at least he won't be oversaturated. That's all I can know to say to anybody. And in the meantime, I will bring this up to you, since it is a responsibility to you, okay? This whole thing with chatter, not accepting blood type philosophy. Youngest is 28. Look up Dr. Diadamo, and he is the blood type guy. So you would be looking up Live Right for your blood type. Not FOR, the number 4. Dr. Diadamo, Live for your blood type. Live Right for your blood type. In that book, what they do is they give you a pre-surgery protocol. So depending on your blood type, you will be deficient in certain enzymes, amino acids, whatever it is that whatever it is that is part of your physiology. And they will give you a regime of supplements or whatnot that you can boost your immune system with before surgery. And I would highly believe that would apply to keeping your immune system up as we go into this last leg of the battle. So you want to keep your pH at 7. You can only get sick if you are acidic. 5.5, you've got cancer. pH of 5.5. You don't want to be over-alkalized either. So if you could keep yourself between 7 and 7.4, they say that's ideal. And back to my business and what you're seeing me talk about here. I know these things like the back of my hand because I've been living for my blood type for the last 15 years, which is why I choose not to eat meat. It is not a snob thing. My favorite food used to be cheeseburgers. Give me a break. But in the meantime, when I started living for my blood type, I realized that about 6 out of 10 foods I was taking in were poisons. And that is when I quit eating meat and drinking alcohol. And I have nothing against people boozing either. But where I signed my death warrant with Chanter was during spirituality and politics. I emphasized that if you were going to engage in any spiritual or religious practices, you should not invite alcohol because you are inviting spirits. This is, here again, a battle of powers and principalities. Non-physical astral entities can take over people. And that's why I keep saying space herpes. That's what they call it, because these energies work through the plasma and electrical fields. This is science. This isn't, hey, and I hope everybody here knows forevermore that I am no such thing as New Age. Oh no. And I'm not a practicing witch. I've never, these are things that have never happened in my life. But I was never shut down to the point where they could get me to participate either. I bartended for 35 years. I used to watch them change right in front of me. The others. Yeah, the others. I know about them. And, you know, the thing that I've always found, and here again, do with it what you will. My whole life, because I refuse to lie, about who I am and what I do and what I believe in. I have openly admitted to having a best friend that's called Mary Jane. Y'all know her? I don't think he believes in spooks or spirits. Oh, I agree. I absolutely agree, Athos. Absolutely. And see, that's what gets me the worst, is when you have someone that reads the Satanic Bible in high school for sport and plays with a Ouija board and calls on these energies. Well, hell, when you're in your crisis years, they come to visit. They don't visit when you're 9 sheets drunk and in college getting head. You're too busy to know. Now he knows as his body shuts down. Let me go back. We have had a bad time with young people having blood vessels popping in their brains. Lost a high school friend to it. They were injecting cattle just before slaughtering them, yeah. Because it would make the cat, yes. And that's when they used to call it mad cow disease. MJ and I have been besties for 52 years. I've been best friends with Mary Jane for, let's see, I'm 55. I met her at 14. 41 years for me. So, believe it or not, even when I was married to Dopey the Turnip, the father of my kids, he used to threaten me that he would let people know that I smoke to keep me in line. I mean, this is the man that wanted to make love to me. Yeah, this is the man that was the altar boy that had a secret circle jerk story that he told me when I was leaving him. Like that'd get me to stay, right? He just wanted me to stay till the kids grew up. Well, that would have been this year. And I left him in 2007. I actually paid that man rent to live in my own home so I wouldn't have to do it. How do you like that for a girl of principle? So, back to this story with these kids dying and these people that have basically lost their minds. You can see why it's not their fault. I mean, when it really comes down to it, it's not like they consented. So let me go back to Rosie. All right. So what I said publicly, and I mean with all my heart, is this person strove to balance their masculine and feminine side so much so that now they show it outwardly with this hermaphrodite body type. But the person is truthful. They're honest. And if they're not letting their friends abuse them and use them, they're actually creating really great content. She goes out and she'll show you what's going on in California, kind of like I like to do with St. Louis. And if all of us were showing the demise that was happening in each of our locations, it would surely prove that the same thing is happening everywhere. Kind of like when I was in Texas last weekend. And what, you leave Galveston Bay, you leave the beach, and then you have to drive through the oil refineries, and you see the different color water and the different color air, and then you hear that the bushes own all that crap. And then here I am in St. Louis, and I find out that Anheuser-Busch is basically the same bushes as the bushes that are the oil wells. And then you start to see the monopoly that you can't call a monopoly because they have prostituted this pyramid, this psychopathic pyramid of how to do business. And all I wanted to do was do business. So back to that. When you watched Corey Good and David Wilcock and Teresa and Yakety Squack and on, we'll see. They all had to sign those non-disclosure agreements. And I never have. Because I never sucked ass, and I never gave in, and I never rolled over. And it's really the only reason I'm still alive, because with the intel I've dropped, and I know most of you don't realize that I'm the one that dropped it. But believe me, the network knows, because they were there. And I always knew. So, in my life, the only way that I've stayed alive is by revealing the truth, even if it does put my life in danger, because in the end, I've lived a great life. And this is not the human life that our Creator would want for us, you see. So, I know what I do carries on into time and eternity. And that's really all that matters to me, because the idea that you can constantly be mind-wiped, whether it's by false media, or by somebody jabbing a needle in you, or dropping something in your hair. I mean, that's the biggest offense that I can even comprehend. And while we're on Alzheimer's, when you have something like the FDA allowing secret deodorant, which is full of aluminum, alum, and aluminum chloride, any one of those three, going right into your pores transdermally, really close to your brain and your breasts. Well, here again, these chemicals and these metals that are building up in us. See, they tell you they can't get rid of them. But I'll tell you this, when I quit boozing, when I quit eating meat, I did the cleanses. I've talked about the colon cleanse, which is why I know about parasites and worms. I mean, I had a dozen people doing colon cleanses. They were passing zoos. And we used to go look at the things swimming in the toilet. And I know that sounds bad, but I know what a liver fluke is, because I passed one. Get it? And anyhow, you do your colon cleanse first. Then you do your kidneys, your liver comes after the colon. And you know, I always tell people, when you get to the liver cleanse, it's not like you're shitting things out, but man, you could be standing there all clean and showered and fresh and all that, and all of a sudden it smells like somebody set off a fart bomb. Well, that's the toxins coming out of you. So, eventually, after I had done all of the basic cleanses, which took me 2 years, I started doing the level up, which were liquid oral cleanses. And they had an EMF cleanse, and they had a heavy metal cleanse. And that's what I was doing when, and this is a terrible story, but I'll just tell it. So, I didn't want to be married to my husband anymore. Don't be the term. Tim Pratt, the trickster, aka the wiener. You see what I mean? I was done with his stupid ass. But it was our anniversary upcoming, and we were having a party at the Hair Emporium, one of the girls' birthdays. And unfortunately, it wasn't a Mary Jane party by design. It was a spirit alcohol party. And so we had Mary Jane back in the bathroom hiding her out. And I had a cocktail mix, cranberry juice and vodka. And I took one sip, and I got real hot. But there was a lot of people hanging out with Mary Jane in the bathroom, so, you know, I was like, okay, it's all right. And I took another drink. Well, at that time, a pain hit my liver, and I call it the hand of God. but it was like a knife into my liver. And what I heard was, "Bitch, put that drink down." And I said, "Yes, sir," or "Ma'am," or whoever. And I put the cocktail down. And I laid down and rubbed on my liver for a while. And Mary Jane was right with me, so I was fine. But in the meantime, a week later is our anniversary. The wedding anniversary. And you know how it is. You got dinner, you got a cocktail. And that's a whole other story what happened to me. And I was on that cleanse. So I get jokes now coming in about when we have our big party one of these days. Somebody's gonna have me to talk about. And I keep saying, "Which one of you son of a bitches don't say that? How I'm curious." Because my liver is way too clean to have another drink again. I never really did like drinking anyhow. I was always a skipper. I like buzz. I'm not gonna deny liking to kick back and get licks. But here again, my whole life read with Mary Jane. And even now, when you hear Channer talk so negatively about her, and then to find out that he was in her pants too, putting his hand in her bag, grabbing her buds, and then mocking her and calling her a whore, while he's got a man patch on, and a line of coke up his nose, and an IV full of booze. Here again, you can phone me sideways. I don't do hard drugs. I don't drink booze. And I will stand by Mary Jane today. I even like her edibles, so I guess that's it. I never expected to be online this long today. It all started with me going to a page called Adam Presley that I opened up back when this whole phenomenon was in major high gear, and I was trying to explain to everybody that I had seen all the old Elvis pictures removed and Adam's new pictures, which is why I have documented. I can show you 4 different faces of a man that you think is Elvis. But they always have one in a spare, just like Channer. He's got his one in a spare, allegedly. Get it? So, anyhow, they corrupted Mary Jane. I know. And you know the sad thing is, I will always, no matter what happens, go to Mary Jane's original dealers versus going to legalized Mary Jane that Monsanto was jizzing all over. You know what I'm saying? We don't got long. And I will give her up. Right. I will give her up. Just like I've given up every other one of my passions, pastimes, and worldly goods to follow Christ. Because this whole story is going to hit real soon. And whether you think I'm bad or good, I'm true and I'm honest. And Rudolph Steiner once said that anything that's truthful must be considered beautiful, no matter how ugly the reality of it is. Because it's way worse to look at somebody that's beautiful on the outside, but they're so ugly and vile on the inside that you wouldn't even want to be in a room with them for 10 minutes, even if they had their food right in your face. It's an offensive spirit. All we want is to have a real human life. And people like Channer are the real aliens. I don't mean the guys with the antennas. In the ancient times, the propaganda was even half as it is now. I can see why it was said, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Programmed zombies will be coming for all of us. Yes, Mr. Canadian. So, in the meantime, when the Mike Brown thing happened, and I do have a picture that's been made public of this, what you just spoke was exactly what I put on a chalkboard sign and had on my front steps. Lord, forgive them. Lord, forgive us. It was Lord, forgive us. Because at that point, I would have really looked like a pain in everybody's ass if I said them. Kind of like when people say, well, who are they? Don't play with me. Come on, man. If I knew, I'd tell you, but as we can see, everybody's got multiple aliases. And back to Rosie, let me connect this point for you guys. Because it has to do with CCN and fucking Mel and Blowhole, okay? Kata Gaia. Anybody in the house know Kata Gaia? Well, anyhow, let me tell you about Kata Gaia. This is one of those people that make you feel like a jackass. Because, right, no time to point fingers, no doubt. But, you know those ones that make you feel stupid? Because you think you're a real person, but you're a strong man and yak and swag and, hey, let us rip you off and we'll give you your sovereignty joke. Well, she was in that group of wankers. Okay, so Kata Gaia is bad. Look her up, look him up. He plays Rock Band too. And if you follow my coded messages, come to find out every one of these online alleged conspiracy theory journalist, popular, top of the rung douchebags were all in bands. Son of a bitch. Everybody plays Rock Band but me. Isn't that funny? But, okay, so Kata Gaia has just released her music. But it's really a hint. And I don't think that he's a veteran or ex-military. He doesn't have his girls. He wears little tops where you at least they put a bra on to make you look like a AAA, but that's not the point. He has his own hair, it's long. He dresses up like a girl. So, like I said, see, these people all aren't the same no matter which category you're in. Never. Whether it's color, race, creed, religion, belief, socioeconomic, none of it. So this Kata Gaia hated my ass. Just as really very good comedian make you feel stupid. And at the same time, get you to listen to the music. And the music is giving you disclosure about how stupid we are. And that, well, we could break free if we weren't so stupid. Now, back to Chandler. He does not believe in his legal fees, loophole, mumbo jumbo. It's in 1781. The United States, the corporation of, herein, thereby, and wherefore, has had a lien placed on it. And all of the living with hands and feet to work are indentured servants. And so now we have to go back to the race war. Oh, we were people with human slaves have ever been. Call me sideways. The Irish were working twice as much back in the day. Yes, out of my MJ is. You know what? I saw our other friend after, and that's cute, and that's funny also. But, isn't that a crock of shit? When you kind of wind it all up and figure it out, and you go back, you gotta forget Chandler. Because he doesn't know what he's doing. Because he can't remember. Because he's bipolar. And because he has been under psychiatric observation intermittently since high school. And then he's gonna tell you that does not affect his perspective. Okay, so we know about that. Very good. Native diet will connect back to Malibu and Blowhole and CCN and yes, Kevin Annette and the Kevin Annette and the now were in the same flea motel, let's say. So whether you are thought of as guilty by association or that you were lied to and manipulated and at one time you didn't know, but an eighth of the truth compared to now you know a quarter of the truth. And that's why here again, I mean, here's what I really believe is going to happen. And I've talked about it. Whoever number one is. Okay, good. I'm glad it makes sense because you've been here longer than I have. And I did not come online on Facebook until August 29th in 2014. Randy Moggins says that 2013 was some kind of loop year where they ghosted a lot of people. As I have seen my own friends be ghosted, it's going to tag back to this 20-year facial recognition project and these computer-generated images of who you believe to be whomever is your friend or loved one. So the other day, one of my friends is allegedly selling real estate and dealing with the pimps and the high rollers. Now, I know this little girl. So, is that really her? And will I ask her tomorrow when I see her? These are all things that I've got a lot of contemplating to do today because it's like anything. Once you let them really know and you put it in their face, well, the game changes. You know, sometimes you have to keep your enemies closer, they say. And this isn't an enemy. This is a friend who's been hijacked. But you get what I'm saying in this mix. So now we're down to ethics and morals, trying to save lives, and only doing business with people that you resonate with, versus doing business just to get the money. And even when I was at the height of my salon career, if I chose not to do somebody's hair, it was because they actually made me physically ill, made my skin want to creep, because they were liars and I could see right through them. And then that's going to go back to the whole thing of somehow, and I never took any remote viewing training, believe you me. But if I look back across my life, I always knew who was who. And I didn't know the term remote viewer. So if all of a sudden I'm involved in this, if you live somewhere taxes are, oh Lord. Yeah, taxes in the ghetto are a great thing. It's amazing how the property keeps, the values keep going up in the worst locations like St. Louis, Missouri. But it's all about the prime farmland space. Earlier today, I watched a channel I really did called Evolutionary Energy Arts. And he was giving you the top 15 cities that have lost money from the flooding. So if you think about all those people, and oh no, they're not going to get reimbursed for their houses being ruined. Are you kidding? Well, they're on the hook. They got to move. All right. So where are they going to go? They're going to go to places like, theoretically, St. Louis, where it's very inexpensive to live, socioeconomically compared to other places. Well, that's a bold-faced lie. Because our rents for commercial property or residential are right with everybody else's. $13 to $15 a square foot. I'm talking about commercial business. And in the meantime, say where I live here, well, my house payment is $837, and you can rent a 2-bedroom apartment down the street for $850. So you see how this works. But in the end, since we don't have land patents anymore, and remember, Chandler told me that I was not truthful or believable, saying that the Glasscocks, Thomas and Jane Glasscock, had a land patent act registered in 1643 and were involved in local government in where else but Newburgh, North Carolina, which was flooded out. Well, now you can see why this George Glasscock, this doctor that was pivotal in the Revolutionary War because he bivouacked troops on his land, why he was murdered by an aristocrat by the name of Alston. But Alston had plausible deniability because he had his slave Dave do it. If that doesn't sound like a script, I will kiss your ass. St. Louis Arch, there's something, creepy portal, right? I'll tell you about it in a minute. Yes, on the next thing. Okay, so let me tell you about the Arch. The year before I was born, 1963, they start building it. They get about 4/5 of the way up, and all that's left is the connect point. The original architect died mysteriously, and somebody else came in and finished it off. Now, there's many portals here in St. Louis that they work their boogie through. And even though Channer doesn't really believe, he still practices this kind of demonology, this kind of boogie, where he tries to work dark magic through vulnerable places. No different than this. Believe it or not, every scar we carry on our body are basically like kinks in your armor. So when you're working with holistic healing or dealing with cell memory from times that you've been traumatized, like if you got really, really sick in the winter when you were a child, you'll notice that seasonally you want to get sick in the winter. And your white blood cells start kicking out to try to fight it. But you're not sick yet. It's a memory. Kind of like if somebody cuts your arm off when you're a kid, and then you're grown walking around saying your arm hurts that you don't have. Also, tag it to this Jeremiah the Bullfrog stuff, where Channer says that he only has one leg, but when he looks down, he sees two. And he said, don't let anybody tell you different. We only have one leg. Well, he was talking about his life as a reptilian. And isn't it funny that everybody missed the thing about Jeremiah the Bullfrog? Because even if you want to believe that he was joking or mocking like he does Bashar, he honestly wasn't, because after he made his first opening statement, he broke into a series of codes. And the way I tell people to visualize it, imagine seeing ahead of you 9 different paragraphs in rows of 3, like a tic-tac-toe board, let's say. And in each one would be a series of numbers, angles, codes, and degrees. Now, even if you were a genius, which he is not, but if you were, there's no way in hell you could memorize that. Like you could try to memorize a jackass script where you're talking about your Granimals outfit. I don't know if you guys know about his outfit. So what it was is a pair of workout pants. They're blue with a silver belt. One leg, no sex organs. On the top, he has a 2-collar shirt, but it's only one shirt. And each collar has 2 different patterns. Now see, like, I only needed to hear that once. And I can pretty much say it to you verbatim because I have an eidetic memory. I don't forget. Doesn't take me long at all. So, in the meantime, this shirt of his, I think of it like a Granimal shirt, you see. And he has black and green skin, which is frog-like, and the black and yellow eyes, I believe. So, this whole thing about blood types, see, I was never talking about blood type to say which tribe you come from or what kind of an alien or ET you are. I was talking about blood type for your physiology, for your human life, for identifying poisons, and not just what goes in your body, food-wise or drink-wise. The next category is your personal care products. And as a holistic stylist and a hairdresser that first didn't want to do any harm and sought out the least toxic products my entire career, you see why that was important. And last but not least, your thoughts are the third category. So when you do your blood type philosophy lifestyle, it's not a diet. It's a way to look at counting your poisons. So for me, as an A blood type, a honeydew melon was as poison as bacon or hamburger. And that's fascinating because most dipwads believe that any fruit or any vegetable is going to make you healthy. Alright, I have a bad immune system. Hang on. Missed my baby shots. Oh, Lord have mercy. Got them all at the same time for kindergarten. And then you got diphtheria shortly after the. Wow, Wade. My heart goes out to you. I don't know if you're into this cleanse idea that I was squawking about earlier, but if you have a lifestyle, okay, let me put it to you this way. I had a friend that had always been bound up, that was infected. And she couldn't do the colon cleanse because she was a surgery assistant. So it's not like you can say, hey, I got to go take a dump while you got somebody else to dump. So if you have the ability and the determination to do a colon cleanse, now you can't do one if you have chronic IBS or if you have chronic constipation because it'll hurt too bad. So if you're regular enough and determined enough, and you would do a colon cleanse, that would really help your immune system. And then from there, let me tell you the name of this company. It's Liddell. Liddell. They are homeopathic cleanses, and they're way intense. But that's where your heavy metal cleanse is. And I would think that the attack that they did on you with the multiple shots before the age of 7, and see if they get you before the age of 7. What their plan was is they could fragment you and create altars. I don't mean religious altars, I mean personality multiple personality alters. So, like, you'd really be a nice guy, but after midnight, if you have a soda, you turn into a gremlin and eat somebody. To me, that's what multiple alters would represent. But yeah, if you could do that, it may help. And the other thing that I always recommend is a castor oil pack on the liver. It will remove toxins out of your body. It is healing to your mind, body, and spirit. You don't have to drink it. It really feels good to put a hot water bottle on. Internal and kale tree, yes. Yes. And it's about burning out the dross. So, in our crisis years, which are 33 to 49, what we need to do is burn the dross out. That's the Paul secret out. And that's why when anybody ever tells you that you're full of yourself because you want to say, this is who I am, and this is what I do, that is a healthy ego. When you say to someone, this is who I am, and this is what I want you to do, say like an employer telling you to do something that you know is harmful, but you have to do it because you get paycheck. That's the false ego. So, we're to burn out the drugs and the false ego between 33 and 49. And like we know, Chandler didn't do it, and he had no intention, and he's 43 now. And if you count back 5 years, he was at 38. And in this Rudolph Steiner that I was so dedicated to with the life charting and everything, you know, charting the human life. I came here to do that too, by the way. And I haven't been able to do any of these things because more than anything, this man, Channelot, and Mel, and all these dirty rottens, their dumbasses didn't even know they were what they are now calling Democrat socialists, which would be the ones that infuse themselves like leeches into government and infrastructure to steal funds and to slow down progression. So, they've slowed me down. But, like I said, I will be going back into business on April 11th. I'll also let you know that it's all going to be live streamed. It's going to be my new passion. Oh, is CW still associated with Mel B? Well, you know I can't prove anything. I don't have any paperwork to bring you. I only have a heart brain that's intuitive. I would say this whole time they have been in cahoots. And early on, like I brought into evidence and brought the videos, well, what they were doing is they were prostituting the Zoom app, because you can have a free Zoom app. Oh yeah, everybody can. And in the meantime, you can have up to 50 friends join you before you have to go into a professional Zoom kind of a subscription, yes. So Z and Mel and fucking Channer and all these other dorks were in there talking their secret plans on Zoom. Why? Because they already knew Google Hangouts was easy to hack and infiltrate, but Zoom was secure. And my big mouth was the one that told them, because I had gotten the Zoom app. I'm such a dummy, huh? So naive. But that's why they used me, I guess, in the cheddar and the trap, because I, honest to God, didn't know. I really didn't. But it was so obvious what the computer was showing me that if I denied it, it would have affected me, because I would have had to lie to all my clients and the people I share my home with and all y'all. See, because they wanted me to document my entire story. That's what I was told to do on September 1st. And here again, they just wanted to keep everybody and their brother off of the truth of what my original intent was 5 years ago. And here again, when I open with my new business, let me tell you this much. Half of the people are going to mock me and say, what a low-class thing this woman has to do. And the other half are going to be coveting every one of the beautiful things that I will now let go of, that have been part of my life, and the things I really cared about. But in the end, I don't give a shit about materialistic assholes. And I've never been a materialist. I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks, and with a name like Glasscock and being redheaded, they were always poking at me. So I've never been a diva, never will be. I don't look like a hairdresser. I dress too wild for my age. What else can you say? I mean, everything about me is wrong. But in the end, it never was that. And I think it's the most ignorant thing to be jealous or envious of someone because of an assumption. And I've never been jealous or envious of people that have had 100 times more than me. So I think that's a mental illness as well. What attack plan was used on me. And in the end, when this internet gets cleaned up, I want to be one of those people that police the computer. Believe it or not, because it's so easy for me. They come laughing right in my face and say, Suze, give me some attention. And I'm like, you got it, man. Let's check it out. It takes me about 10 minutes. I have no plans to try to extend my life, nor do I have plans to end it. Right. I just know the direction the world is going. Yes, there is no place for me either in this world. Yes, you are correct. Absolutely. And I feel the same way. And I believe that that's what we're all doing together. And I believe that what we're going to do, and what we've already been doing, is shutting down the old artificial intelligent, I like to call it the retarded robot, that has been running all this shit. And in the same time, I'm not if chanter. I wish I knew what if meant. Hi, Jeff. But in the meantime, there's a new, they want to call it an artificial intelligence. But I've also felt that heading to the home stretch, yes, and we're not stopping at third. That's right, we're going to hit home plate. And even for those that are afraid of that, there's no running from it either. And you know what I saw the other day? Let me bring this up. Okay. So, people like to make fun of cosmology, which would be, of course, the planets and the stars and all that. And then they're going to tag it down into astrology and call you stupid. But in the meantime, someone said that you do not need to fear Jesus if you are not possessed by Saturn. Hang on. I don't like how Chandler does things. I want nothing to do with him. He's a loser and not even a lawyer. Yeah, we've got that on the table too. I know that they're saying that it's possibly his brother. And then we have to go back to the story that he told with his own face, that his brother wanted to be a doctor. And his father had full well let the boys know that one of them would be inheriting the law firm. So Chandler being the good guy and loving his brother and seeing that his brother had a true passion for healing of all things. Now we need to tag it back to whoever he was attacking about those false cancer cures. Whatever crock of malarkey that was. So what he does is like what most vile people do, is they take one little piece of truth and they surround it with a cell of lies to discredit the one piece of truth that would actually set them free. They self-sabotage and self-abuse their own souls. And, some people say that they're soulless people. And whether a person is tricked or whether they earn a pittance or a fortune for selling their soul, well, see, most people never believed that actually had a tangible weight to it. So now we have to jump back to Courtney Brown. And while everybody wants to crucify that man, all he wanted to do in 1996 was set out to validate the existence of the human soul through weight, measurement, data, figures, and statistics. And I'll tell you this, in my heart of heart, I believe that that's what I've been a part of. Because they measure every one of my biometric rhythms. They know my heart rate. They know when I pee. They know when I smoke. They know what I eat. They know where I go and what I spend my money on. They let me know. I like Courtney too. And you know who he is out of mind? Now I figure, okay, look, I'm not saying he said it. I'm saying I say it. I take full responsibility for the words that are getting ready to come out of my mouth, okay? So, my whole life, I have loved Rocky Horror Picture Show. And of course, St. Louis was the second city in the United States to have Rocky Horror Picture Show. I was a freshman in '79. Rocky Horror hit Broadway, I think in, I want to say '77. And New York, of course, had it first, but here we are. So anyhow, you remember Riff Raff from the Rocky Horror Picture Show? Remember him and his sister, the two extraterrestrials? Well, when I first saw Courtney Brown, of course, he was bald. Remember? He was always bald, shining like a cue ball. And then, a couple years into my time online, so I'm going to say mid 2017, we see the first video of Courtney Brown with hair. And I'm a hairdresser. You got to always remember that. I know face shape, bone structure, hair, the whole 9 yards. I'm not into the illusion. I'm into the natural beauty. So, while everybody's saying he's wearing a toupee, I'm saying, nuh-uh, that is his hair growing out of his head. And sure as shit, it's even red. Crack me up. So, anyhow, Courtney told a story that involved a lawsuit with a drug they give to cancer patients. It creates baldness. And see, I know about that because as a hairdresser, remember, all the women lose their hair with the cancer and they start wearing scarves and, doing all sorts of things. So I'm going to tell you straight up, straight out, Courtney Brown, in his multi-dimensional form, is no other than flippin' Riff Raff. The bald guy on, stringy hair. But always remember that actor, that singer, that intellectual genius was actually the guy that wrote Rocky Horror Picture Show. Tag it, right? So if Courtney Brown is, talking about the war in the heavens and the girls remote viewing, and all this stuff, you can see where it goes right along with Rocky Horror Picture Show. It is so cool as far as showing us. Dinkus, don't do that. My cats are so flippin' intelligent. Come on, bitches. They scratch on furniture or ring doors when they want to go outside. Come on. So anyhow, I'm not saying that Courtney Brown is actually the real man that wrote the Rocky Horror Picture Show necessarily. I'm saying just like you and I, all of our multi-dimensional pieces of us, the fragments, have all come into this body, this lifetime, to make this transition, from third to home base. When you're at second base, you don't even know that there's other yous out in the universe. And I think on first base, you think you just have this one life and you come and you live and you die. And they bury you in the ground and then you go sit on a cloud and play a harp. And then the people that don't even get up to bat, Lord have mercy. And that's where we come into this. Now, if they've got a script, which would just be a history on every one of our families, well, if you don't act it out, why wouldn't they get somebody else to do it? And then that person is saying, well, I am just too busy to care about the environment or the globe or the people or the babies or whatever it is. They're too damn busy because they're out shopping and drinking and acting a fool, just like they said it would be. Up until the very end, they'd be so damn blind, they wouldn't even see it. Well, I don't think that person ever even got up to bat, did they? And now, with all the select sports, all you gotta do is pay $3,000 to get your kid on the right team. And doesn't that fit right in with the Full House media of the cute little Lori Loughlin paying oodles and gobs of money to get her kids into a college where they could be crammed in a box and potentially turned in to the same thing that many of the beautiful people have been. And I don't want anybody to ever believe for any bit of this that these good people, these real actors that live their own lives and portray themselves on film as themselves, well, these people aren't involved. And when you see those other ones running around that kind of look like them, here again, it is not illegal to create false news since 2013. Now we're back at that time kill loop Moggins was talking about. And we are also front and center with this Presley mystery about all this music that the land of the free and the home of the brave was actually not allowed to see. They had international music banned from us. You're telling me Dire Straits, I love Dire Straits, you're telling me Dire Straits can't go home to their homeland, wherever that is, and play a concert and sing their songs that they wrote their own selves. And here in America, once we get to see it, Dire Straits has to call that album unofficial. Oh, I think these rock band guys, I don't think they approve of that. They love people. That's why they got into it, not to make a fortune. They wanted to tell the people they're storytellers. That's why the great music was the storyteller's music, because it's surely not drone music or that crap he played the other night. And what did that have to do with women dripping in honey? You see how it works. And I'm still saying his drone music is nothing more than white noise. It's just shitting in the atmosphere. And they all think it's great. Well, here again, how many of these people are real? And when I have to find out that Omni Eros, Psychic Vampire, and David Wilcox all got the same damn voice, well, son of a gun. And never forget, Omni's one of those angry, sexually repressed dudes. And Wilcox, like I said, that's just a distraction to keep away from the glass cock story. And I look at him in that pathetic body image of his, and he's married to the Grand Queen. Like, give me a break. They're probably not married either. Yeah, I never did like fake people. I still don't. And like I said, there will be division. And there's nothing that anybody can do to stop it. So just be, just be at peace with that. And I don't want to leave here either. I love physicality. I love seeing the beauty of the world. But we'll see something again. I don't know what. I really don't. And everything that's happened to me online, it's been incredible. It really has. And there's a lot of great people, so please, I mean, beyond myself, I know you guys know there's people you can trust. I just, I can't believe it. And it's like I've said publicly, I will lay my life on the line. I mean, literally, and say that I would vouch for 100 people that I know are truthful and honest. And I'm going to say half of them are people that I could reach out and touch here in St. Louis. And the other half are you guys out there, certain players. And I think if each one of us could say, I've got a list of 100 people that are decent that I would trust to have my back, or that they have an intelligence that could be used to rebuild, or they have a skill set that they could share to help people survive. Well, if there was just one of us in each state, can you imagine how fast it would turn around and shut down? So that's been my push. And I don't know. I'm really glad you guys were here today. And I think I'm done. Unless anybody has anything they want to say or ask me. Because it really pisses me off that they took away my ability to work with my screen. I'm sitting on my couch now instead of in front of the computer. And what's going to happen is I'm going to shut this stream down. And then they're going to tell me that I'm still live. Just like I showed you guys a couple days ago on my newest videos. So what they try to do somehow is stop this video from actually uploading because they put that lag time in. But what I do is I work 2 devices. So when we say goodbye, I'll go into my working device and I'll go into my video manager and I'll take care of business. And in the meantime, I'll document everything because like I told you guys, even if your device is off, please believe they can hear you and see you and watch you, even if these they are no more than simple humans working with a retarded robot. Oh, but this they is not just retarded people. You're dealing with the entire potential of the life forms that are throughout this universe. And I just saw my green light blink on my phone. And I know what that means. That means the network is looking at me and going, damn, Suze, blow dry your bangs. That's a joke. Mr. Computer Head's funny. I mean, I'm not even kidding you. But anyhow, I'm going to blow dodge, man. And maybe I'll be back tonight. I don't know. I have no idea. I am really busy tomorrow on Easter. I've got 3 heads of hair to tend to. And isn't that funny? Last night, live stream, there was nobody. Nobody had nothing to say last night. And I'm thinking, is that because they're all in church and it's Good Friday? And then, like, tomorrow, why does everybody want to get their hair done on Easter? And am I a bad guy for even thinking these things? But anyhow, I gotta go, man. Peace, love, and light, which is not a New Age comment. I really mean it. And this third cosmic ray here in St. Louis, they say it's unconditional love, and that's why I talk about it. And anybody that really has a heart brain, I do extend my love to you. So, peace out. Right. First time I hit the exit.
Okay, I guess.
Second time. Still won't let me.
I haven't seen you since.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Third time a charm.
Every night, though. You are.
Nope.
This is really terrific.
Fourth, nope.
This show is
Fifth,
sanctioned
nope.
by the
Sixth,
Mental Health
nope.
Association. You are in another realm.
1:10:05. The clock has stopped.
Different, man.
I don't know if you guys
There's
can hear
something
me.
about
I'm just giving you the intel.
You can last 25 years, too.
1:10:05
That's the worst thing
is
you
how long
ever
I
said.
live streamed. I see 7 people here. And I am not allowed to shut this live stream off.
Broadcasting 53
I'm
years.
clicking at it again.
1957.
All right, here's what's going to happen next. You won't be able to see it.
Regis
You
is
have
older
to
than
have
me.
faith.
Regis started about the same time. He started
And
in
you
San
have to
Diego.
believe.
And you were in Miami, right? Yeah, that's when
Bullshit.
you were doing stuff with all those
And I have
guys
to
and
have
that thing. Yeah,
and something greater than
I
you and
knew a
I.
few of those
yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Y'all can still hear
That's
me.
what I'm saying.
I did a favor for
Okay,
one night.
I'm going to go out to my
Oh, yeah,
computer
it's a true
and
story.
turn it
I
on.
did a benefit
And
for a guy named Boom Boom Giorno.
See what YouTube looks like.
You did a favor for a guy called Boo
And see
Boo.
if I'm still live
It
there.
was for the boys' town of Italy.
Okay.
And at the end of the
I
evening,
can't believe
was the
these
MC.
punk ass
Boom
bitches
Boom was
got
walking me
nothing
to my
better to
car.
do.
And he says, you
than
did
to
a good
play
job,
video
kid. I
games.
says, thanks, Boom Boom. He said, listen,
And
when I talk to the guys,
Like I
we
said,
owe you a
the
favor.
fools are already
I
busted.
says, Boom Boom, I don't need any favors. He says, we don't like to owe favors.
Oh.
I said, you don't like to owe favors? No,
I think it's funny
we don't like to owe
because
favors.
every
What can we
time
do
I
for you?
win,
I said, well, what do you got in
they
mind?
haven't
He
beat me
said
once yet.
5 words. You'll
And then
never
they just
hear those
talk
5
lies.
words.
Okay.
This people
I
will never
decided to
hear
go
those 5
down.
words. He said, got
I
anybody
feel
you don't
better
like.
talking.
Do you have a number for Boom Boom?
Tell you the truth, the first thing you think of, if that's ever said to you by a member of the mafia,
Yeah.
is names.
Yeah, I know.
I thought of the
I thought of a couple right there.
I thought of the general manager at Channel 4 where I was working. I saved his life that night.
Yeah.
And finally, he said, well, we got to do something for you. So I said, oh, you like horse racing? I said, yeah. He says, okay, we'll be in touch. And I get a call one morning. A strange voice just said, apple tree in the 3rd today at Hialeah.
Oh.
Ooh. I took all the money I had and go out to Hialeah, put it all on apple tree. Horses are going in the gate. I said to myself, there are 3 short things in life: death, taxes, and apple tree.
I didn't know you liked the horse racing if I knew I would have. Who's
See, that's sick. That's part of the illness.
It's what I do here to try and break the monotony.
When you pitch this show to the suits, upstairs,
I didn't do any of that.
No one pitched.
No, I never had like that. Well, there was Craig Kilborn was here, and he was doing the show. It was a great show, and then I came along and ruined it.
But did you see? I got an idea. I'm going to have a coffee cup. I'm going to have a talking partner who has been dead 700 years.
He got into broadcasting the same time as Regis, actually. Yeah.
I'm going to have a horse run out too.
No, I don't do any of that because CBS don't know I'm on. See, this whole thing is kind of a pirate operation. What happens is they think that they're running right now a butter pill commercial, right? Or some kind of...
That's true.
Yeah, they don't know I'm here.
Network officials.
They don't know.
They don't know that Tim Conway was on my radio show once.
Right.
And he bet me that he and I could schedule a pilot at NBC without them knowing it.
They can take it right now, Larry. I tell you.
We called up. We scheduled the pilot on the phone. We went down that day. They had a studio force. They had cameramen. And I said, okay, what do you guys need for your pilot? We have no pilot. So it's possible that CBS does not know this show.
No, it's not a joke, Larry. They don't know I'm here. When they find out, they're going to be mad.
Someone said the other day, did Larry King Live beat our network?
Did you, what are you doing now?
I'm going to do 4 specials a year for CNN. I'm doing a lot of talks about, I can't retire. I mean, I'm going to retire. I want to spend more time with my little boys.
Right.
Fun. And
so you do that for a couple of days then, or you got to do?
I want to be with the wife. I want to be with the boys. I like family life. I got a nice life. I live in Beverly Hills.
Oh, that's nice.
Not bad.
Do you know the Beverly Hills Housewives? You ever watch that show? There's some tasty dames there.
I'll bet you watch.
Oh, yes, I do, yeah. Because when you say this show is set, we're not sick at all. This is just, just some dude trying to make a buck. But that show is set.
I've never seen it.
Oh, it's imagine.
Is it on CBS?
I don't care. What's it on? Bravo, yeah, the gay network. It's on the...
Rose and a gay guy.
Yeah. Bravo to you for that bet. But no, imagine, because you're part of the community of Beverly Hills. Yeah. But you've probably seen those girls around.
Well, there's a lot of housewives in Beverly Hills.
Oh, come on.
There are.
Yeah.
There are a lot of nice people.
There are nice people.
Beverly Hills is a great place to live. There's certain things it doesn't have.
Right.
Movie theater.
Poor people.
What?
Poor people.
Doesn't have a 7-Eleven.
Doesn't have a 7-Eleven, so you don't need one, do you, really?
Yeah, what would we do with a 7-Eleven?
Turn it into a movie theater.
But it's a wonderful place to live.
Yeah, I'm sure I go down there quite a lot. No one can drive there.
Why?
I don't know. I guess that doesn't matter if they have a fender bender. Like, oh, someone who cares.
What they hate? No, something weird about Southern California is rain.
Rain?
Can't take rain.
No one can drive here.
The news begins with storms.
Yeah, I know. It's like, it's raining? Yeah. Storms coming in from the Pacific. It sounds much more dramatic than you go outside and it's like... That's gay rain, by the way.
Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll be a weatherman.
No, man. Come on, man.
Just stand with a stick.
No, you need to change your name to something weathery, like Stormy King or something like that.
Stormy King.
Foggy King.
I'd like to be a weatherman in Hawaii. Sunny.
To say your intellectual property.
You got yourself going there. We have to take a break. We hang around. We'll be right back.
I'll be back.
All right, we'll be right back with Larry King.
C.W. Channer busted evidence. It's 4 keywords out of 6 words. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm clicking into that box. Now your title, believe it or not, can be 100 characters long, which I think is comical. So I am going to insert an exclamation point. I've added 1 character. They allow me to save that change. I do so. I also have the description, and I've got my thumbnail I like. I'm doing my tags right now. C.W. Channer. Wonder what he's doing today. Friends,
trying to not offend anybody,
It's
trying to make sure that I was understood to all people, and trying to pitch the conversation. It's like trying to make 10 or 25
this is an
sales calls
educational
all at
piece
once.
for you I thought you might like.
A salesperson involved in one-on-one experience with individual customers has a stated goal, a known goal.
What is Channer's religion about? Oh,
To make that
chocolate brand?
they can either have
Prefer not to answer.
one sales pitch that they just run, go over and over again to as many people as possible. Some that hits with, some that doesn't hit with. The hits you get, fantastic. The ones that fall by the wayside, you can't chase them.
Hey, Janet,
too much
how you
time and
doing,
effort.
girl?
And
Happy
there's
New
other
Year.
people who are going to customize their sales pitch and their approach
I miss you.
for each individual customer.
My
This
friend.
one doesn't need to be rushed. If I rush this guy, no sale.
Hey, don't be rushing nobody,
So even though
Chanela.
this other guy this other salesperson passed on because it's no.
No.
Favorite shoes,
There's
the
gold in the
Sambas.
hills. I can make this sale.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Or the
Janet.
Andrew Jonah
But I need to
Hill,
make
he's
the
got
sale.
some. These are
Then
called the
here we
Green
did.
Knight,
Oh, I don't think so.
And
aren't they? Look at the
et
orange
cetera,
one.
et
Look at the
cetera.
gold one.
So
Look at the gold one.
extrapolating
And then
it back to the main point,
Oh, I don't see it.
there were times when I would try to make everybody happy and then
You did not.
and try and service everybody like
No.
a waiter / owner of a particular restaurant,
No way.
trying to take care and address 25 tables at once,
You are not that
giving
important.
them all a personal, hand-holding experience. There's just not enough
That's
time
not
in the
what you
day.
want to
And
hold.
there's just too many people. So it's like, so when I see things kind of go off on a verge, you can try that
Hey,
approach,
Gary.
David. I don't know.
Girl, I
would
didn't know
suggest
that
a different
today.
approach.
I can't even begin to tell
It's
you.
no big deal. Look, David, I'll eventually come help you.
I'll be going
Eventually,
live
eventually
later
I'll
on
see you.
YouTube.
In theory.
I haven't had a minute down today.
I'm not mad at you. I thought, David, I'm not mad at you. I thought you were mad at me.
Oh,
David,
you
I
ain't
love.
kissing my
David, I
gum.
love, but David is a lot like me. The things that he knows, he knows that he knows. And so he's convinced that everyone else should know that
Hey,
too.
I know you
And I'm
know
saying
that I
that's
know.
like me. So it is what it is. It's all beautiful. One day I'll see them, in theory. And if not, and if I previously see David, you have my permission to sneak into the mausoleum, stick Walkman headphones on my corpse, and play
Ew.
tapes me. Honestly. And I don't say that as, I in all honesty, that's a oral contract.
Oral contract.
Play them on my funeral.
That's a
It
yeast
might have
infection.
distinct value.
Rush in your mouth.
I'm not saying they don't have value. I'm just explaining why. Dude, there's so much work obligations that I have. The notion that when it comes to me being
Yeah,
able
you
to
work
talk
really
about
hard.
a YouTube video or to read a book, the notion that I'm going to read anybody else's recommendation other than the list of shit that I've recommended to myself, it's not going to happen. You know what I mean?
Right, because you're head cheese.
Ooh. Reese paint me intrigued. Here's the deal. Reese says, see the chant there. Maybe you watch my new video with Omni Eris
You
about
like
the
monster
shocking
juice.
Rock scandal and offer your wise counsel. Meanwhile, true story. Remember that whole thing at the beginning where I'm like, I'm going to mute this channel. Fuck this. I'm turning this thing off. I don't need to be on live anymore. It was all because I was feeling dejected. I was feeling depressed lately. Dejected and out of sorts. So I'm coming back. And I'm gonna make this YouTube video today that we're experiencing in real time. And I just, I'm doing so I get to the point where I tweet out the YouTube link from YouTube. I go to YouTube, it goes to share, share the Twitter, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going through YouTube, kind of this, whatever, and I see this. I see a Unirock Uprising by Reem C.
I don't like that.
And I'm like,
popcorn.
Reem C's already moved on. I've been away from YouTube for so long. Reem C, once a friend, a fan, a mutual fan of each other, so close. Now he's making videos about me.
I believe that.
The blue with something, but the purple's really good.
No, fuck you. You know what I mean? No one's got any loyalty. Like, you know what I mean? Like all this like crazy. I don't think so. Well, in case anyone's curious, like you know what I mean? As what you call it as who was it? George Carlin once famously said, "These are the thoughts that kept me out of a good school." So whatever. So I had no idea that there was a controversy. I thought it was just you being pro Unirock. By the way, there's no shocking scandal. I'm trying to clickbait CW. Damn it! Fuck me. You know what I mean? This is why I don't play live chat man from that anymore.
No way.
No my God. Jesus Christ.
Don't be bringing
no shocking scandal. Uni ain't Reem C's fave anymore. Why not? There you go. Beautiful. Tony Mack with wise advice. Do yourself a favor and get the fuck out of your own head. Hey man, I've been trying to find the exit door out of my own head for a while, man. Time travel didn't seem to do the trick. So we'll figure out what we're going to try next. What is one thing from 2018 CW doesn't want to see on 2019? Which is the question. Oh, Uni had called for an uprising on. You know, I think I saw that. I saw that. I thought I. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I remember seeing Call for an Uprising, not seeing him having watched it, but seeing that it was on one of the things. The thing with Unirock that I like, but I don't like, is this notion of, I've got nothing to say against him personally, but it's this whole notion of, it's like he represents to me, you know, the YouTube madness of like, you know, constantly being on and constantly talking and constantly talking about things like, you know, like, you know, point out the fact that the flat earth has been debunked. You know what I mean? I feel like, okay, you know what I mean? That's great, but you know what I mean? It is what it is. So all these things end up falling into disarray, or people end up putting their foot wrong with the audience. You know, we'll see what happens. I'll check out the video, so I'll check out the video and see what it was all about. But hey, it is what it is. So let's see what it is. So there you go. So that's interesting. Yeah, be careful. Be careful of the decisions you make in the company you keep. Yeah, you know, look, so David points out the fact that I just wasn't into the time regression thing that much. I've been waiting for you to work through that. Interesting. So yeah. Hold on.
You gotta get that nose. The worms have come out to play. Like I said, I am not new age. Hey, Biggie Boho. Oh, I mean, ew. Gross. Wait a second. Why in the world would Mr. Computer...
So the part of the thing with the time traveling thing that was good for me,
What's going on?
May in some sense explain
I'm doing spiritual research
that weird energy I've been talking about of wanting to make a YouTube video but feeling disconnected from making a YouTube video experience, getting to a point where I felt comfortable making a video or never making a video again.
Come on. I didn't do nothing. I'm minding my own business.
It was what it was, but in like any activity, any work, any dedicated working is going to have, if it's truly successful, is going to have vibrations and lessons.
Look, it's me.
Unintended. New things. Unexpected things that you didn't know you were looking for, but you
Zeus, I
found.
don't like your glasses at night. You care? No.
So part of that process was, for me, knowing that heretofore not having approached things on that time traveling tech, but knowing and understanding that it was something that I was doing personally and I was interested in for all the reasons that we explored and talked about personally, that I decided to do it publicly, even though it might cause viewers or cause longtime fans to be like, what is this? Or plenty of people said, when is CW Champion going to get back to the old CW Champion stuff? I miss him. I'm done with this. But the whole point is this, you know, like when the Beatles were ready to make the White Album, I'm sure they knew and understood that not everyone in their pop fan base was going to go along with it. But that was probably part of the point. You know what I mean? You have to be true to yourself, or you just end up in rote repetition. Where you just end up doing kind of the same thing over and over again. You know, it's fan service / predictable product. And having a predictable product is good in a lot of senses, in a lot of ways. But I'm not really interested in winning that sort of game.
No?
I'm not really interested in maximizing YouTube viewership or being a YouTube success.
But you've been getting money.
That turns into the whole thing, and that's deviated
I don't believe you.
and sidetracked off of my primary goal, which is to share information, to make connections, and to have mutually beneficial experiences.
No.
In a forum, not the forum, if that makes sense. It doesn't matter to me that we're doing this on YouTube,
because you're full of
or Facebook, or Twitter, or Instagram, or Vimeo, or whatever the case may be. The platform is not, the restaurant, the bar, the club is not what I care about. It's the activities happening there and doing something with the community and with the vibe and with the energy in these locations.
What, the warm energy? No way.
So, how did I get onto that?
I don't want none.
So, beautiful. So, doing the time traveling thing, even though I was seeing people be like, and I was even saying to myself, like I was watching the actual numbers, and you have to remember that the time traveling thing came right on the tail end of, I guess you could call it Corey Gate. You know what I mean? The no SSP, TM, all that.
Hey, Joe from the Carolinas is a punk rock band pushing space program.
Organically.
What do you think about that,
There
Jim?
was this notion of like, how do you respond to that? I have a choice where I can keep on trying to do that thing to win market share or to be funny guy or whatever the case may be. But I chose purposely to go is this a terrible word?
You look like an angel. Walk like an angel.
Maybe that's the word. Maybe that's the word that can be used. The notion of dedicating
Deborah! Hey, long time no see, baby. Happy New Year. Wait till you see this. You ain't got no panties on the dance floor, girl. You'll see. I'll stop the footage for you.
And it changes you. Like, doing anything worthwhile changes. So I think that the time traveling experience taught me a lot. Like, I don't think that I'm going to be needing to
Here we go. Ready?
time myself into repeating
Everybody hold on to your skivvies.
even though those are the patterns that people like, or commenting on people just to keep that whole thing going. And controversy hunting and doing the latest
What's that?
thing. So, it just
Channer
may
supposedly
be.
got a 44. Hey, be quiet, Channer.
I don't know.
I'm just telling people. Channer says he has a 44-inch penis. What do you think about that?
Videos. But the time travel thing is still going on for me, and I think it's still a thing that we're going to talk about, but I don't think it's going to be a thing that we talk about every day.
Well, I bet.
So I think if people are kind of getting tweaked on that tip, and they can relax a little bit,
That's
because
a
I think
method.
that the notion of like
Word.
playlists,
That's a speed freak.
there's segments of my videos, sections of my videos that I feel like organically can be kind of bookended with each other. And
Yeah,
say,
I got
like,
all
during
that.
this period, he was doing this. Like, not to be, like, half-loon about it, but, like, David Bowie went through different phases, where he was doing this phase, it's the thin, like, Duke phase, it's the Ziggy Stardust phase. You go through different phases. So I think
Who's that?
Sometimes, Robin Eagleson says, your brain sometimes overthinks Susan Chaffer.
Oh, Robin, don't know her house
Really?
from all on the ground.
So is overthinking the issue? No way.
Suck ass.
Wow. There you go. You know what I mean?
Hanging around with a bunch of kids. I think she's her age, but that's it. He probably likes how she decorates too. Oh, well, that's 4 hats. Socks, shoes, outfits. Uh-huh.
Jesus.
Nope.
Just don't in the video. Fine. Just don't on the video. You're fine. There you go. We're good. So it's disclosure gonna happen in 2019. Disclosure never gonna happen. It is what it is. So look, a lot of people were asking questions as per my desire, my request for questions. So here's the interesting. Tony Mack says, just be who you are. You don't need to impress us or anyone else, CW. Just be.
Oh, jeez. I'm sorry, Mr. Computer
But
Head.
the one thing I would correlate, the only
That's
other
my
thing I would say to
video.
that is the notion of that there's an aspect of who I am that's about this, working it out awkwardly, talking through it, going back and
Oh, you want
forth,
to talk about
pondering,
Boo Kitty?
stuff like this. So there's always been this kind of fight with me when coming across spiritual or philosophical teachings about being at peace and acceptance.
I'm talking.
And organically being like in the moment, because I feel as though
I'm talking. My show, my intellectual property.
Being in the moment is
I'm doing spiritual research, Mr. Computer Head.
imitated.
I know you know.
As
Give me a hard way to go.
Some sort of inner knowing or understanding. But then what
We
I
better
say
have a
is that
talk.
organically, while there's improvement to be made, there's certain aspects of me that are just how it is. They're just the way I think about things, the way things are for me. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. There you go. More thoughts and ideas. Random popping off. Random feedback from bits and pieces of the live chat, tuned into, tuned out of, misunderstood, understood.
Probably the smoothest shoe beer I've ever had.
If you was like, we'll get to that.
That was so nice.
Yeah.
It was like a bottle.
Health food store.
Yeah.
I like it too.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you guys, what may I have missed in the time that I've been alive? We already talked about you rock doing that thing with Call for an Uprising. I'll have to check that out. I remember seeing that, and I remember recognizing the Call for an Uprising's name and being like, that's odd. But also remember that New Rock has had what was his name? Rob 2 from InfoWars on as well. And here's what I noticed. Here's what I'm seeing.
What?
I see trends. Looking at my Twitter feed, looking at the YouTube subscriptions, looking at things, I see that people are going through changes and transitions.
They're getting the hell away from you.
There's certain trends that I noticed. Number one trend that I've noticed, and then we can talk about trends that you may have noticed that you can clue me into, is that I have noticed that there's been this kind of subtle uni-rock backlash, in the sense that for the first time I'm seeing organically in my Twitter feed a lot of not hate towards uni rock, but commentary about uni rock kind of naturally coming up in this notion of what's the little value here, or this target. I like uni rock personally. He helped me out a lot with the video that I did when
I know the show you two did. I got it.
I've had positive experiences with him, and I like him personally. So this shouldn't be taken as anything like that. This is me noting the trend. I didn't have anything negative to say about the guy, but I did notice this kind of flowering in my Twitter of
leads into
uni rock shade, kind of people being like they didn't really like him that much, or they didn't think there was value in what he was doing, or questions about the eternal shill question, which I think is ridiculous. I think that he's a person who does YouTube, has a career path, and suffers the trials and tribulations involved in that lifestyle.
Things got slipped in. That's right.
So we got to see what happens. So obviously,
people
can put foots wrong. So it might be that some of this new rock stuff has to do with this Call to Uprising video that I think I definitely at this point should check out. I say that David does not get some type of list of your recommendations. We'll see if I ever get around to it. We'll see what happens. But I would especially be interested in noticing. But it's also so interesting to me. It's like, not to make it all about me and my ego. But isn't it so funny the way that, like, I saw BBC did a video about uni rock, or just mentioned uni rock, and all of a sudden I'm like, what? You're not allowed to do that. But at this moment in time, seeing you do a video about someone else is going to hurt my feelings. How could you? How could you not so sexually injury that I, at this moment, would be thinking this one for you weird thought? So self-obsessed.
To the world.
Any thoughts on the Chinese flag on the dark side of the moon? I got to check that out too.
There these days, as if it were your last. It's written in the stars, your destiny is cast, and that our plans must too fast, no doubt, for the sands of time.
One thing that I noticed is that Rose knew right. He was an interesting individual.
He's in disguise.
People who I hopefully in a non-insulting way call living iconoclastic, strange individuals. I think that it was in late 2018 of the ability to live stream. I think that maybe she didn't know that
Presley, my friend.
she's like streaming like constantly. Very interesting. You get to learn where your kind of
Alrighty then.
For
Now we're gonna go
viewership,
about a woman, and I know of course.
views, depending on the point in time it is. There's exceptions. Like if I talk about David Wilcox or some other individual, those videos go to 1,000 views, 2,000 views, no problem. But for the most part, I noticed that if you look at my channel over time, the average view numbers tend to kind of fit into this nice range. Some videos get X amount, some videos get whatever. But Rose is great. Like she gets on average of like 50 views per video. That's like her like community. And in one sense, it's like, oh, what am I worried talking about her? It's like,
You're talking about me.
it's this
50
notion
viewers on a
of these
video.
49 other individuals that clearly watch all of the things. And she's someone like me. I have a feeling that
No, we're not
the
alive.
majority of that,
No way.
And we're gonna go to this.
average.
Digestive
I think of people really
I'm exceptional.
tuned in who watch everything. Like I guarantee you, like I think based on my estimation, there's probably about 500 people in the world who watch everything that I do from start to finish. Honestly,
You're despicable.
looking at my analytics and trying to
You're worse than a bad period.
deconstruct or to reverse engineer the numbers as best as possible, I really do believe that there's 500 individuals who more or less will watch anything that I do.
Because they're shills like you.
I
CCN
think the same is
flunkies.
true with Rose. I think these 48 people that I see as her average viewership, she's got videos like she's got videos on my experience that go up to like 30,000 views, whatever the case may be. I don't know what none of my videos do that.
Don't you worry about it.
But the day-to-day...
I'm sure somebody out there is just dying to imitate me like they've been doing my whole life. So, you guys can work on that and say they're your pictures and I stole them, kind of like my blue mirror from the other video. Now, I don't know why Jimmy got Tourette's syndrome here, but he said we sent to the red on the head like a dick on a dog lounge and hair emporium on Royal Avenue. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with that comment yet.
And she got good information and expect to listen to the watch. Then there are people that are tuned in for she's one of these people like Jay Essex or like Senator Champer who live their life in the public eye. If they're having an affair with their wife or girlfriend or the plumber, they'll let you know.
No.
Rose will really let you in on what's going on with her life. You'll get to know the cast of characters. You'll know her sisters' names. You'll know who didn't call her Mom on Christmas. And it's fascinating.
Very, very, very sad. The mental illness over it. You know, my mom isn't alive.
And there's also probably people like me who are like, I can't believe this is happening. Or like,
she's a lot like I have one brother. Personality. I'm the eldest.
Experience.
And you guys been trying to kill me.
I'm tuned into those new blueprint experience, but I know this about it. What happened to Mr. Larchat? I lost you guys.
And she says she stayed up all night.
And
she had her vision in it.
It's fascinating to me. So these are trends that I noticed. I noticed her just bombarding like all the time, like 4 or 5 videos a day. And I think it's all tied into her just discovering how to live stream, which is brilliant. I think that's brilliant. Also, I've been going crazy watching my boy Ivan Teller, who is doing great stuff. You know what I mean? I just think he's fascinating, and I can't help notice by looking at the stuff that Ivan Teller is doing and feeling like, not that I think that he's watching my videos or anything, but just, there is this vibe. So people were asking about things about 2019, like we were talking about time traveling earlier and about maybe set it down a little bit.
I'll be live streaming every day.
And every day.
It'll be terrifying for you.
We're going to do what other things in addition to it, so don't be forlorn if you don't like the time travel stuff. Having said that, when we talk about things that I think would be trending in this community, this esoteric UFO alien community, conspiracy theory land community,
that's not what this is.
It's definitely going to be time travel.
It is not.
Don't ask me why. It's just
Because you don't know.
Because going back 20 years to 1999, we're right on the cusp of the millennium. That whole pre-millennium tension, time, the notion of time, the notion of novelty, the notion of new changes and ideas. Also, that's the year the Matrix came out, and this embrace of this notion of simulated reality,
Get on my last damn nerve, Channer.
A potential dystopian future or utopian future that humanity can find themselves in. It's going to be very, very interesting. And time traveling is very organic to that process.
Like you know how.
Because you're dealing with the process of malleable and mutable reality.
Your life is a joke.
Sense. So
you're not even really doing the work.
Organically,
you're mocking it
with those themes and ideas. So I think that you're going to see time traveling.
That doesn't wind up good, no matter what.
No small part, I think, to my activities and our interests and our mutual desire.
Especially if you serve the dark forces. Don't mock them.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
You get a pineapple up your ass. You probably like it though. That's one of Sonny's things. Collins.
So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens next. I was going to next. All I know is I'm getting a little bit tired.
I know you are. You better go to bed.
So I'm going to work from 10 o'clock. That organic energy and
get off the phone
and go and wrap this up.
Right, because I'll be live streaming all that
amazing experiences talking to you. Thank you guys. You guys kind of helped me get out of my funk. I definitely started this video in a kind of a funky mood.
You're
not
still
a funky mood like, bam, get on it, fuck it.
You're still
not so much
funky.
that as so much as like hanging out.
Not in a good way.
You know what I mean? Maybe cancer is just light waves that got trapped in your body and decided to do nothing. I don't know, whatever the case may be.
You want to tease somebody about cancer?
Interaction going back and forth, but definitely, it's a replicatable experience. It's just
how mature you.
I used to worry about the content that I was making or titling in the right way or whatever. This, that, the other thing, trying to make the channel grow. Fuck all that shit. So I tuned in, I opened up the webcam, I opened up myself, and I allow some different shit to happen.
You're talking about the Sandedra tonight.
Experience and all its depth and glory. Maybe more videos in the future, a couple of videos in the future we'll hone in on context and actual topics.
Hey, I still think you need to go on Flow Rider.
Getting back
Flow Destroyer.
You saw me on the cantina, running around.
I'll give you a fucking taco.
Yeah. So many things to get back to on the to-do list.
Alright, Benny, clean your room and go to bed. Wake up and shut up.
Regulation, I've been working on is getting to bed earlier.
Right.
Get back to that.
Good night.
So I'm going to say goodbye for now. Not forever, but for now. 55 viewers. That's crazy. It's really interesting to have it sometimes still. Check out Rosemary's Blueprint. Check out Ivan Teller. Fascinating characters, fascinating, beautiful people. Ivan Teller is one of my favorite YouTube content creators, without a doubt.
You never talk about him.
He's my favorite YouTube content creator of all time. Lucy, the one and
Picking up the new
guys. Love the stuff. Recommend. And
hey,
we'll see what goes tonight.
Why aren't you talking about your buddy Richie Allen? Richard Allen of the Barron family? Oh, you don't want to talk about that, do you? Okay.
Corey Gate.
No, there's no Corey Gate. But what about Joe Gate? Joe from the Carolinas. I mean, he's secret space program and doing punk rock.
I think more
Sucks.
His home territory, which I think is beautiful and good. Talking about mental health and talking about narcissistic personality disorders and the like from a more informed, traditionally informed perspective and point of view. So I think that guy's doing good work, and my hats off to him as well.
No, you're just trying to find somebody to talk about.
I've been away for a while. It might take me a minute to get back in the swing of things. Hopefully, I'll get back to the swing of things. Naturally and organically, and with good times and fun times ahead. And hopefully those people who tune into this video got something out of this video. It's not just this notion of a vlog video.
I wanted to share and talk about this.
I guess it is what it is, and I guess they happen organically. And there's a title for that sort of content, because that sort of content exists. And I think it exists organically, so maybe it just is, but at the same time, I feel like it's anathema to me. And yet
That's anathema.
Think of that what you will. As far as my future timeline,
You better get off the phone.
definitely back to the Super Space program as a board school. And as I speculated about before, starting in 2019, I love this 20-year back program. I love 20 years in the past. And it's not trying to live there, it's trying to create a conscious connection to that past.
Oh, bullshit.
In order to experiment with the fluidity of time.
Bullshit.
So don't get tripped out on if you make love to 1999 because there's something spectacular special about 1999. No, it's just
You've never made love to anything or anybody in your life except for food and alcohol.
That we can experiment with, going to. So 1999, I'm definitely into the 1999 music.
You better get into Sophia. She's coming to whoop that ass
I also have to see what happens with the new playlists from December of 1998. Should they stick around? Do they need to be cherry picked, cultivated, and/or pruned to get to a canon of truly wonderful 1998-ishness for the future, for the edification and enjoyment and time traveling adventures of future members of the Super Space program listening to our school? I don't know. Who's got the time and effort to do that? I've watched a lot of these videos. It's a lot easier to add a video to a playlist than to watch the actual 45 minutes of Ukrainian farming technology video, right? Just because it was filmed in December 1998. Anyway, love you lots. I'm spending my time in 1999. First 3 months we're going to be in 1999. Then I'm going to be taking a side journey into recapitulating 1997 for myself for no particular reason. And then
just because you're mentally ill.
And you guys know that I'm not good for the future. I love you. I gotta go. Peace to God. I love you.
You do not.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to episode 105.
And we are done.
Now, unfortunately,
hey, Cliff, gotta go. Bye-bye. Hi, Dan. Taking off. I'll be live streaming later.
So, it's been on.
How interesting about this important document that I've never received here at 12 Royal, just like so many things. And I mean, sometimes we were getting charged extortion fees for our mail. So I can't say that I really quite know about it all yet, which is really troublesome. I mean, like, I should believe anybody really wants to help me.
Hola, tacos. Anybody awake? It's me, Suze. We're gonna get started.
It's not me, it's not my family in your I like Mr. Perfect. Even though Mr. Good. But we like him, right, Mr. Good? We like Mr. Perfect. Kevin Blood. No, you're not blocked. You got a wrench. You have a wrench now, Mr. Perfect. It's like you gave me one. There's yours. It's Angela, not you. Same thing. What's going on, buddy? Go Titans. How about them Titans? I love me some Titans. See, Braves. That's good. What's on the agenda? I will let you know. What a great group. What a great group out there. We have the best side chat in the business. I've always said that. I've always said that. Alan D, much right to you, bro. Brother JK's in. Brother
Yeah,
JK.
they say. Now, is that predictive programming or is that reality? And see, even though
yeah, I like the Titans.
Nobody can surely say.
Travis Henry,
well,
my favorite player.
Most of us by now
favorite player, Sam, though. Travis Henry.
That there is a divine intervention.
But anyway,
there is
we're not going to talk sports.
Create our own reality.
We are going to talk about people.
And
trying to be famous.
We're going to deal with some reality.
But I get it. I get it. Everybody wants to.
I need to start by saying that these subjects,
yeah, man,
we need to be able to
I would like to go to Tennessee. All my friends that went to Tennessee, they said they had a great time. Cajun Cab, much like
see what it says.
Midwestern Man.
Unfortunately,
how did those Packers end up?
Good writing for that.
Did they beat the Colts?
It says sex industry.
I'm talking about football.
It
says
my
Washington football team today.
It says pedophile. And it says mental illness.
So, Ace Ventura.
On the other side of
everybody
the card,
wants to be famous.
It says indentured servant.
This Mr. Camillo guy wants to call me out.
So,
and I told
tonight's
him,
subject.
I will send you a link. But I don't know how to get a hold of this guy.
Really wanted to call it CW Chanter, you're a big kid now.
And I told the guy to email.
I chose not to do that.
I even put my email.
What
actually,
happened today was CW had to come to terms.
I'm gonna need some assistance
with mocking.
I'm gonna need some assistance.
Trump, mocking the wall, mocking that.
Sometimes not what you know, it's who you know. Yeah, no
email. It's a big deal to him because
if you're gonna call somebody out,
himself,
and I didn't do nothing wrong to this guy. I let him come on down.
Like Alex Jones or somebody.
I fucking try to prevent him from my mascot.
I say everybody that he listens to I always have to say,
And he wants to call me.
I
out.
don't
He said he's coming after me next.
to that person.
Well, fuck that.
I'm not into
My boy.
any of these people he
He's
listens
always
to.
up.
And
There's
so,
my boy. Mascot.
you know, you have to realize
There's your wrench.
that part of the way we've gotten here is blind leading the stupid. And in
I
the
know he's trying to
meantime, people are all,
Hello, Magda, much love.
you
And I'm
know,
gonna play his
you know,
game for like a minute.
mentally abused to say
You
the
know,
least,
I always like talking
from
to him.
having to learn all these hard truths.
So let me see
They
what I
don't
can
know
do.
the truth.
I think
So
someone can help us. Okay.
he really had a hard way to go. And,
Somebody can help us.
hey, Dan Shaw, how you doing, my friend? We really do need to have a lot of compassion for people
Let me see.
as all this information comes forward, and it's gonna come really hard and fast. So I'm doing my best to reach out and actually make a video where he knows that I'm really, it's not that I'm out to get him, and I'm really glad that he's coming around. And they say part of what I'm gonna do is
No,
help
I'm not a
people
good
with
type.
mental illness. And
Okay.
that's a tough one.
Well,
because
let's see if
a
someone
lot
can
of
do
people
us a
wouldn't
favor.
call me because my experience
And I
with
hope you can
me,
do it.
and they couldn't figure
I
out
hope you can do
why
it, Magda.
he's so committed to
Let me tell you something there, fuck Trump. I am not gonna let you keep my shit hostage all night long.
It kind of got all twisted up.
Mr. Camilla,
Now,
you would like to come
what's more
in.
important than this
Hey,
one man
come here.
who started a religion called Commonwealth Chanting
Hello, Jasper. Good to see you. MBW. Welcome. Welcome back home.
is the events that all went down in
Alcohol,
2016. And of course, I was there and I was very involved
Oh,
in
much love to you, man. I got you. Damn, I'm on some
that
pizza
gets
too.
into my dear friend
Can't wait
Randy
pizza.
Morgan,
I've been on this pizza.
being behind the scenes of the Conscious Consumer Network, and all these fools
So,
were together,
Magda,
whether
I
they knew
passed
it or
the
not,
link to our
in
friend.
an elaborate scheme that branched out all the way
Let's
to
see if you can pass it
Troy
through.
Good, David Wilcock, secret space program, you know, the whole political agenda. He grabbed my food and, you know, every other damn thing. So, and
You
it
don't
all
want to
goes crashing down on
I know
you.
it's true. But I want to play this game
And you
for
keep
like
in
10
mind,
minutes. Krista, much love. Devin
this whole
Davis.
dopey internet,
Welcome back
you
home.
know, fuck, I mean,
So,
like a video game.
I'm on Noodles. I'm listening to Noodles for a little bit.
YouTube started out to be
Then I see this guy
right.
coming after me. He said, gee, Mangoes is next. And I said, wait,
And you get
no.
$20, but that's
What do you mean, gee, Mangoes is next?
now.
What does that mean?
Skinny on what's
What did I
really
do to this
going
guy?
on.
You know, I bring him on panel, I show him respect, I let him talk, I let him not be interrupted. He's going to try to come after me next. But I know your game, so I do know your game. You know your game. Whoa.
Everybody needs to come
Much love.
together on a story, a real story,
Happy holidays to you too,
that
brother Mark. Much love.
everybody could relate to.
In a fresh basket of
And of
stories.
course, I knew what was going on in the background, and I'm like, hey,
Space
you know
X.
this story that I'm doing, and it's real. So, you know, I always knew it had to do with me,
8%
but
today,
I never
man.
realized until
Yep, keep
48
up prayers
hours
for
ago,
Miss Cindy Lopez.
and this is
She had
beautiful,
to take a board to the
that
hospital.
what
Man,
the collective
man, hasn't that lady
came
gone
together
through?
on was first off,
Hasn't she gone through?
love above everything else.
Say a
First
prayer
and
for Miss
foremost.
Cindy Lopez.
And so,
Close to
the
the holidays
continuance
too.
of that statement is that
Cindy
you had to
Lopez.
find out about the
I'm gonna keep the time, but the robot won't stop talking! This is from Tim in Charlottesville, Virginia. Everybody, no, don't even ask! I'm asking! Dear Craig and Laura King Jeff, I've been told that my voicemail message sounds like a robot. Is it possible to not sound like a robot when you're recording a message? Oh, well, you've come to the right place. Hey, do you sound like a robot on your answering machine, Larry? I'm Jeff.
I don't answer my answering machine. There's a voice that says you've reached this number, leave a message. In fact, I don't even know how to do it. I don't know how to do the answer. I don't know how to do the machine. I answer it, that's all.
I wish I was there. I wish you lived me. I would invite you as a guest. I would like to see my peeps by themselves. But I used to be by myself too. I was alone. When my father died, when I was 21, and the lady that gave me birth, she left when I was 11. My sister was in fucking New York since she was 16. I was trying to fucking have me as a picture. I said, what the fuck?
which Sir Channel
Huh.
didn't believe. He didn't
But yeah,
realize that people were already
I was
ready to
young.
fall. He
No
thought they were like
birthdays,
3
no
days
holidays. I spent by myself.
And it's like,
I didn't want to leave it to the back.
I mean, people are sharing intelligent, legitimate, factual evidence that it is too happening. Well, see, basically what he said is he was smarter
Elvis Presley, bad to the bone.
than any of the mainstream news media and any of the alternative media, and that he called it right from the start. And this border thing was a crock of shit. Well, then he had to feel even guiltier because, see, they see everything I put out.
Open
They're
arms.
spying on me. It's all part of it.
My house, your house.
You know, now they're backtracking.
I'm always here to make my good time. Whatever I can do to help that
Too fast.
That's what we do.
But,
We never let our peeps stand alone.
he,
Now if this fuck job has me standing alone over here,
everything he has
your
believed
uncle,
in,
pussy, I mean,
Not your dad.
come to
fuck
find
job,
out,
The best friend.
or we can
now
call
he
you
feels
cunt bustle.
So
And that is what we
because
did.
he was
And we were
the
having
one.
mango
See, he
smoke.
didn't have a choice.
There's,
No free will. They twisted his arm.
hoodie, somebody gets some hoodies on there.
He'll proceed to tell you
They'll talk to
a
people.
long list of mainstream and alternative people that he personally got the information from. And I'm going to tell you, every one of them SOBs.
See your boy.
Nobody I
Called
ever
me
knew.
out.
And when I came online, they had a mission.
And I'm going to play your game there.
Following rules around.
I know you're new.
He's my heartbreak, my job, logging with. And so,
I'm only a couple of hours.
that's what I get to do.
He's in the house.
So anyhow, in this first
I'm going to get cool to cold world to drop
screenshot you
some out of
see, when he was cocky, telling everybody that he called it right and they're all a bunch of douchebags. We see we have a $5
You going to
donation from Darnell Yates. And he says, CW, your comments
They're
are
not
all
pushing around.
down
They're like, oh, I'm sick.
here
Oh,
at the White House Council.
you can't even call
Your
me.
insight help us each day.
And I call for
Now, you can just run and say you're joking all day. But when you have people of that mentality, see, they're the
Brother
same
Mark,
ones.
yeah.
They create the collective
Brother Mark,
that say, we cannot trust anyone. Do not trust anyone. I mean, over and over again. As a little girl. But
Prayers, yes.
they're unable to know.
So Camilo,
They have no feeling.
I got all
So
about
they
this.
can't tell who's truthful.
I will tell Milos that you
Who's
bitch
lying,
out.
and no lying. or because
And even Noodles was saying, yeah, man, you'll get it. You'll be great.
So,
Noodles was right.
come to find out,
Noodles was always right.
that
He's
project.
like,
Now he's not the kingpin of this.
oh, no. Oh, I know, I got that.
He's
Yes,
the
I
one
know.
that got put out drunk. And so, back to the soap opera that is YouTube, no doubt. Well, see, these people probably got together in this big network, right? And they're going to dime on each other like nobody's business. And I'll show you a couple of things that will tell you if
I don't know this guy from.
Let me roll
I try to be nice to this guy.
This is why it's important.
He's going to say that I'm thanks.
You
What should I do?
intentionally
Should I call him?
cahoots
Bebe, there you are.
with
Look
a
at
group
that
that is
cool face.
targeting
Looks good.
me
Take your shoes off.
because they're all working off
Turtle, there you are, brother.
a factual script.
How's camping going
It's
down?
my Akashic
I'm
record.
camping
And they didn't know it. I'm not saying they knew.
and
Nobody was supposed to be knowing it's me. It's
oh,
me.
Lord.
They were keeping me as safe as they could
That's funny, Gail.
for as long as they
I
could.
bet they are scared.
But
That's funny.
anyhow,
But I hope you feel better. And I
now
hope you have a pretty good time.
in the previous show to this
What am
one,
I smoking?
they're saying that
I'm
Susan
smoking some
Pratt
Skywalker
is
OG.
tall.
I got maybe 3 or 4
Okay,
grams
now
of
first
it.
you call me crazy.
I just rolled one up.
Now you're calling me a piece of
So what do you think? You think I should
You
call?
tease me because I'm an old lady and my teeth aren't perfect. And now I'm your fucking whore. I'll tell you what, dude. I'm supposed to be nice. Now look, I got a little bit there. But you gotta remember, I'm the girl that loves too many people. I'm the girl that they're measuring.
I mean, what I
With
should
my
do?
life. I have no secrets. I
I
could
know I
simply
can try, but he's
be
going to have my
honest.
number.
And I'm an exile here in the big yellow house. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're monitoring all of us. And I went knowingly into that.
If you think I shouldn't,
Courage is my creed. You know, whatever you want to think. But,
people say,
like, okay, so in this one, this Robert Elvis says sock suits. And then we have Crystal ASMR who says Suze loves CW. This is Chatter, watch out. Okay, so if we have this man who's already on thin ice with his wife
I'm waiting for you.
about whether he's boozing or not, because he'll say he quit, but he really didn't.
Do you want my email? Can somebody put my email down?
You know, he plays
So he can, because I know he's not going to put his email. So if you're scared, you don't want to put your email, can somebody put my email in there?
And so,
And then that way you can email me, Camilla, and I'll just email you a link.
she has to think I want this asshole. Now, you're
Yep, you're right,
definitely
sir.
slandering my character at this point, and I highly object.
I gave you my email, Camilla, on Noodles Hangout, and I told you to email.
Shit,
I was trying to be nice and say, hey,
likes our channel a lot.
I know you don't want to put your shit out there. Everyone's got my shit. So I gave you my email, and I don't see it. Thank you, Four Scores. Mr. Four Scores, just put my email in the chat.
For a level
It's the part I was
sex
born to
offender
play, baby.
to be online. I don't know how many levels there is, but we found out the other night too. And what they do, and we've heard about this before in the real world, we all know about this. Alright,
He can talk.
you know how people steal dead people's identities?
He can talk. I can sing.
They steal their identity, thus stealing their script.
Dr. Sayers, Dr. Sayers.
Thank you.
But
Dr. Sayers, Dr. Sayers.
anyhow, I just
Dr.
want to
Sayers,
make it
Dr.
public
Sayers. Oh, Dr. Sayers. Dr. Sayers, Dr. Sayers. What's wrong with me?
Never,
I think you're
ever,
crazy.
ever,
Second
ever
opinion. You're all so lazy. Dr. Sayers, Dr. Sayers.
hard up
Dr. Sayers, Dr. Sayers.
to want to go out
Dr.
and
Sayers,
silly
Dr.
up.
Sayers.
Okay.
Dr. Sayers.
So,
Dr. Sayers, Dr. Sayers. Can I play the
am I
piano
far enough
anymore?
down the
Of course you can. Well, I couldn't before.
you know, I get so involved, right? Yeah, I think we're there. So, let's go back up the road here.
I hate every
Go to the video. I just want to make sure I'm in the right place. There's a whole lot going on now. This particular
I don't put links on the side chat now. That's not what I do. I don't do that.
I knew.
That's rookie shit. Only rookies put links. Oh, sorry for that. Some people put some links in side chats. I don't do it. Okay? That's not what I do. So Camilo, just email me. It's not that hard. Let's not make this a fucking song and dance. Okay? Shoot me a fucking email. I'll reply you with the goddamn link, and you can fucking stroke your ass in here and we can talk. God damn, how hard is it to have a conversation with somebody? You got people coming here that don't speak English, and they know what the fuck they're doing. This guy's born in the United States, and he doesn't know how to fucking do an email. What the fuck?
And the English language.
What's up, TP? It's good to see you.
Is just like the Tower of Babel. Bunch of fucking
We were headed
You know,
to Masamara, one of the world's
I said, hey,
greatest
Camilla, I
sex
know you don't want to put your email
reserve
out.
located the north of Serengeti.
You see, my team's not my
The
email.
Maasai people,
That's
the tribes
different
of
between you
the
and us.
come at 90%.
I'd rather talk to you right here than talk about you.
And
Right
see,
in
this all
side
goes back to his trauma with 9/11.
And I know what you're
because
doing.
He really believed that it was Al Qaeda and it was outside the United States.
You just picked the wrong motherfucker, that's all.
You know, he was in college getting blowjobs and getting drunk and learning to be a lawyer.
Oh, I know, Salty. I know. I like Camilla. I thought Camilla was cool.
Bad deal.
Honestly, it's not bad. So, true language.
Hi, everybody.
I would like to know what that
I'm
means.
here to give you anything you
Oh,
like.
God.
Want free college, energy, mortgages,
Hallelujah.
whatever you like. You have come to the right place. Why?
How many times do I need to see my emails? Are you fucking
Who
kidding
can
me?
take your money?
You want to be there as a
Twinkle in their eye.
You don't want to go back there. You don't want me to tell you.
Take it all away and give it to some other guy. The government. The government. Who can tax the sunrise? Who can tax the trees?
Man, I'll tell you what, if somebody calls me, that's the only reason I'm doing this. If you don't want to come up with that, just put in the side chat. Jim, thank you. Then you can all just move on. And you will be the biggest bitch of the week.
Like healthcare, climate change, pollution. Just throw away the Constitution. I wrote that, thank you.
Well, you got damn right.
Who can give a bailout? Tell us to behave. And make the founding.
You know, that's like me calling somebody out. Like, there you go. There you go. See, that wasn't that hard. No, it's so good. Bam. He emailed me. Sorry, Camille, but I tell my kids. We are in mistakes. We're fucking hard shit. That's why they call me the people's champ.
In so many ways, instead of getting fired, hey, we'll give ourselves a raise. Tell me you know what I'm talking
I'm on here.
about. I did the choreography myself.
Want to be a cool guy. You're coming here and so much to listen. I get it. I get it. You want to be that. You want to be on that. Well, sir, I gotta tell you, you gotta fucking pay your dues. Go, Cooper. Not right now. Go.
That their meds are monitored, that they're being monitored, and that basically they know who they are. And there's no secret. So he hasn't done that. But today's video he was saw. And that's you know, that's like my middle daughter who used to tell me, you better quit crying more. And he didn't tell her his mom believed it. You know, she was always crying more. And Chandler's always saying it's sorry. And it's part of the illusion that energy is part of the manipulation, it's part of the indoctrination. And so a lot of these people that you see on YouTube believe that.
I keep on driving.
And no different than
I don't know why.
George CC and after one
I
interview,
think I need
really
to.
two interviews in December
You two are receiving enough to maintain smooth streaming.
I mean, they're on limited donation to broadcast. And I got no food, some big blowhole,
Streams.
but also saying that you know you can say whatever you want. And you know what kind of mental ping pong that is. And being in journalism academy, which was no such thing, they were trying to indoctrinate me into that cult. And of course, during that CC,
Go to my settings, and I need to reset.
that's when the Zen Gardner story.
I need to reset the setting because I got poor connection. Son of a bitch.
Directly to Mel, and Mel said to Randy directly to because Zen Gardner was the big money guy.
36 now.
2008. Sure they are. Alright. So you get what I'm saying about all
Well, if it's not.
time you
Sorry.
go researching a lot. Got some beautiful things here to share. If you guys like listen to David Gilmour these days, he is just on. Okay. So this is the video that's called The Truth About the Mexican Migrant Border Skirmish at hashtag
What's going on?
TOT.
I hope you can hear me.
Now,
And this guy's still not here.
after this video was done,
I sent you the link, sir.
you better believe I flagged it for sexual
You
content.
probably, I mean, you've been on Zoom
And I'll
before.
tell you why.
You've been on my panel
Because, as
before.
I publicly stated,
You know what you are.
my middle daughter, Laura,
Let's go, buddy.
was forced into a gang during high school. Snapchat went around with her.
Oh, I know he was talking shit on me. He's been talking shit all goddamn night about me.
And,
Man, you're going in other people's hangouts and talking shit. Oh,
have been involved in some very illegal activities.
it's fucking.
I miss my daughter, I love her. They got her
Yeah, I
working
know.
to be an escort.
I know.
She's out of high
I
school.
know.
And this is no different than most of our kids that are in college these days. And people ask, why do these kids do it? There are no jobs. Even somebody like me cannot work.
Okay, I'm just.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
And I knew you
What's
knew
this
here.
country come
You
to?
are new.
And then you want to talk
And you
about
want to make a
migrants
name
and
for
everything
yourself.
respectable.
So, let me see if I can go to the top
All
shelf.
my days.
Grab the biggest
I
dog
can't work. So what the fuck?
and try to come in.
But that's neither here nor there.
Hello, Boston girl.
Yeah.
Much love.
Realize now Me personally.
You want to get me
Personally.
involved in your
See my
shenanigans.
daughters and how she
Just like you went after Magda, you went
I
after
didn't
Nick, you went after White Life, you went after everyone.
romance and onion and all
You
has turned totally voyeurism, pornography, sexual acts, and of course, him. I mean, he'll pay. He'll spend $300. No big deal. Oh my God! I mean, are you?
You said you wanted to start streaming.
That's dumb.
Well, big boy, I haven't seen you stream yet.
They're gonna pay
You have no content. You have nothing to talk about. You want to grab Abby, try to make her your wife? And you never fucking know.
Age,
Sounds like another man right now.
none of age.
Dressing up on pussy? Afraid of me.
Disrespect.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's the first problem. I mean, how can any of us
So let me tell you something there, Jabril. You will not be mentioned. I will not mention you
he
anymore.
thinks it's right?
I will not make a spectacle out of
This
you.
is wrong.
That's it.
Right.
You get one chance. Now instead, you can say, "Hey, G,
Where,
what's going on,
it
bro?
gets kind of
I
interesting.
need
You
some
get over here,
subs.
he sings a
Blah,
song.
blah, blah, blah."
I mean, I just don't know where to begin with you guys. I
Well, that's a
guess
different
maybe
story.
at the start. Maybe that's sensible.
And we'll see what type of person you are.
I don't think so.
And we would help you out.
I do need to say that
Go
I've
ask White
been
Life
after
Matters.
1970 fucking 6.
I'm always here to help
a year.
and show love.
That I do sincerely bring all this in as education, as part of the life charting experience, as part of
You want to be known.
what are we?
You would like to
Citizen
be known.
journalists or something, right? I mean, any name you
So
say,
you're going about it the wrong way.
somebody's not gonna like it.
You're
I'm a
going about
spiritual
this the wrong
researcher,
way.
and
There's only
the
one
guy that wanted to
Noodles.
sacrifice the
Noodles
Lord
can't be
something with no
replaced.
face.
Like you can't
And
replace
that's
me.
me.
You can't replace Ryan.
And oh yeah,
We're all different.
I'm the redheaded suffragette and feminist. Come to find out, from Red Dead Redemption and these whack jobs. Now we're over at Unirock real quick, one of his butt buddies. He's all pissed off because he can't kill her no more.
It's that line button. Every day. White Life Matters.
People don't
It's
realize
that line
there's
button.
war everywhere.
Every day.
The kids are all playing games. Like
You
going
keep
to the military to
talking
get free education.
and talking and talking.
That's it up.
And you're going to get faded out real soon. Just like someone else that we faded out.
So we do snip, snap, snip.
I ain't gonna say no names.
I'm good, man. What did you say? It's a beautiful day today?
I'll go fuck with your Houston. I'll go fuck with your Orlando.
Yes.
You go with what? Cooper. Not right now.
My hand's on fire. Yeah, we set your hand
I
on
got a
fire.
fucking job to run. He just don't talk shit. Doesn't want to fucking cam up. Doesn't want to come on the panel.
Here's your mop. Here's your broom. Give a work at
I already gave you a muffin. You don't need any more.
Dave.
The muffin's probably bigger than you.
It's baked in.
This guy's a little guy.
Alive on
This
planet
guy's probably
Earth. If
5
you're going to
pounds.
encounter people doing things that you don't
I
like,
wish I could turn my camera.
figure it out.
You want me to turn?
Oh my God. The other thing
God
about it
bless
that's so crazy about is this, is that when we heard about
It's
this,
gonna be cheap.
the social
Here
media
to do it.
program in China,
Because he's
where
ready
they were
for
going to award people a point for whether they
Camilla,
were
you
trustworthy
fucking
or
are.
not. The government was going to monitor people's social media interactions and events in their life, their economics, their
That's what we call energetic currency.
I can't see.
And of course,
If you all can see.
with China being a communist kind of crazy world over there, it's a different way. What they're doing is if you're loyal to the state, you get credit. So he's misrepresenting what's going on in China with this currency. And of course, they're monitored and, very, very restrictive. He's very upset about this. Now,
No, he's not taking a shit. Oh, now he's calling. You scared him.
Crush that system and bring a better one.
Bless it.
Because they already know our hearts.
You scared him off.
What we do to
Did you all
help,
see little Coop?
that's our wealth.
You guys didn't stand.
Presumably some sort of animal.
Cooper is a little cat radio, and he's a stray, but he hangs out here every night, and we feed him. He's a little guy. He's battle. He's probably like 5 pounds. And he's a little guy.
But do you really want
So I
to
take
be
care of
alive?
Yes, and I try to turn the camera on. There I couldn't see. Sorry, it was over. It's good. But he was right here.
No one's making you look at this.
But anyway,
So here's the other problem.
Where's this fucking guy?
Here we go.
And King Camilla. What a name, King. You come up in here and name yourself King. Wow.
Okay?
What would you like shortcuts?
The act of turning women on Twitter
But here's the deal, fucker.
or on Instagram.
If you don't come on the panel, you truly are ignorant. And do me a favor, keep my name out your mouth. If you're gonna talk shit about me, then fuck you. Until then, zip it. And go back wherever you came from. Whether you came from a goddamn camera community or a fucking knitting community or a fucking, I don't know what the fuck. Okay? You're supposed to be cool. You're from Jersey. Jersey peeps are supposed to be cool. I'm only a few hours away from you. If that.
And watching porn at the same time. So you get it.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying, for someone that lives local, from this place in New Jersey, you should be a cool man.
Sure. Hey, you know,
Not a fuck job that wants you. You have no contact.
That's what I said.
And people say, I'm not going to bad me. That's
On Facebook, on Twitter, on whatever.
But if you're going to fucking talk shit, have some cojones. Man the fuck up. And stop going after all these women. You're always attacking all these women.
I don't have a problem with women taking
Magda, Charlotte.
I do have a problem with
You attack them. Lisa.
when it comes to women taking
And the next woman you're going to attack is Abby. Because you're going to turn your back on her.
What do you think?
And she will be a victim. And Abby, you know me.
You know what I mean?
Just remember.
You know what I mean? I'm done. I shoot you that way. Nothing God's on the street. Encouraging the system that turns into the performance of another citizen. Why? Because you got the audacity of this. You feel bad if you don't feel like you can get a girl like that. If you're into one, you can get any girl you want to get. You want to get a good looking girl, if you want to make that impression, if you go out in life, you can do that. I've seen broke ass men with fine ass women. I have. You know what it comes down to? Style, integrity, attitude, and playing the game. There's so much for everyone. Okay? If you're yourself stories about yourself, involuntary sober. You tell yourself those things. You gotta get in the game, and you're gonna strike out a lot. And you're gonna get your heart broken. And you're gonna take it.
The battle of sexist tiger.
I've had my heart broken a million times. You know what I do? Sometimes what I used to say
This is your last 2 minutes.
A million times. Maybe a million women. Oh, so you were just thinking about it.
You broke my heart, broke up
That's not okay.
you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, all those things finally got resolved, and I was eventually able to just look up, you know, in my bed at night and say to myself, well, you know what? Just about this one.
That's your
Those moms gonna have to go to bed early. Sounds like 22. Okay,
goes on
for mom
in
to get
detail
well, you can
about what it's going to take to get a negative
go
picture
to
of
the
him.
outside.
He's gloating.
I've moved out when I was 16 years
But
old.
this is the migrant video.
16? No, my dad didn't leave me. My mom left me when I was 11. My sister was in New York. We said, "Jake,
Real
what
hectic because
said, "What's going on?"
Hey,
What? And I did.
what'd you say?
it don't make no kind of sense, but it's trending all over the internet. They're saying that the next big, that's what they're making predictions about. And here's my prediction. Our prediction is they're making that prediction because people need there to be another gamer. People want another imaginary battlefield, men and women, haves and have-nots.
It's not imaginary.
You know what I mean? No SJW. No such. Dudes are angry at women in this modern society. With everything in this modern society.
Bounce
So
like a
crazy.
goddamn basketball.
With the social
Hey,
media.
Willie.
Oh, you got no credit, son.
How you doing, my fine
You got
friend?
no credit.
I blame drugs, I blame alcohol, I
And you're
blame
definitely
social
not
media,
boy
I blame
You're not a boy
for giving rise to
You're
a
not
whole
boy We
generation
don't want to.
of dudes.
Willie.
His reactions to the world
Willie.
are to say, I'm
Was I
This
already?
is the guy that calls
Yeah, it was
women
a short commercial break.
This one
Well, you don't wait
blowjobs
for the
in
commercial.
college.
Just go right back to
You
it.
don't mind.
No, the commercial.
Some shows you gotta wait 2.5 minutes.
No, these shows are live. This show is extra specially fast live.
We are really moving.
But really, this is messing with the script. Commercials go faster on CBS. That's why we're the number one in this. You know what? You know what I think is interesting about all this? That made no sense, but they put in the phrase "we're number one," so they just applaud. Oh, we're number one.
Is it Cruz Pavlov?
You hear the theory about CBS? I think these dogs will enjoy CSI Miami.
Yeah, it was fun though with the girls in Moscow.
Oh, yeah. You ever been to Russia? I love those. They're fascinating. Great, but you mentioned
And that's
4
the thing.
stores last year.
The sex industry, human trafficking,
It's about goddamn time. You made me wait
illness,
35 minutes.
so we're getting it tonight. I'm gonna try to help them.
You don't make the people's champ just wait all night.
it's such a stupid game.
Are you
Of
kidding
like,
me?
oh, and then
I know you think you're the king, sir.
and then you never
But
call
you know, I
back.
told you earlier,
You watch the
we
next
go
one.
live
There's
around
no point in
night.
like this that section. It's making
And
people
you
buzz.
are late.
Because that's the thing. Okay,
It's not
you
exactly
want to do that. If that's a place of life for you, that's fine. All
No,
that's
Sir.
I've met
You're not
people like that in my
Sesame
life,
Street.
you know, everything like
You're not
is
at the
like
fucking.
women are means to men.
So
If
like-
you're in a body, you might as well be a robot. It's just
You're
like
not at the
another
fucking oyster bar.
like another
You're from Jersey.
and my whole life is about not being able to connected with her.
Jersey.
My whole life
Jersey
is
is.
about I like to hang out for a while. First of all, the most interesting
Wise
section
guys. Yeah.
right?
Hello?
Yeah. Hello yourself.
Can you see me?
No, I don't need to see you, sir. All I need to do is hear you and you listen to me. That's all I need.
Performers.
Can you see me?
I don't need to see you.
They've been working on them.
What do I need to see you for?
Oh, the girl is such wild and crazy thing. But
You
like,
summoned?
it's wild and crazy
I
thing.
need to.
My attitude
Yes.
about it is like,
Why are
you know,
you, sir,
yeah, and I get it. Okay, you're into it. It's fantastic. Wonderful.
talking negative about me? When I had respect,
Good hair.
I showed you respect when you came in here.
I'm
And
not
my
going
heart
to be
was
so good,
being
but
around.
never.
but it's not in my
I
nature.
saved you for my best
So
friends.
just wild and crazy. So
Why are you talking shit and saying that I'm next
I'm so
door?
close. I'm just too close. I don't think if I had another person, I wouldn't know what to do.
What am I next for?
That's awkward. I've never been to that.
Well, first of all, you went on news attacking me this morning.
How? Well, sir, I have like Tina
Camilla's going to get it. Camilla's going to get it.
Oh, dude,
Camilla's
you got,
on.
you got played out. You got played out, dude. I got 19 phone accounts to fill out.
It was G Magnus on there running me down to the ground.
Yeah, I'm sorry you got killed.
Since we're talking
I
about
listen to
SCX,
So that wasn't you?
you know what most people
Which
focus
part, sir?
on
What can I
is a
say?
mutual orgasm.
Camilla's going to get it.
Need
Camilla's
exchange
quit running
energy.
around. And this was before I said anything.
No. You were talking shit about me. You and Nelson Green. Why did you attack me, Nelson Green? That was after you were running your mouth this morning on noodles. Because you were talking shit about me, sir. No. And the side
You attacked first, saying,
Camilla, I always show you respect when I see you. Do or don't? Be honest.
Well, why would you run me down when I didn't have you on noodles?
You play a good game. Is this the game that you played?
No,
Because you know I was cool with you. I never had any problems.
Talking about the
You and I
migration,
got along great.
border,
You were fine. You spoke
Unless it was a troll account.
It's bound to be. I think something's close.
Sandra gonna fuck you up.
I do have 19 player accounts.
Well, that's why.
So there you go.
Well, I can't help it.
Sounds like a bad dream.
They found it. I'm sorry, but they told you.
So it is what it is. So this is what they look at thought out in
Too many foreign movies.
easy it is.
They have the cheese maker up there, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Camilla, I got, you need counts on this. Dude, I have almost 20 accounts, Camilla.
And there's women making decisions for a reason. So if you want to watch Final Fantasy VII, you can still find that.
No, I love it. I don't attack
Hey,
first.
Stephanie, no.
No, I have no issues with
Again,
that. No,
I think
but when I
that
hear you
people
talk
need to
bad
spend more time
for
thinking
no
about
reason.
inner psychology.
It's like, where this come from? You said G-Mango's business. That's what you said.
Rather than, I know
And
what
you're
it is,
saying
but
that I
you want to be
talk shit
guys
to
who are
you.
like, why isn't anyone giving me a $30,000 dinner?
Never. The reason why I went on you.
You know what I mean? Isn't it lousy? I'll be really honest.
Alright, Stephanie, I know you don't
No, I've been
fully
shit.
understand
Believe it.
why I deal with this guy, but we're talking about
Because with
orchestrated takedown of good people, okay, that are targeted. But in the meantime, you got these people, which are all hooked up in a very nefarious thing, and little did they know, it really is at the highest level connected to the sex industry, human trafficking, pedophiles, and mental illness. He's mentally ill. He said the other day the migrant border crisis wasn't real. They weren't there and it wasn't happening. And he was smarter than any news channel, mainstream or alternative. The other day he figured out it was real. But this is the day before when allegedly the White House says they appreciate him, which we know is just a joke. But it's serious because we have got to know who we can trust and who we cannot. And he can't trust anybody because he doesn't trust himself. And he's a sick pervert.
Baby, you know me well.
I'm a sex
Know just what I say. For the shit, that's the goddamn word.
Make this really trying to feel that way when I did absolutely nothing to him personally other than exist as an attractive female in the same game space. And he wanted to
Features.
Or go to Czechoslovakia.
Right. And then I would take that. And I was like, this is like ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, free
And I
porn.
was
What do you
like,
think
I
this?
was like,
What do I have to do? Well, I'm just going to tell you. All right. Leave a gap and I'll throw some words into it. And that's how we do it.
Stephanie.
All right. You can either answer the question or you can guess what's in my box. Here's how that works. I've got a box in my head. I don't know what's in it. Only Jeff knows what's in it. You try and guess what's in the box. If you're right, Jeff will tell you you win the money. If you're wrong, something awful will happen to you.
And then eventually I was like, okay,
So I have to guess what's in your mind at this moment.
In the box in my mind. Or answer a question.
You know what I mean? Like, no offense, Jordan saved the gym in you.
That's not the job.
You know
All
what I
right, I'll
mean?
choose the
Like,
box.
it's just the way that it goes, baby. You know what
I felt
mean? Or, you know, deal with it. It's up deal with it. And some people deal with it in that way. I'm not going to fall out of anybody. If I see something like this person, I'm not on this.
Oh, I gotta get the box in my head. Okay. All right.
And
Hang on.
that's the other thing. Apparently some of the issues
I know
with
your
this
opinion.
is
I would get one.
No,
that what
just
they're
change.
doing,
All right.
what they're
Were
doing
you
is
going to say a baby?
they've got the
Yes.
good stuff
No, why
behind
were
the
you gonna say
paywall.
that?
That seems
I
to be
don't
like one of the
know.
points.
You guys did not take that.
They'll
Maybe it's addictive.
Bikinis and stuff.
It is.
But if you want the good stuff,
I wanted to see Larry and Richie
like,
All right, I've imagined the box in my head.
jamming
What's that?
together.
Jeff, do you
What
have
happened?
it's good stuff.
What is it?
All right, Larry, what is in my box? A
Richie
baby wine.
Sambora.
For the private Instagram, apparently it's a really big deal.
I don't
It's
know,
about
Jeff.
the
What's
charges
in the
not
book?
for
Would
the
have
stuff.
accepted SpongeBob,
And my
Larry
action
King
that is a
porn.
phone. It's like, you know, like,
But it is a
well,
baby
you
right.
know, people like to keep on the Catholic society. What's that one that on the show talk about?
That is so wrong. That is so
I also
wrong.
want to talk about the rest of the society where it's done by sorts. Like, if we say that from the male perspective and from the male gaze perspective, let's say, no, it's like, oh, you know, these men, these living foods, they messed up about the fact that we live in a society where women can exploit the natural desirability and men's natural desire for them by monetizing their circumstance. And I also want to point out that there's another class of people involved in that calculation that haven't been addressed so far, and that's the women living in a world where, of all the things that they can be doing for money, they find it the most lucrative thing that they can do. Is take a photo of engaging in sex with. And I'm not approved about things, because the problem that I have with this is that things like these it's a different place somewhere.
Larry King's presidential election history.
And prostitution and trafficking
Why
is
the United States
I'm not
presidents
approved
have
about
been
it.
married
unless
to
you're
Because
on
it's not
or as I
license.
call
no one has multiple social coverage, or women volunteer this time for them to work.
Larry King's presidential election history.
The modernization of
3 presidents grew up as farmers. George Washington on a tobacco farm,
where,
Jimmy Carter on a peanut farm, and William Howard Taft on a fat farm. He was enormous, like a blimp.
Think of it as a natural assumption about the nature of human beings.
Larry King's presidential election history.
After the election of 2000, all people could talk about were Chads. I still spend a lot of time talking about Chads. Mainly actor Chad Michael Murray. What a talent. Is One Tree Hill still on the air? I lost the remote for my TV 2 years ago.
So now you're Elizabeth support.
Larry King's presidential election history.
By definition.
In the presidential election of 1848, John Quincy Adams accused Andrew Jackson of being a murderer and a bigamist. But Jackson retaliated by accusing Adams of having ugly mutton chops. Touche.
It's engendering all these and it's engendering all these definitions and invoking all these natural definitions or statements about the natural state of affairs
here, and I have a big surprise for you, buddy.
Yeah, what?
You know the rock and roll event that America has been waiting for since maybe since Elvis. It's going to happen tonight. I've got you the biggest rock and roll name to sing the opening credits of the show with you. The number one rock and roll guy in America is going to sing and play with you tonight for the opening credits.
Truly loving someone. You're gonna let that win out? Or being dedicated to someone and being freedom and loving it? It's so scary to lose that love. The men, of course, people are prostituted. Many women are. And be real when they get engaged and not loving it. That's what's wrong with it. Not always about the money. It's about the soul.
So maybe it's not the sex I guess maybe I just I'm not It seems that there's a lot of things that are going on in the world that require interesting and you can't do it as hard to do
Welcome back, my first friend tonight. This is how we introduce people now. Yeah, my new friend is a legendary talk show host. His latest talk show, Larry King Now, airs on Hulu. Take a look at this.
If you spent all that mental energy and effort that you put into either getting upset or wanting to protest women taking their clothes off on the internet, or drawing yourself up and taking half-naked, ultra Photoshop images of yourself on the internet, if you took that mental energy and effort and tried to solve any of the real problems in life, or that might be going on with you, I think we'd be better off as a society. Too much fixation on the superficial, on instant gratification, mediated, self-reinforcing traditions of what's considered attractive or unattractive.
We are the thrivers.
That doesn't seem like that's what life's about. There's the animals to do that, right? Animals like peacocks with their plumage, or cheetahs with their stripes, or birds with their song. You know what I mean? You can play the game of the endless striving for sexual attractiveness that you achieve the end result of nutting once in order to make sure that your genes continue on to the next generation. So that human beings get to the endless brains politics, the problem is not just that making money out of the IRS. The problem is that of all the things that people are doing on social media, why is it that it's so motivated to take their clothes off? And I just think it's business. And the other thing about giving a woman $30,000 on a Snapchat, on an Instagram, on a YouTube live stream, is like, or people putting their nude selfies behind a paywall. It's like, do you know how much free pornography is available on the internet? Do you know what I mean? Do you know how much free pornography is available on the internet? Like, why is it, like, whenever I get, like, I've got donations on the super chat as well. And every time I do, I'm like, there's part of me that thinks to myself, like, there's tons of people, like, talking for free on the internet. Like, I don't know why you might have thank you for it. I'm grateful for it. But like, when people drop ridiculous amounts of porn on the chick and they're talking on Twitch, I'm always like, why are you doing that? Like, and if you want to support her stream or want to see her going, I guess give her moderate. But why would you drop like $30K? Like, I'm pretty offended. Like, no offense, if you want to do it, I guess this doesn't make sense. Like, this can stick out the crowd. My attitude is like, you know what I mean? Like, just give her like $300. That's excessive in itself for one stream. And then like maybe give her like $1,000 for 30 different streams. I don't know, like $30,000. I don't just make sense to me. What do I know? I don't understand people. And exactly, it was also there's this mention of cosplayers, for example, in the United States of America. It's like, yeah, all these people, these nerds, just complain about those booth dates at Comic-Con, or these cosplay hookers, or whatever.
We need to tag that.
I'm just saying, deal with it. It's like
Channer was big into Comic-Con, and they had a shake up there a couple years back when they had some underage girls in those booths.
I get attacked by these women because they clump up and they, you know what they are? They're talent killers.
Yeah, maybe it's on the IRS.
They come up drunk on panel and they numb themselves up with alcohol and dope all day so they don't feel nothing. So they can just sit on this thing, go over and over, and you can't
And
penetrate through.
maybe
Because they're all
he's
doped up
focusing
like
on the
that. And got
IRS
water ones, leaks
because
and
him
all
and
that.
his crew
They're all
are the
on
very
dope.
people
Their bottom
that make up false claims
Try
about
to get
people.
off. Try to
You
carry
know,
your
when
life.
people run
Get
background
off
checks on
first of
him.
all, they're not applying.
Maybe he's the
And
kind
that's
that
what you attract.
says somebody is,
I've been watching you.
you know,
I've been
holding
watching
money
you.
out
I've been
for the
watching
government as a lawyer.
every day.
Never
Going
know.
down lower and lower. Listen, evil man.
You are not.
You got all the porn for free.
I have no idea why people spend. And this day and age, the fact that there's anybody dropping any money on any woman taking their clothes off on the nice beyond me, considering how much free stuff is out there.
You do what you think is best for you, and I'll do what I think is best for me. Because at the end of the day,
Cheap ass.
these people aren't anybody's friends, really. They're not my friends. And I don't have to deal with them in real life.
I know. I mean, I'd save my money. I was on it. Somebody else like I can't afford to feed my kid. I do like this money in the pocket or whatever. But girls like that, you know, on Periscope all the time. Girls are like, whatever. Now you do this, let's do this, and then
Oh, and Periscope.
I'm like, private show, hey, private show. I'll get excited about you. And okay, now you've gone offline, you do some private shows, some other dudes, money. Nice.
On my hangout, on my stream, sir. Now you tell me when Camilo
for you, how much for
Productions can do that. First of all, you got to do
Now, see right here, that's solicitation.
I don't know the price necessarily.
You can't tell people that they're doing drugs and yada yada. That's not good.
But there's definitely a price.
He is a sellout. He admits it on other videos.
Just like when you eat, it's none of our business that you live with your mom still. But we don't say anything.
See, that's another lie you just propaganda.
I heard our neighbors.
He says it's 40 for the average
I saw the news.
You're the great geek, but you don't even know the truth. I don't live with my mother. I
Well,
live
you don't know
Now he's
what's
talking
happening.
about banging another dude.
I'm not saying it's a low price. I feel like up to millions.
Then he take that
it
on
makes
his
you
wife.
impulsive to me. You propaganda.
Not good point.
That's
Trying
good.
to intimidate me when it's not true, though.
But it's not. But that is
tomorrow. You do
There's something wrong with her being on
Fuck
the
me up there is what you want to. Sliding around so
Tag it.
She's a villain.
you know what I mean? Honestly.
The bottom line is,
Like,
you can run things and be friends with who you want, but don't tell me what to do every year.
I will. So it's not a low price. And nowadays, like, I'm going to be a very, very high price. But it's up to you. It's up to you. You know what I mean? You're never so
Me, I'm saying, not you. You do what you want. Go out there as well. You can have a party, but me on this side, I take them as objects or no objects.
I'll suck in the tail.
You are buying here.
And this is not you got a radar going on. You got the radar money. I got
Real life deals.
I'll stretch. No pun intended. You know what I mean? I'll meet you with whatever you want. You know what I mean? Price is right.
I've overtopped the
$200, $100, I'll talk 32 on the phone, maybe. You know what I mean?
Since
Don't get started at the $100.
He wants free porn, but he'll charge you to talk dirty to you. So, see, there you have it, mental illness.
You don't know what it is. It takes kind of that.
Because the boy will eat you alive. Mark my word, man.
That's the problem. The boy is the problem. It's time for a new direction. It's time for newcomers coming up. People like Nelson Green.
Nelson's Green, good too.
That's what I would end up saying.
Nelson Green.
That's what he's into. I'd be like, you're killing me.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Get the women are over there attacking him too now, starting up with him.
Here's the next money. Clearly been misunderstood. So you charge $100.
Did you watch the live stream today? I was
That
was one of the concepts we were
I'm not
discussing.
going to pontificate about it online and the
Your Lisa Lynn,
like
your Leos, and all that are over there attacking them down. You won't leave them alone.
But you admitted what
There's
you
some
do
women
in
come around
private.
here. They're all women.
We love her. We're good women. They're all good. They're great women.
they'll drag you down and spit you out. You're going soft with the
What do
women.
you get for $1,000? $1,000
Just
you
giving
probably
you
get
constructive advice. You know,
$1,000
these women are
great. How many women text you about how your day was, how your family's doing?
No.
How's your wife doing? Do you have any of that? Do you get any messages?
I don't want to get demonetized, so I won't get into
Because I get hundreds.
separate. But who cares?
Who cares?
What do you want to?
Who cares? It's nice to wake up and have people ask about you, how you doing, blah, 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 give you positive
I'll set the scene.
I'm sure you get
light some candles. Get into it.
You're a bad apple, so.
I do. How do you know that? I get threats.
Somebody wants to jack off.
Are you threatened?
$1,000.
Do I get threatened all the time?
That's all they want to do, jack off in front of me. Like, all I got to worry about.
I got
don't think they do.
people on streams at 3 a.m. wishing me could have whatever came out of my mouth.
When you were in the coma?
Yes, sir.
Sorry to hear that. I'm taking it.
Everyone I've never sold out in all these years.
That's why I don't worry about you, Thomas.
Everybody does not.
Son of a bitch, you're missing word. Look at you. You're awesome. I can't. So huge.
When I say steamroll, I don't mean in real life. I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
it's not about attacking you.
And now as to learn what else is there? All the rest. It's just gonna have to be second best. I know I'll go through life comparing with you. That's what I'm no good. I'm good to rest.
You tell me if I could top that.
So I put an X rating when I crush you in a big mouth. Just being time out and that's it. That's what nobody was taking the fucking guitar and trust me, it gives me a migraine. When I hear the I'm sorry, you can say you can't hate on it.
Honesty is always the best aphrodisiac.
But anyway, we're not here to talk about this. Johnny Kings, there's a big ladder, buddy. But I wish you the best. But I just don't see you.
You're crying away now, promoting in person.
2 scoops of things. White knight, you're not on the
Sorry,
street.
Sorry, it's my fault. Of course. Well, you don't know that. You don't know that for 100%. You don't know what the. But you just say that. Don't just stand there and just go through the station with the job. It's good.
Oh, you Robin just take class. What do you want for $1?
Yeah, you better ride with me, John. Somebody has to make out the report.
Anything.
Somebody had to make out the report.
I love you a long time. Love you for 10 years of life. She's
doesn't have a sexual relationship with a man, you know that. You're
There's
playing
money
on
in
it.
this man's army. Look at me, I'm broke. Yeah, I'd like to be as broke as you
Can't
Russian
have
gay
a
guys.
Russian accent. I don't know. That's you. I'd have to hear it from Robin. That's what I'm asking. A hot breath. That's okay. It's your dollar, honey. Whatever makes you happy. Yeah, there it goes for you.
No, there's worms coming out.
This way is the picture. You like a twerk? You want me to twerk? That's gonna cost you. That's it. Talk is cheap. I got a lot of requests here. Now we have there we go.
Hey, Tracy.
Give it to the Private chant, don't chant for money, that's what you want.
Isn't it great that so many people that are involved in this sex industry, human trafficking, pedophilia, and the mental illness that goes along with it? They're all busting themselves. They're ratting each other out. They're all in cahoots. The players get more expansive, but the whole world is coming together to stop this outrage. That's the one thing everybody can agree on. How about that? I want you to leave YouTube and social media and get off Twitter. How's it go?
George Marks a job. American Express with I sleep, thank you.
85% of the war online is fought out on Twitter.
I'm still there. It's in my private affairs.
And we've learned tonight that Twitch, Instagram, and Periscope is where all the prostitution and escort and live sexual acts go on. Come to find out. And oh yeah, they like young kids too. Some do, some don't. Some could give a shit. Some don't know the difference between a boy and a girl. Some like to dress them up to confuse others.
I don't know that song. Can't run out of the room, that's going to cost you. They're going to bust me.
Oh yeah, they're going to bust you.
They're referring to the IRS. How much money did you make in Super Chat? It was $1. It was $2.
No, you've gotten a lot of money since you monetized. And you said originally you didn't care about the money. But you also said you'd sell out and suck anybody's dick that was better than you. And this is where your mouth gets you in trouble. And that's why you have a chronic yeast infection in your mouth. Which is why your tongue's white and little bubbles and parasites come out.
Where's your passion? Where's your love? Where's your... Come on. You want to be the heel?
But I thought you're a big kid now.
Do you enjoy being the heel every day?
3 days ago.
Do you like it?
When did you do this?
Do you like to be
stream live on November 25th?
I think I'm a nice guy. They're the ones.
Yes, I like Cleveland.
Mag and the rest of them.
Mag is very nice.
Things just got interesting.
You got your own Cleveland.
Because you're stealing.
You'll never come. You won't be nowhere near when I go for my channel.
You should
I got 50 others.
Hey,
I don't care if I have 10 people watching. There won't be them. You can have
Trigger minds. What's wrong to you? You should have Meg as a wife. Honestly, she's a good one, Charlie. She's a good mom.
I guess I should bring up right now.
Somebody paid me to have her as a mom.
A lot of people are worried about that affluent guy, one of your moderators. He's a dirty bird, isn't he?
Somebody said, here's $1,000 to have her as a mod for a year. I'm not even doing this for any kind of money. I don't get I can leave here tomorrow.
So you're going to sit here and tell me that's bullshit. You're going to sit here and tell me that you're not trying to get 1,000 subs, get monetized, fucking creep. Come on.
Keep your mind on.
That's a monkey.
I don't.
Keep in your eye.
Come on, just
I'm not in this for the money.
brain.
I like challenges.
Thinking with your little head.
And I like to reach the peak of something, and that's it.
You got one of the
That's
best
what I'm
challenges you got to spend.
A chance to put money.
Oh, we sound it, and it's over. But just
You can't play rock
But
band.
you're cool. I don't have a problem now with me or what?
I don't have no problem with you. No problems.
And that drone music is horrendous.
I just didn't, I didn't like this.
That's
When I
noise.
saw that you were next, I really didn't know what that meant.
You got people meditating to it.
Oh my
No, I
God.
don't do that stuff.
You know what
Songwriter.
I'm saying?
Mark.
I don't do any of that bullshit. I just get as far as trying to get, rising up and somebody.
Tag Dire Straits. They're in the
Wait, man,
story.
like I said, I wish you the best.
Hey,
But
listen.
if you have a problem, I mean, if you ever want to talk, just have me up on panel. I'm not scared to come up. I mean,
Thank you, Tony. So
and I'll come up whenever you want. I mean, I couldn't find your link. That's why I didn't come up earlier. I wasn't afraid to come up. You know that.
See, when thought he's gave
Normally
his
yours.
donation request, maybe you should twerk a little more. I don't know if I want to see that.
Yeah, but that's all. I have nothing against you or
You
nothing.
heard me
And,
sing
I'm not
private
saying
dance,
that
you
I'm
heard me say
afraid
that
to or
you want
anything.
for
I'm
a
just
certain
saying
amount of money.
I like you and I don't have a
Raw
problem
dog
with you.
me, okay?
If I didn't like you, I
I
would tell
still
you.
want to believe
Is that like
You're
eating
cool,
your
my
salad
respect
toss?
about me. And I think that if you were to see me twerk,
Well, I just hope I don't
despite
hear
those
any
previous
negativity
statements,
come
that might be all gone.
from
You know what I mean?
Well, if I'm not, but if you do, call me up and I'll explain if I said it or not.
do that.
Because you're stocked to
See,
me
your
going around too. I
rectum
hope you
is
know.
for only outgoing
Yeah, big.
debris and
It
trash
has my
and
photo
food.
and everything on it, but
You're not supposed to be putting things up there. No gerbils,
Yeah.
no
You fucking
penises.
water, dude. You fucking water. That's like.
You know what I'm talking about? I gotta say something, guys. Did
Are
that.
you nuts?
Bonner
Bonner would
Bonner
take
has
you
no
out.
power.
Jesus.
Oh, he does.
Bad, bad, bad,
Trying to
bad.
get me, you got the wrong content, you got the wrong everything.
Yeah, he's got
Just
some
I
like
can
that
screw
sound like
everybody, you don't have as much power.
It's on my version
Ew.
of that song. It's my soul. Oh my God.
Earworm,
I'm
tag.
trying to see that. It's a very high
The only
pitched
thing he
song.
did was kept bringing my
That
phone
dude
when I
was
go
a dude.
up on panel, but he
Believe
can't even do that anymore. Because I blocked the thing for doing that.
Tag it.
Because I go up on panel and he
They
keeps bringing
said
the
when I
phone.
first did a video that I must be a dude with this
He's
low
another one that
voice.
can't take it, so he
64
has to
we
try
get
to
to
find
69.
information outside of this and all that.
I wouldn't
Because what can he do? He's powerless.
I
Or he can be up there with a
looked at
hundred
it wrong.
subs.
Thaddeus Max coming
He's
up.
a robot. He's
You know,
hiding
look
behind
at
a
it wrong.
robot,
You
not
can
like
threaten
that.
the chat with working for donations,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, if I don't see $5 or
Wow.
45 seconds, I'll get the truck.
I don't
Traveling
fear him.
gets hot.
I'm not telling
You
you.
need to
Oh,
put
yeah,
a
she's right.
diaper on.
So I'm telling other people.
I would set your goals.
You're a hot
You know, I play
mess.
the dangerous game because occasionally my wife will monitor the transmission. She'll be like, "Who's Robin Eagles?"
So you're wrong.
Tag it.
They're attacking me. I'm not attacking them.
We started earlier with a show before this where I said they were saying I'm his booty call and I want him.
We had 61 a couple minutes ago.
I hear you're
That's
friends
what she
with
said.
Lolly. They say, how's Lolly?
Nasty.
I'm not friends with Lolly.
Oh, tag it.
That's another lie.
You're drinking
Anything else
again.
you say?
Why?
Tag
You
it.
were on the
Pratt.
wagon for a while.
Listen.
Chuck? What's Chuck?
How do you think your wife's gonna feel
We gotta
to realize that besides you boozing,
I don't know
that
him.
you
I
let
know of him, but I don't.
somebody
I have no
you
idea who
do
that is. That's
whatever
another
and then you
story.
go and stick your
I'm just
member in
reading the chat. I
her?
said to read the chat. I'm asking questions. Don't ask me questions.
Any more you want? They want to know?
I'm going through them. I'm going through them.
Right? Make America great again. Civil War.
That's how it started.
Is this
So
what
why
it
is
was
it
all
that you
about?
have
And then within like
side
hour and
What do
15
you
minutes,
prefer?
we're at like, I'll
Yeah.
do a lot of things for money. What do you want? What do you want? Lick my own nipple? Okay.
Yeah, they just said that you
You know
were
what I
friends with
mean?
Lolly, so I
CW
just
stripper.
Hey,
There
Jess.
you go. Alternatively, CW striper.
No, I don't know, Jess.
Play
I
for
just
God.
wanted to, come up. We just had to settle a few things. I heard
You
him
don't
talk
play
about
for a
me. He
divine
says he
benevolent
wanted
creator.
to talk about him, yada, yada.
Quit messing around.
This is out of nowhere. Look at crypto enthusiasts.
Well, anytime you want me up, let me know or whatever.
Off topic, what do you think of the legitimacy of soul walking? How did you get there? Honey, how did you get there? At what point did you think this was an appropriate time to ask me about the legitimacy of soul walking? Oh my God. I don't know how to do that at this hour. I don't know how to do this. Just to be serious.
Who is it?
No,
Her name is Jelly Joe.
oh, Jordan. Someone's invested. Holla, baby. Holla at the
I
top.
believe you said a
Channel
nasty
something.
rumor about her, which wasn't true. And I want to know why you said
Who was
that,
the
because
because
I got dragged into it, and you remember because you were in the chats. And I know it wasn't my business, yada yada. But she is a friend.
You gotta go.
This is Soul Walking.
And I'm like, you know, why?
Soul Walking is a little bit closer. This is very similar to the Floss.
That wasn't very nice.
But it's got
Again, this is
more a shaky feel. Again, it's like a short thing. I don't know if you dance with it.
for no reason.
The last video.
Birds said,
There you go.
Birds
I'm
said,
just trying to give her in super chat.
there's nasty photos of her doing nasty stuff with animals.
You're doing 1,000 subscribers to do super chat.
On panel,
And if
on a slide
I
screen.
had links, he would have bumped his ass when he got
And maybe he was drinking too
That's a
much. And
man's
then
world.
they said there's nasty stuff out there on her. And he can only get a hard on when Jill, like Jill
always
is
the
the
one.
That's the only thing that makes him get a hard on. Yes.
I got
Yes,
time for to
100%.
say Jesus was a
Don't
rock.
throw me
baby.
on this
I
thing.
agree. Okay, the last one, okay.
We gotta go back. We gotta say, my wife has made me swear to stop talking about negatively about people. She doesn't like.
And I
She
didn't
thought it
hear it
was
on
too
your
mean
panel anyway.
and starting too many fights with people online.
Right.
Well,
She's
we don't
warned
have
you.
to do this.
She's threatened to leave you.
Like, it's important that I talk about these people. So
Well,
like,
that's part of this
they're
whole
making fun
thing,
of
isn't it?
this, make fun of
No,
this kid.
listen,
I'm like, no, I don't want to make fun of this kid. She's like, I was like, no, don't think the other way.
Come on, you know that.
You make fun of
Here
everybody.
we go, Crystal. I'm gonna focus on
Including your wife.
SSP story, making tons of cash. Which reminds me, we definitely have to have apparently another secret space program whistleblower school. It's very important to do that.
That's when you said I was a booty call. Tag it. Well, you're
Yeah,
chatting.
okay, so we're gonna say goodnight. She's
What's going
she's
on
the
here?
big main patron of the night. So we're gonna let Robbie and the sons gotta go, so we'll all go together. Folks, I do. I love you. I love you. What a wild, crazy, strange trip it's been. But hey, it goes to show you, I don't just play mysterious, weird drone music. I also occasionally get out here and talk to things, right? How about that for a change of pace? Every once in a while. Thank you so much for tuning in and making this program happen. Thank you for participating. Thank you for being
Julie
here.
Jill is life perplexed, drunken Danny.
It's energy exchange only occurs when we open up to thoughts and minds and let me hang out with you. And definitely will, Robin. You just plug yourself in that. There you go. Besides, you turn me into the authorities, right? At this point, you turn me into the deeds.
So you're not faithful to your wife? You have an open marriage?
There you go. God bless you. God bless you.
Kevin Valentine, how you doing?
Supposed to be quiet so I can talk.
Yes,
It's gonna be like the other one.
Okay. So, we've reviewed the evidence that he'll prostitute himself and others,
Now, going
and
back
he's
maybe
involved in a wicked crowd.
3 weeks ago,
But the
on
name of the
Bert's channel,
video is The Truth About
he
the
was doing a
Mexican
live
Migrant
stream. He
Border
was drinking, but I'm
Skirmish
not saying he was
and
drunk and
Thought
every
Audit.
middle and stuff. He took it right there,
Thought Audit.
and he was attacking you. He says,
He wants to believe
"Salty dog, you want to go there?
is,
You want to go there? How about all
oh,
the stuff I
let's
have
say
on
a
you, salty
stipend
dog?
that's given depending
You
on
and them
how
dogs
much
you
you
have sex with,
contribute
salty dog. You want to go there,
to
salty dog?
society.
You want to bring it all out in the open?"
But
And all I
in
did was
China,
really be
that's
keen.
not
I asked you
the way
privately. I said,
this
"You're not privately,
money
not in the
system
open.
is working for these people.
Privately, not in the open." I said, "You do salty dog."
People
I bet
in the
you said,
know it's
I
about
hope you're not
energetic
doing that. That's pretty
currency,
disgusting. And if you're doing it, I don't
which
even
is
want to
what
talk
you
to
give back to the world.
And that's what I meant.
So if they want to crash the
Did he
dollar
message you too? Did he
or
really
do whatever they're going to do, that we have a way to actually do business.
Right now.
And that's what this is all about. Right livelihood business
Me?
and the sex industry,
What?
human trafficking,
You think
pedophiles,
I
and
have
mental
anything to
illness
do with the
related
fucking dog?
fetishes.
Camilo, did I just defend her
No.
5
He
minutes
is
ago?
getting
That's
you.
what
He's
happened.
getting you old school.
Or in community.
No,
Joe, I
they
defended you.
accused me and
I didn't accuse you. I just
Oh,
told the
my God.
truth.
He said that he
Well,
heard.
listen,
I
today is a
defended
whole
you.
other
So
story.
fuck off.
yeah, how
So,
about that?
We're going to
How
go over
about
today's
that?
video.
Yeah, listen, you don't
This
realize.
is terrible.
I took this privately
No,
to Jill.
The biggest jackass out of himself. And
Hello?
he goes
No,
into
you did not.
repentance. So,
I messaged you privately
Another
about this. You brought it in the
problem
open. All I did was
is
ask
sometimes
you
they're sorry.
No, you did not.
and they don't mean
on
it.
your thing. On your,
And then they cry it's
On
because
my what?
they didn't take their
I
meds or their
messaged
There
you
is
Viagra,
privately.
nothing
or
to
somebody
fucking talk
broke their
about,
heart.
you sick fuck.
And that's the human condition.
Did he message
And
you?
they
About
say
fucking a dog? Get the fuck
we are
out
a
of
sick
here.
bunch of nuts.
No, I asked you. I said if it's true, I don't want
Somebody
to talk to you
messed with us
anymore.
and
That's what I
manipulated
said.
us.
If
If
it's true,
it's true.
That's what I believe.
I messaged you privately.
Yeah.
I
So
messaged you
here's
privately,
today's.
and then you took it in the open. I only asked you
Yeah,
in
Wow.
person.
yeah. You know
I'm
what?
sure I'll have
This is
something
why.
to say.
Why you wasted over an
But
hour
like I said,
on this motherfucker?
it's
And
really tough
I don't
on
get it,
people
G. I really don't.
when they're
I didn't
involved
excuse you. I asked
with
you
things that are
privately. You
way
took it in the open.
out of their range of experience.
Ask me. You
So
could
they
have
never
asked me
knew
if
it
I
was
fucked
there.
my dog.
They didn't see it. And
Well, I was trying to
channel,
find out if it was true.
whether
Bert
he
said
didn't
it.
choose to
And
look,
I
or
asked you
because he's got a
privately.
bug in his eye.
My God.
I don't know
see
you,
that he
man.
was
Maybe
right.
you were into that. I don't know. I asked you privately.
With pedophiles
So how did I
Now.
start you?
and people
Okay, what's
that are doing
worse?
trafficking.
What's worse?
And he doesn't believe that there's
you got
worldwide
all
I
you
thought we were cool.
motherfuckers
We're
I
gonna
thought we were
find
cool,
out.
Joe.
birds, and you're
And to
talking
be
about
fair,
me
you
fucking a
said to
dog?
educate
I
people and
thought we were
update
cool.
people.
I asked you a
Get
question.
This
the
is
fuck out of
serious.
here.
There's
That's
a big thing going
oh
on
my
on YouTube.
God. You know what?
And
If
YouTube
you've
is
seen
not meant
that,
to be a whorehouse.
if you've
So
ever
let's go.
watched that, bitch, you sick. You need to be in jail, bitch. You need to be in jail. That's bestiality. Fuck you. Honey, hey, why don't you go watch fucking Elvis Travel? Your name fits you, bitch.
So much alike.
Yeah.
How about that?
So much alike. Oh
Fuck
my
you.
gosh. Oh,
Hey,
Chris.
you there?
Now,
Gosh, it's so good
do
to
you
see
want
you.
to get back on the topic that you were talking
Yeah.
about with T?
Yes, on
You
the
sick
19th.
fucker.
Absolutely. I want to be there to support you.
Thank you.
Tag
You gonna
October
call me
19th.
something?
That's the week
You
of
gonna
Thanksgiving.
call me a drunk again? You gonna do that?
The
And then you
19th is
accuse
the week
me
of it.
doing
It's- I think it's on a
this?
Monday,
Yeah,
though,
I'm gonna
right?
get fucking pissed.
Yeah, it's
You
on a
know,
Monday.
I'm gonna get
On a
mad.
Monday.
Yeah.
We just heard the
Don't want
story.
to do this by
Bert
yourself.
said it, and I asked you
Oh,
privately.
It means,
Jill.
it means a lot.
Jill.
It just,
I
it's
said, I
gonna,
hope
Bert
it's not
said
true.
it.
I'm
longer
gonna
than
get
that.
back to you.
I know. I know it will be.
Don't
I
act
don't
like
care.
compared to tomorrow,
When
it's just
did
gonna
I
be like,
ever
you know,
fucking talk to you,
30 minutes
bitch?
maybe at the max. And then
You think
we'll be
you a
done.
fucking
Yeah,
catch?
that day is gonna
on
be
your
long.
thing.
How long?
your subscription.
I don't know. It just kind of
On
depends.
my what thing? On my
Well, you'll
dog's
get through it.
dick?
We all will get through
Is that
it.
what you're saying? I never talked to you. Get the fuck on
Well,
here.
actually, tag it to Jimmy Touchdown making foul comments
Oh, no, Jamie.
on my last live stream.
Hey, just to let you know, Joe, I
People out
defended you,
there.
and I
No,
already
you
told
can't
you
act like
about
I'm Jill.
They
No,
know
no,
you
no, no,
are.
no.
Drunk,
You said,
asinine,
are you honest to God?
Danny
You
is
know what?
Jilly
You
Jill.
sound just like me. Oh my
Shatter,
God.
squeeze.
Are you actually accusing her of fucking her dog? Get the
I don't think
fuck
Bert
out
said
of
it.
here.
I don't think
And you
Bert said
wonder
it.
why.
Amazing book for
Birds
sure.
wouldn't say that.
You're going
Birds
to
would
get
not say
baptized?
that.
Oh, yeah, he would. And put the wrong
He did
name
say
on
it.
it.
You're
This
the
man,
only person. The only
You do.
person.
You guys are doing the same thing. You're putting the wrong names on people and telling stories and then saying, oh, it was a rumor I heard.
You didn't tell me that.
Let's
You never
do
said
it.
that.
What
And you
do
put me in the
because,
middle of this shit, Jake.
No. I said that you heard. I didn't say that you
I'll
said
do
it.
it when I
I-
can.
She was there when he said it. She was there when
You're
he
the
said
only
it.
one to ever get it done.
Wow.
that's sick. That's worse.
Yes,
She was on the
Oh,
fucking
okay.
thing when
We'll
he
be
said
there.
it, JB and her.
when it
That's
comes,
why I don't leave home
everybody,
base. I
so
stay local.
don't
No, I
feel like
never
you're ever
did.
alone.
I don't know where you
Just been
got
trying
that
to
from.
adjust wherever I go.
You do.
I have no
Now I'm
idea.
gonna cry Molly Goldlight in
I love
tears.
my dog. I
You
don't have a
do.
dog anymore, bitch.
I know it's hard. I know it's so hard.
Because I
But don't you dare
They're
be
having a
hard.
fundraiser for this crap.
So,
Carol.
you
Patreon.
mean too much to us.
over the balcony
It's a
before
weird-
So much to us.
We both were in
I love you, Chris.
Love you too.
Got her dollar signs up and everything.
Got 30,
Ready to make
30
a
something
killing.
seconds. I don't think me and you talked this long in a long
Talking
time.
about her son
You know what,
wanting to
Harley?
kill
I get that
himself.
to a certain extent. Harley says, what if she was trying to save her son from killing himself? They have unconditional love. Was it her way of being in shock or even being selfish and not wanting to lose her son? Next female. Harley, let me ask you. Do you believe Shannon killed the kids? Because you sound like the type of person that believes Shannon killed the kids.
Let's not even
Yeah.
go there. But I never
It's been a
said,
long time.
and she fucks
That's all I ever
walls.
wanted.
You fucking hated that.
Just talk
You
to me.
hated that. I never said that. Ever. You're hurt. Oh, she didn't. She never heard.
I'm going to say the same thing that I said originally.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Even I said this to Kay, I think, in our debate. Even if Shanann killed him, even if Shanann, pregnant Shanann, came home drunk or whatever, totally wasted. I'm going to put all the stereotypes together. Totally wasted, cheated on Chris and everything, and decided to kill the kids. Okay, let's just say all that happened.
Only person who's ever mentioned dogs is fucking.
So if all that happened,
Elvis. Right?
yeah, let's say she beat her kids before she killed them, right? Then she killed them.
I never mentioned.
Why wouldn't he call 911? Why would he stuff them in oil tanks, smush them into oil tanks, and put them in separate oil tanks, no less? Not even this together. Even in death, he kept them apart. So that's why I don't understand where she's coming from. Because at the end of the day, even if you believe that Shanann killed him, even if you believe that, she beat him and put every stereotype together, he still fucking drove. He had time to think. He had time to think.
No, what I'm saying. What I'm saying
half hour away
is that there is a sick community, just like everybody else has a sick community. You get what I'm saying?
You just can't.
But you don't listen to
I
what I'm
could
saying.
go in there.
She's not listening.
No, you listen to what I'm saying. You can get, and I'm sorry, ladies. I'm sorry, people. Bye.
That's right, and his unborn son.
Hey,
Hey,
you look good.
you look good too.
I like the hair.
Oh, thanks.
I think you look great.
It's still there.
Oh, we
How
miss
was,
you.
how was the birthday?
It was really good. I got my face smashed in some cake.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, Erin got me from behind and pushed my face into the cake, and then took a big wad of cake in her hand and smashed it in my face.
Nice.
So I had cake in my hair, in my face, everywhere.
Well, I was getting ready to ask you to get your hair. I was like, God, you kind of horrible choice.
Oh, we did. It was.
So Just Son Spirit says, see, I may be evil because I think he's a coward for not killing himself after he killed his family. Is that evil or what? It's a different kind of killing, though. Somebody that, and you're not evil for thinking that, but somebody that wants to kill themselves, and someone that kills their family, they have a conscience and they realize, what the fuck did I just do? And that's when they kill themselves. This has no conscience.
Then I think she got mom too. It's being funny, yeah, she got mom too. So there's cake all over my kitchen floor. I had so much to clean up. It was a mess, but
That's cool. It's part of it. It's part of it. It's good.
yeah,
You
can't
got your
believe
Jeep.
it. I got my Jeep. I'm no longer the soccer mom.
That was a cool Jeep, though.
Yes, I love it. I can
Sammy,
park it.
I sent you the link,
I
by the
know
way,
it's
honey.
like even when it snows, it'll be good.
You know me. I've already told mom what I got her for Christmas. I can't keep nothing.
I know, right? You're gonna be able to keep that away from Dylan and Dalton, though.
I'm gonna do my best because they've got some other stuff coming. Dalton thinks he's like, now y'all can get me this big thing, and Santa can get me this big thing. I'm thinking he's 10, and it's about time for him to find out that mommy and daddy are kind of Santa. You know what I mean?
Abigail, you're 100% right, but I was going on the theory that possibly she killed him, she was drunk, I put every stereotype together. But you're right, if they were alive, driving to the tanks, he had enough time to think about what he was doing. Absolutely.
Because he's expecting a lot.
It's his sister.
And he really thinks it.
What you want now? Like an actual, like a physical car?
Oh, he told us the other day he wanted his first car to be a Lamborghini. We were like, what? A Lamborghini? When he turned 16. Yeah,
Wow.
we were like,
Yeah.
like, you're going to get your daddy's used truck.
Yeah, like that's insane.
Yeah. But I know Mom and Dad told you about the memorial stuff that we did, and did they tell you about the hawk that flew over?
You can
Mom
honestly,
said that there was
God, look it up.
after the
Get a fucking dog dildo. And get those balls pumped up. It's sick.
I mean, every time, and there's a brand new CD player, right?
Again,
And every time
Camilo said he just told you that he heard it. That's all Camilo said.
Camilo is doing one thing. He's doing channel building. He's channel building right now, okay? He's an ultimate troll. He's channel building.
And Robert,
Where's is he in here?
He says that he's here to steamroller over you. He wants you to see your way to burn small.
In all fairness, though, at this point, he would not speak about what happened.
Where is the king?
I think they're just trying to.
Bergs is CW Chatter.
Shut up, Joe. Joe, let the man talk.
And I had 3 awesome pictures.
What? What's up?
One day I can share them with you.
I'm not out to get
I
you.
took a picture
Noodles.
of each. You know,
I never did a goddamn thing to noodles. I never did a goddamn thing to noodles.
I didn't even give you some money. I didn't even donate money to you.
He started mentioning my diabetes months ago, calling me sugar toe, sugar butt. As soon as he started doing that, I fucking blocked him. He's blocked everywhere. He's a fucking asshole.
Well, picture it beautiful.
And I'm not here to talk about him. I'm in here real quick. Because I need to go to the store. I haven't had any beer. I need to go get a 6-pack of beer. I just wanted to come up and say I never did anything about the
Fucking chat, King. You're fucking
In a way, yes, Sammy. In a certain way.
I'll be back, Jay. I'll be back.
Bring so many letters from me.
Jay, I'll be back.
This is your work.
I'm not sure how it'll be.
Me too, chiming in.
It takes like 9 days for them to process a letter, so it takes a little while.
And you know what?
I'm straight up. I'm straight up. I don't say something like that.
Maybe
You'll know
how
Hey,
we work with pictures stuff like that. I don't know how it works. I guess
Yeah, like I'm not sure how to work once. I know I can get wherever I go from here.
Are you agreeing with
I'm not sure I can have a few pictures. I'm not sure how many, but like they'll tell me.
No, he's a fucking turncoat pussy ass bitch.
Everything.
You're
We're
in
19 a.m.
Zach. I think you want to
That's dedication.
How about that?
Well, it's good for us
Who,
too.
me or Jay?
We have wanted to talk to you and see you for
You
months
want
now,
me
and
accept? I got fucking
you know,
screenshot, bitch. I'll send it to you.
I'm going to turn code on you.
Okay, so
No,
that's
I know.
why they're acting
I
like
know
this.
what
They have
you're
not
doing.
been able to
You
see him
fucking play
since it
both
happened.
sides. I see you over there
So
sucking
from
nuts.
April, from
Noodles,
August
fucking noodles.
until November, they hadn't
say
seen
fucking
him
ass.
or spoke to him. That's why they're so
noodles.
peevish.
I don't have a
That
problem with
makes
birds.
sense.
I never said I was going to
And
steamroll birds.
Sammy,
I said that noodle
as
was.
to your
Yeah, you
last
do.
question,
You know what you do? You know what you
you're
do?
in your
You're a fucking turncoat.
How did I turn on you?
you think she knew at this point he did it? Well, I don't know. To tell you the truth, I really don't know.
You fucking love
Let's,
the
I have not.
birds.
This is
You
like the
love
first
the
time I'm
birds.
hearing the
I
whole
know.
thing. So let's
I
listen to
know.
it and see it. Then if by the end I may give you my answer.
You.
you know,
I'll make
we're
sure.
here and
I'll
we're able to see you.
Oh,
and,
wait a minute. I guess I got
And
I'm still
you can believe that. I mean,
Maybe she said it.
I didn't expect
Maybe
that.
she said it fucking shot over to you, G. That will get her talk.
yeah, mom, you know, mama, she wanted him to get baptized forever. You know, and
I never said you a
at the
fucking
church that we've been going to, you don't have to take any classes.
You
You know,
motherfucking
it's
climb me
just coming
again.
She's talking
as long as you accept
You
Jesus
wishing.
and That's all you need to
Shut
do.
the fuck
Yeah,
up.
that's
You know?
I'm gonna send you a screenshot right now, G.
So the kids have been baptized now.
What's the screenshot?
They got baptized
And
before
I'm
that,
sorry,
right?
y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I am sorry for being nasty, but King, Camilla, he's taken up
It's a good thing.
more of your time, G,
Sure.
than he deserves. Over an hour. You got people waiting to come up here.
What about
You
you?
got fucking.
What about you? Lori,
You look
what about
good.
you and Abby?
You actually look a little bit younger.
What's that?
I said you actually look a little bit younger.
You and Abby, are you
That's
still
because I
married?
shaved all most of this off, and now I just
Yeah.
I wouldn't even shave it off.
Like that.
He did kind of confess. He confessed that he moved the body.
Abby,
He
Abby,
confessed
one of
that
my
he killed
one
the
of the
kids.
kids. My kid is too big.
Well, like, I was waiting after.
Like, you know, the one
Like, yeah, it was like when Chris they shaved it off, I was like,
Yeah,
well, that's like, I got younger.
Abby came up with Mel John.
It looks really good.
I'm here. Yeah.
Wow.
What's up, Holly?
Are you nervous about everything?
I'm
Is
fucking
everybody
pissed
home now?
off.
When you heard that she
Hey,
supposedly fucked dogs and that's
Just life in general.
you had to ask her personally.
Yeah.
That's why she's
None of us
pissed.
know what
Yeah.
tomorrow is.
He does, Sammy.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, that's what happened. When
Right,
Bert
so,
said it.
right, so when Bert said it, you were compelled to reach out to her
Our
under
love
the
for
comments,
you
I think you were trying to say in your video, Joey, not that he texted you.
Means a lot.
And
I know
that,
what you did.
and that,
I know
like,
what you
that's why
did.
she's pissed at, you would hear something so asinine and you would actually think that it might be true.
So
I'd be pissed
well,
too.
that's what love is, you know. What it is.
You know what, Holly? I don't care about what the words are saying on there. I don't
Go
give
back
a
to
fuck.
mom's porch.
But when somebody tries to come up, well, yeah,
I could just go back there and keep you.
I seen it. But then when they want to continue with it, this is the
Oh my God,
second
Kate,
time I
okay.
talk to you, King, and you bring up fucking dogs. You
No.
want to be
You know what's fucked up?
I was-
I have
fucking
more
dog?
tears in my eyes right
I was
now.
asked about it just now.
And he's living
I
it.
was asked about
Yeah,
it.
my
that
tears,
time-
my eyes are wet more than
But do
his.
you
Shut
really,
up!
I mean,
but you
where
really
is
think
the?
that she would do
I'm
that?
waiting for. I am so sorry I did this. Even Shanae, I'm so sorry
Well, you
I
know,
did
Bert
this.
is-
I don't know
Bert
why I
is
didn't think. I'm not ready to tell my story, but
I'm
I'm
not
not
gonna
tell
lie.
you guys what happened. But I'm
Jill,
so
he's saying that he
sorry
heard
to put you in this kind of position.
What I'm saying is, Bird
You
wanted
wouldn't even
Malaya.
have to admit
He
what you
wanted to
did.
take a
Just
crap in
something.
Malaya's now.
Just
During
fucking
the second
something.
time.
No, he didn't. No.
Yes, he did.
Love you.
I'm gonna tell you what.
I'm out of
Tell
this
you what.
Not
Let's
you.
you know what? Motherfucker, let's get this fucking straight. Noodle,
Exactly.
Noodle, and her were working
I
together.
guess wherever
Okay.
you end
Okay.
up at least we'll get to see you face to face.
They
Well, maybe they were working together, but Bird said it now. Bird said it.
You guys want what assholes you're gonna look like right now?
But you don't
All
know
these
the Noodles to say this
motherfuckers
stuff.
think you're all right.
You're too scared to tell
No,
Noodles
yeah,
about this.
exactly,
You have to go behind your back.
exactly.
I don't
No,
even know
not.
if he was
I'll
behind
tell
it.
that motherfucker.
As far as like,
He's on all the time. You never go over there and tell him anything.
He's
'Cause I don't
part
think
of
they
it.
give you a
You
lot
know
of
what?
like,
I don't think he is. He would be attacked.
Anderson Henderson says she wanted for money.
like when
Get
around
the fuck
Halloween,
out of
I
here.
did this one,
I said the only thing I said,
4
and
years
then Dave has the audacity again.
I was like, oh wow.
I've already said to him once. I never said that. You want to take shit in my mouth? I said, you best change that fucking title. I never said that. Did I?
Like
Nah.
hygiene products, which I
Nah.
definitely got.
Nah.
Ramen noodles.
Well, he did
That's what I've been
Listen,
saying.
listen again.
It's like that pump soap.
And then we're gonna go
Yeah.
again tonight.
I definitely got some,
Last night
real
again,
soap,
G.
real shampoo,
He did it again tonight. Last night.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like, wow.
Mr. LCD.
Like,
Mr. Let's get rolling.
Yeah.
Oh, Jill's asking for birds to shake around.
Yeah.
Really? Get the fuck out of
Any
here.
like other book films or the
Noodles have a
library?
song, but it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
got you. I don't
You
think
get
it's got molasses.
a book cart that
I
comes
don't
around
give
every
a
2 weeks.
fuck. You know what? You know
I
what?
mean,
When the
look,
time comes and the truth comes, you know what? You guys are
On the book
all
cart.
this
Just
shit that's
because
going
I
on.
read the whole Bible. I was
It's
just like,
them from Bird.
It's not
Bird
just
is the one that
true.
started all this stuff. Get to the
I actually
But
believe
love
that
Bird.
Bird has the, yeah,
read that.
Queen said it.
When you
I
write
believe
it.
it.
Why would you accept that Bert said it? I see all the screenshots.
When I read it, I don't understand it. So,
There's a couple like.
You know what? I
There's a
don't
couple of
care
books in the Bible
if
that are
he
just
does
like.
or not. You know
The
what?
point
He's
is, if he
never
gets
said
the
I
verse,
want
he went with us
your mouth.
It's like genealogy.
He is
Like,
shit too.
I want to sit in your mouth. Where's it at? And then
it just kind of
she
goes,
said,
you know,
the only reason why I did it is,
Yeah, man, I just saw
you
something.
know what? Something fucked up. What was finished?
like,
He goes,
okay,
oh, she goes, oh, the only reason why I said it is Sophie Dog gets the money.
So he will.
Sophie Dog gets money for everything.
So I kind of like kind of glanced
I
over
was
that
hoping
section.
after I sent my
basically just names, but,
news, he'd
a lot
send
of
me
it
money.
I read a few times.
Yeah, bitch.
over
No,
before I
you
turned the pages,
nasty
so I
as
could kinda,
fuck.
like,
Get the fuck out of
kind
here.
of absorb what it said. Because there's a lot of things.
We don't know that all that.
And I
Back
will
to say, why was
you know
Camilla
what?
with
I will never
molasses?
talk to I will never talk to another woman like that. But when you do me like that,
We
you
have molasses
understand
come
that
up
you
here.
I have a hard time.
You
Is it weird to
nasty.
see
You
somebody who's like
nasty,
socially
bitch.
stunted?
Melissa. Melissa. That's her name. That's her name, Melissa.
You know what I mean?
Fuck
If I get a hold of her, will you put her up?
Read it, like I've gone back and read a few of it.
Call
Reminds
her.
me of Dana.
Just to like kind
Yeah, man.
kind of absorb
Yeah,
some
man.
of the favorite
She's
books.
listening to
Some of the
everything.
sections that are
Bring her up.
I don't care.
She wants to come up.
Bring it, give her the link. You got the link.
I'll try to figure it out.
There's a couple like once you get out, like
Let's get it on.
What's up, Mark and Gary? How you guys doing tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Y'all enjoying this shit show or what?
I remember one day I'm going to have
You
one
gotta
day
have
over
the
this
show
week,
tonight,
Thanksgiving
baby.
week.
Yeah, once we get rid of the drunk guy.
Drunk,
Hey, how you doing?
Drinking game.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Every time I
Johnny
step
Depp.
says life,
Hey,
someone's got to take a shot.
Yeah.
D,
yes,
let's do the
When you
Thunder Trump.
Thunder Trump.
ACDC, Thunder Trump.
I have to reread it and then I'm still not.
We're singing the same thing, Jessica.
Yeah.
Bert's really never dirty talk to you about fecal matter or like cleaning or anything.
No.
Exactly, time again.
because like how we
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah,
I will
He
say
was
that.
doing already
Yeah.
over
You
Hey,
know
Mark,
what?
I sent you a
I'm
link.
gonna take it. I'm gonna take it right now. I'm gonna take it.
I think
All right,
since,
you know what?
since I got to watch some TV for the
Piss
last
on me.
2 weeks or
Do
so,
it in the shower.
like it was just crazy how it went
How
from
about
like
that?
a Halloween parade
Where'd he go? I didn't get a chance to do it, G.
Christmas.
Oh my God, I took this. Oh
November 1st.
my God, half my drink is on.
How about that?
Half of my drink is on.
So much for the fun of the
You
night.
think I don't? You think a motherfucker's gonna shit on me?
No, they're like,
Fuck
I'm
that.
not
know
saying
that
you
you
can
can
participate. I was just asking if
Yeah,
the
gotta
requested
make
thing.
sure
Because
it's.
I thought that I heard a video where he said that he did.
It's
Last weekend or something like that. I just
talk.
read it.
Okay, it is.
You
talk,
going this
but it-
week?
Yeah, okay. I got
You
my
going
answer.
this
Thank
week?
you.
Yeah,
Got my
it wasn't
answer.
in
too.
Thank
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was in
I
November.
want
You have-
piss on.
You have the
Yeah.
Christmas lights in the front of the house.
I.
No,
I'm not
I
gonna
keep it
say it.
Thanksgiving.
That's
Not
my
saying
brother.
you can do it
Until
because I know you're not into
December
that
first.
shit.
People that,
However,
you know,
I think
Yeah.
that
I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
get into that. And Berg knows it. Get the fuck out of here. Talk.
She said, you're gonna piss on me.
To like,
If you're gonna piss on me, do it in the shower.
You
She
know what?
said, do it in the shower.
I will take a golden shower.
Yeah, we got the pumpkins out there.
What's
We got like
going
a
on?
scarecrow.
I don't even think he was
On the
going to
inside,
get people to
like,
realize what I was wearing.
What's up, Brother Bird?
He didn't host me.
same old, working.
What
Everybody welcome. Everybody
Working,
welcome.
working.
Gangster tonight, everybody. Right, G?
Ouch,
Yes,
that's
sir.
not good.
Always.
Back and forth and, you know,
Everybody welcome Mark.
vintage love.
That's what I'm saying. It's like
Some more
Mike.
strawberries.
He pulled him down the fort.
Thank you very much.
He said, not as good as me,
You're
but
welcome. I don't know how to get molasses.
Everybody's still
I
here.
need a read.
No broken bones.
I
Everybody's
need
good.
a read.
That's a like
With some rice.
with you
Larry.
Billy Jill.
You
Yeah,
thought
if anything, you're
you asked
consistent.
money for my man because you got
Like,
fucking news. Oh, come on, bitch.
Hey, Johnny boy, how
Let's
many
get it
subs did you pull tonight with that
I
direction?
know.
cereal.
You know what?
Like,
And
That's a good
you know what?
question.
She might, y'all.
Right.
Stick around for a couple years and then you'll have 4,000 watch hours, buddy.
Like a sausage patty sometimes.
A shame on y'all for picking up for noodles because they planned it. They planned it noodles.
Yeah, like all the meats, like a soy
Trying to
base.
get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
That's all. I know. Yeah, they planned it.
Noodles.
They planned it.
Ramen noodles.
And now I'm gonna make a let me just say this for my OGs.
I'll tell you what. Get in line. Bird's got plenty of
You're
videos
actually an OG on
This, hey, molasses, I
Imagine
need
if
to
I
Oh,
said
I got a
fuck
little
as many
pot
times
too.
as it
You
says
motherfuckers. You want me to
If
say
I say,
this?
if I say fuck,
I need you
I don't
in
know.
there.
can you
Look,
imagine if I said it as many times as he says like? Ponder on that thought for a moment.
Man, did you hear?
How about that?
Some type of like.
If I get a remake,
That buck too skinny ass motherfucker bitch.
John,
You
John,
think-
do good,
Oh
John.
my
do
God.
not.
yeah, noodles is cool.
Like
I need the remake.
I'd be as
A
big as a
fuck
house
noodles.
if I ate like
Oh
you
my
ate.
I
God.
say,
Isn't that
Order
cool?
something that like
Up every
a
Sunday.
rack of ribs.
There you go. Club chaser, man. I know he is. Get the fuck out of here, G. And if you're gonna say that,
Give me one
G,
second.
Oh yeah, so it's making stuff. Eat it. I usually eat fast no matter what.
goddamn right.
They
You get like jars
who
of
had
peanut
so
butter.
many gaps in
You
his
get jars of
teeth,
peanut butter.
he could eat corn cob through a fence.
Yeah, she
That was
could.
good.
See,
That was
now
good
that,
with strawberry.
Just a couple spoonfuls. Close it back up.
yeah. And don't
If you
fuck
want to
with
eat
me,
something,
Abe.
just like get like a big tub of like lean whey protein. Just like mix that up.
What up,
No.
Dave?
Protein shake. Drink that.
Maurice Abe. Get the fuck out of
I
here.
hear you.
Yeah, honestly, like you got to make sure it's Like the not. protein
I got
shake.
it.
Yeah, but make sure it's lean whey, not lean whey protein, not whey.
I know it don't
protein.
mean much right
Allow
now,
me, bro.
but I got the shirt on tonight.
I'm just here to try to blow the lid off of
Definitely, like,
each
you
gate.
know, write you, I can kind of put it on paper. And
Yeah,
That's my whole purpose.
it is what it is. I never said anything. And Dave, fuck you, you motherfucker.
No, I don't.
You-
Listen, didn't he just? I didn't think that he talked about you, Joe, or did he just say that Berg said that?
and I will do it.
Because I'll yell at him if he
Okay.
tried to imply that he would be willing to
Right,
rub
Mark.
spit on you.
Cool.
Look at his title.
Oh, I didn't.
I'll let you get to the
Berg
holidays first. And then
said,
all the good food get passed up.
Jill loves to eat your shit.
There'll be good food.
Oh,
It
get
will be.
the
It will
fuck out of here.
Well, at least he said Berg said, as usual, Billy, you're gonna end up defending Berg when he's the one who shit talked you, literally.
I don't eat
Yeah, I
shit.
got my favorite.
Well,
Hey,
it's
I can-
Billy,
oh,
that's
yeah.
it, and I would take up for you to the end. I know that.
Billy, we know it ain't birds that eat it. We already know. Don't worry about it.
The fuck,
No,
get
then he brings
the
up-
fuck out of here.
I'm just saying, don't defend
I
him,
can't-
but he's the reason why this is happening to you.
All right, Tricia, I'll behave.
No, the only reason and he did his own thing. I told him, I said, you know what? That's on you.
Keep doing what you're doing. I will.
I said, that's on you. You did it. But I'm gonna tell you what, no, he's
I don't know how.
no.
I guess mom and dad.
Oh my
He's
God,
never
she's saying
talked
it now,
about
too.
you. He's
All
never
right, time
talked
out,
about
Jill.
you.
Molasses is here. Calm down. Molasses is
Oh yeah, what's going on?
Hey, Molasses. What's
How you
I really
doing? No,
wanted to
don't
say
fuck with me.
I know.
Shh, let her talk. Shut up. Let her
Hello,
talk.
lovely lady.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey,
I knew you'd get jealous, dude. Like,
You know, I don't know how it works.
I didn't mean no ill, dude. He said that you guys were breaking up. He said that the relationship was toxic. That's the quote. He said, I gotta get away from Jill. It's toxic.
he does say that.
Is he trying to be Burns' Miss Please?
I tried. I did try.
I give you some credit. I'll give you some
So
credit.
you basically were interested, right, Molasses? You
I
had
was.
some-
Yes.
At least she's being, at least she's being
What
honest.
turn
At
you
least
on
she's
about him?
being
The reverse
honest.
mortgage?
Oh, that was probably like a.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
you
man.
like bananas.
That dude.
Are you gonna let the girls talk? Can you mute the men, please?
I'm trying to be the moderator here. So, yeah, man, let the women talk. So go ahead, Molasses.
Me,
I think so too,
you. I'll
That's what you want.
Really good to hear yours.
I'm mad at you, girl.
I'm not mad at
He's
you.
the one that
Still
fucking
here.
called. Don't listen. He's the one that fucking called too.
You look good.
Thank you.
Well, what happened was he put his email out there. I sent him an
understand what they're saying. Not the like that. But they
You
have
send them
not
an email with your phone number, right? And then he calls you.
Yeah.
Now the next time that they're able to speak to him, he's confessing.
So then you immediately lost interest.
I said
he started discussing with you,
Well,
right?
I don't know, dude. Like, I was in shock. Honestly, I was in shock. I was like,
you know what I mean?
I don't know. Like, maybe he wouldn't really do that. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
He's not gonna fucking do that. Oh my god.
Everybody my love for
Yeah.
for sure.
Honey,
So-
you have so much support.
You know what? Yeah. The only part I was you know how Birds does his shtick and says, leave me your email, give me your digits. Okay. You gave him digits. And you called him and he fucking called you up like that. Oh hell no.
I'm not.
Now I'm gonna tell you something.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to hold
It was late at night.
I don't care.
It was like,
I'm not mad at you. Listen.
Yeah.
Can someone cut the radio?
I'm not mad. See what people want me to be mad. I'm not mad at you.
You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't
Okay,
be.
it's done. It's been over with. It's over. But you know what, girl? You gotta tell the truth.
Right. No, I mean, like, I did send him nudes, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, you know, trying to get what I could get.
Okay.
And I honestly, I was talking to a girlfriend that I was staying with at the time,
You too. Like
and
your jacket.
she suggested
Yeah,
that I
I
try to get some money.
recognize that thing.
Yeah.
It looks good. This is a good letter to
Yeah,
wear it
because
in the fair,
you
for sure.
thought that Birds was sending me lots of money.
That's what people were telling me. Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's not true at all.
Okay. Okay.
I think he
no.
said stuff. I think he even said stuff like that.
Just remember that.
I'm not saying that. No, Bird, no. Now, all I want to know, did Birds call you the next day, sober, talking to you?
Yep. Yeah, we talked like a few times. Yeah.
It was good. There was
For less than 6, more than 3, yeah.
For the whole chat, I just want to say, Molasses, that your credibility has been established because you admit the things that are not exactly putting you in a great light.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have no reason, you know, and
I believe you on.
Well, people are really interested in
I
what
believe
the
you on that,
conversation
but
was
why
with
the fuck would you
sober.
go on there as a woman?
What's that?
Why would you go on there a woman when you didn't get money from Birds? I think that's kind of illegal, don't you think?
Well, like, luckily it didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, the best thing I could do was go on Noodles P and all the time. What's that?
You admitted it though. You didn't get money from Birds,
I
so
didn't
you
get
could have
anything.
fucking swam
I
him,
didn't
right?
get anything from him at all. I didn't get anything.
So you decided to talk.
Right. But
So
I never.
you
I didn't
decided
tell
to
him.
talk and blast him?
I didn't tell him I was going to talk. I didn't say, "Hey, you do this."
Yeah,
or I'll
yeah,
talk.
that's a little bit.
I
That's
did
a
not
little
say
bit.
that.
It's a little bit shady, girl.
What's that?
I mean, I'm not sticking up for him. You know what? I give him fucking full. Hey, he should have called you in the fucking first place. But girl,
Did you know that him
you
and
shouldn't have
Phil
said
together?
Yes, he said that they.
Now that's kind of
breaking
weird.
up.
I understand
He
why
said
Phil
they were breaking up. He said I got out.
they were breaking up.
Yeah. Right, because like I felt like it could have been anybody. It wasn't just because it was me or specifically. Like I could have been anybody.
look how it's all that. Get the fuck out of here.
What's that? What's that?
No, I'm talking about. No, we talked about the other one.
Yeah, no, dude, I literally think it could have been anybody. It's not like it's me specifically. It's because like
I know.
if it's any reason why it's me specifically, is because I was always like, oh yeah, I love your music. music, blah, 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 you know, like I really did.
Well, hopefully you did, but what you did was fucked up. I mean, you shouldn't have gone on there. Come on now. Come on. You know what? I've done a lot of shit on a lot of different men. I could have said, never gonna do it. That's
I didn't
bullshit.
do anything, though. That's the thing.
Okay. The only way I will always love me. And trust me, there's a lot of chicks around.
Love me true. All my dreams fulfilled.
No,
You are
however, I was talking on the phone with them. John was like,
All right. Gonna save the whole world.
No. They had no control over that situation. No. None. The only thing they had control over was whether or not I went on his channel and talked about it. We had talked a little bit on the phone before I went on that app, and that's it. That's it.
Did they say get some money?
No. Nope.
Who told you they asked for money?
The person that mentioned that to me was my girlfriend.
What you think you're going to get from birds? Birds don't have.
Hi, everybody.
Right. Well, you know.
I don't know we're going through a rough time right now, but I love you. And I think maybe if we sing together, well, we just feel a little bit better. Give it a try, okay?
You know, when I talk to birds, are you goddamn kidding? I have a hard enough time getting my bugs out of this motherfucker. Are you out of your mind? When he says he does Western Unions, do you think he's sending me hundreds of dollars? Fuck no. And I appreciate everything he's done. But I'm gonna tell you what, this might be. Oh, I got you $15 in there. How about that?
Really, I gotta interrupt for a second. Listen, you guys, everybody was worried about me. They were saying, her son is stable, and they didn't get the blood work and x-rays, waiting on the results.
City, baby.
Don't touch me.
Call me.
I won't judge you with anybody, you know, and that's why you said, like, maybe people are into this or whatever.
Good times never seem so
good. It was just golden showers. I was probably done.
I've been blind.
I know that a lot of women in the community are not going to like them now because they're kind of shady. Like, you knew that he was with Jill, and then you sent him nudes.
No, I did not know he was with Jill.
I just couldn't wait to get on YouTube and talk about
it. It doesn't fucking matter what you're with. You fucking, if people accuse me of fucking dogs. Get the fuck out.
I didn't even know anything about that. I didn't even know anything about that.
Get the fuck out.
And I certainly didn't say it. I certainly didn't say it. Yeah.
Okay. So you
Very.
I never said a bad thing about you, like Jill. Like, if you want to,
I'm not saying that. I'm talking about other people.
Right.
I'm talking about other people. You started this. You started this molest. You know it, molest. You started it. Right?
I started. And you know, I like maybe I did.
Yeah, go out there. Oh, you had a good time on Noodle talking about it, didn't you? And you knew why. I knew you were lying.
You know, like, and I know people don't like noodles. I know people don't like Camilla, and I think that's where the problem when I started this is why they hate me. And that's just, you know what? That's just how I am. I like Camilla, I like noodles.
to me about now. I will say,
Right.
we're talking about some kinky shit, but I am a kinky ass bitch. Okay?
I don't know what he's talking about. I would be
man.
surprised if he's never talked
I
about it.
love a man. You know what's taboo? You know what's taboo? I love a man acting like he's raping me. How about that? How about that?
Hey, whatever you're
Is
into.
that sick? It's sick as fuck.
Whatever, dude. I mean, whatever you're into.
I'm not a dude, man. But I'm gonna tell you what. No, I'm gonna tell you what. It doesn't fucking matter. He doesn't fucking eat shit. And I'm gonna tell all you motherfuckers, you want to keep on this? You want to keep it going? I dare you. Okay? Just because this girl here, right here, says it.
I dropped it. I haven't
never.
said anything for a week about it. I haven't even been on Noodle's panel for like a week.
Girl, have you looked at the fucking videos, girl?
I know other people
Have
are talking
you
about it.
looked
That's
at
not my problem, you know?
Deal.
Because of you.
Yeah, maybe so,
Because of
but
you.
you know, I didn't put the videos out.
That's on you, bitch.
It's
Wait till I
not,
find
dude.
out
I'm
shit
not
on
responsible for
you.
what other people put out for content, and that's reality, dude.
I don't want to. Are you gonna stop? Tell these motherfuckers, hey, all you motherfuckers need to stop. You're being petty as fuck. Birds never told you eat my shit. I'd be like, get the fuck out
In
of
the
here.
past 60
Are you
years,
out of your
humans have
mind?
exterminated over
Well, no, I
150
don't think he wants to eat it if he wants
their
somebody
own
else to
kind.
eat it.
No effort has been
No,
spared to
no,
reach
you
this
said no.
astronomical figure, and the
Oh,
methods
you
that
did
they
say
have
it.
used must demand our
She doesn't
unspeakable
actually.
Now you say
You know,
say it.
humans began with very serious disadvantages, but these they
Bird
overcame
and
with one
Right,
simple
that's all I'm saying.
ingenuity. Not having a fang or a
I'm
claw,
just saying.
or even a whistle worth talking about. They invented guns and tanks and bombs and airplanes and extermination camps and poison gas and daggers and swords and bayonets and booby traps and atomic bombs and flying missiles, submarine, warship, aircraft carriers, and motor cars. They have even perfected a process whereby they can spread a lethal disease on any part of this planet. Not to say anything about nuclear power. Oh, during their short history, humans have subjected other humans to death by burning, hanging, decapitation, strangulation, electrocution, shooting, drowning, crushing, racking, disembowelment, and other methods far too revolting
Right,
for
exactly.
the delicate stomachs of this August.
Hey, I got a question.
I never realized
Do they
You
have
don't like
to
the book.
worry about
I
screenshots being passed around? They can't just have a private conversation.
Well, yeah, I mean, like really, when it comes straight down to it, yeah.
To celebrate the installation of a new member, may we hear our
I can tell you that right now.
I was working in the lab late one night when my eyes beheld an eerie sight. For my monster from its slab began to rise, and suddenly, to my surprise, he did the monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. It caught on in a flash. Did the monster mash from my laboratory in the castle east to the master bedroom where the vampires feast. The ghouls all came from their humble abodes to catch a joke from my electrodes. They did the monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. It was on and flash. They did the monster mash. with their vocal group. The quick box. They came monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. In a flash. They made a monster mash. Out from his Frank's voice did ring. The sequence he was troubled by just one more thing. The lid and shook his fist and said, "Whatever my Transylvanian twist." Now the monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. It's now the monster mash. Now everything's cool, drinks are positive bad, and my cook the plan. For you, the living, this mash was meant to when you get to my door. Now you can monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. It put on in a flash. Now you can monster mash. Come on, my pretty. Do the monster mash. It won't hurt.
Oh, good. Goodbye. No, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Did you try to hook up with like Henry Cruiser too?
what?
Did you try to hook up with Cruiser Man?
Oh yeah, they belong too. Like within.
Are they from college? You didn't know that?
He came to visit me like when he went to Maine. Remember?
Oh, they were.
But the problem with reporting all media is that it's essentially all conjecture and opinion. I'm going to go into this and the mistakes that I may have made with past reporting on the migration issue. Now, here's where it gets funny. Here's where it gets bizarre. I'll let more people show up because I'm livid. I'm absolutely livid. I don't need to be paranoid. I don't need to be paranoid.
What's going on?
Paranoia. I'm going to tell you technical things I ran into today. Trying to start a live hangout, trying to start a live video, trying to start a live stream, and the difficulty I even had trying to add hashtags to the announcement on Twitter. So here's what happened. I made a video a couple of days ago called "The Truth About the Mexican Border Skirmish,"
Right.
where I basically stated a couple of salient facts. I said, look, this issue with the Mexican border crossing, I believe, is not this. It was being reported in the mainstream news and being reported in alternative media as being part of this migrant caravan thing that people were talking about. Let's do a rough timeline. News started reporting. Now, this is where it gets crazy. We need to talk about this. The major mainstream media, news and alternative media. What is alternative media? Where is everyone getting their facts? Where are these websites getting their facts from? Where are the stories that are getting picked up by alternative media on YouTube that people are running with, including myself? I'm not here to say that I'm a saint here. I'm not here to say that I haven't made mistakes. This is where it gets. This is getting nutty to me. So a couple of months before November, maybe just even a month and a half, 2 months, the news started reporting about a migrant caravan, okay, that was coming up through Mexico from Honduras, and mainly Honduras. They always hear Honduras mentioned, all other things going on, other countries down there. They were going to come through Mexico. They were on their way on foot, approximately 4,000 individuals on foot, and they were coming forward with the stated intent of seeking a new life and seeking asylum in America. How did people get the numbers of the immigrants involved? And how were they going to assess? Were people going to assess what these thousands of individuals traveling on foot? First of all, how thousands of people traveling on foot together as a caravan? That'd be like a moving city.
Sorry, we're having trouble playing this video. I bet.
Which reminds me, we definitely have to have, apparently, another secret space program whistleblower school. Very important that we do that. We explore the issue of
That's when you said I was a booty call. Tag it.
There you
well,
go.
you're Chad.
Shows that whatever them one of you. Okay, so we're gonna say goodnight. She's the big money patron of the night. So we're gonna let Robin and the songs gotta go, so we'll all go together.
And you're not grounded.
Yeah, I went 20 minutes of that. Oh my god.
Okay. Together.
Thank you.
No, Simpson.
What's up, CW? So CW changed their ass. What's going on? I don't know. I don't know.
No, you do know, but you're terrified because you're getting caught. You do know what's going on.
Looking about
more than you
looking
want
at these news events, this chronicle of events with this migrant caravan. Looking at the reporting on it. Looking at the fact that based upon that, I see everything now. You know, you ever like catch someone cheat, like a girlfriend cheating on you, and like all of a sudden, things start to make sense. It's like, you ever see that movie, The Usual Suspects, where I forget the name of the actor, but he's interviewing, Kevin Spacey. Kaiser Soze, but he doesn't realize that's Kaiser Soze. He thinks it's this guy Virgil Klempt or whatever. And he's interviewing him. All of a sudden, the whole point of The Usual Suspects, not to be a spoiler alert, is at the end, the detective looks around his office and realizes that this dude that he's been interviewing, they just let walk out of his office, is the actual criminal mastermind that he's been seeking of this entire time. Everything just kind of falls and fits into place.
When you figure out.
It's like the end of Angel Heart. When, not spoiler alert, the individual starts to realize that the guy that he's been looking for this entire time is himself. Right, essentially.
Not just yours. And really, it's not me. Hey, look, we're spinning out of control. How creepy. Now, of course, we're live here on the phone. But now my computer. Oh, we're back. Tag it.
I feel hoodwinked. I feel manipulated. I feel misinformed.
This is what you would tell a
therapist. And I feel like I cannot trust jazz momentary. I cannot trust the mediated images that are being brought to me.
You were already.
And maybe this is like, I know that there's got to be a lot of people in the audience who are like, dude, are you suggesting that, are you upset because you're just now realizing that mainstream media is a crock? But like I said, it's not just mainstream media. It's Pulitzer Prize winning Amy Goodman.
So what?
It's the Noam effing Chomsky.
It's a compromised group of individuals.
I was tuned in to a variety of information resources. And the information resources on the left and the right were all telling me the same information. Kind of. But from different angles.
Separate and divide.
And now I'm realizing it feels as though it's all a convoluted scam and that all roads lead to Rome.
It's all a script.
Right? It was suggested in the live chat before that if we were talking about how Donald Trump comes to power to be president of the United States of America, a lot of it involves the actions that were taken by the Democratic National Committee in foisting upon us Hillary Clinton as their presidential nominee, when everybody knew that Bernie Sanders was polling as the most popular politician in America. But all of a sudden it goes to a woman whose poll numbers are stacked in in comparison. A woman with an entire history of having political problems in her run for the president of the United States of America. But we don't get Bernie, we get Hillary. And we get so much reporting of Donald Trump's not going to win. Donald Trump's not going to win. Donald Trump doesn't even think he's going to win. And all of a sudden, Donald Trump wins.
How do you know all these things? And they all wind up being wrong.
And it's not just the fact that in my assessment, when I'm trying to assess how I'm feeling about the situation, it's not just that it's a problem in media or news reporting. It has to do with a conspiracy that, like, I hate to be like in 2018 coming from conspiracy theory land, talking about conspiracy theory land, in conspiracy theory land. I must sound like a real a-hole to all of a sudden being like, guys, you know what I mean? You have to realize this goes all the way to the top.
Right. Exactly. And all the way to the bottom, like a bad sandwich full of pork or something. I don't know. Let's get you some
This is
help.
not true. This is really happening in Rosemary's Baby. Absolutely appropriate movie quote.
I want some.
So it's all manipulation tactics.
Decorate you.
It's all manipulation tactics and lies.
Where's all my masks? What's going on? I'll put a cartoon to you later, don't worry. I was just trying to lighten
It's
up the
information
situation.
It's true. It is apt. You know what I mean? And I've talked about it before. You know, I've talked about some of these things before.
Let's leave it.
I've talked about some of these things before, but and it's not that I didn't know it, you know what I mean? It's I did know, but the information wasn't like, it hadn't been actualized at this point, because I did trust that.
But you're
I think what it
bipolar.
is that I knew that
You've got mental
when it came
illness.
to the actions of the Democratic
You talk
National Committee
shit.
or the Republican National Committee,
I gotta go to
or
bed.
the powers that be at mainstream media, at Fox News and MSNBC and CNN and, you know, these various places. There were systematic problems with mainly what I thought were mainly problems regarding, you know, corporate influence in the massaging and manipulation of the news. Thank you so much for the donation, Zickathus. But as a fallback, I knew that there were problems in certain aspects of alternative media, but I knew that there were certain venues in alternative media that I trusted more or did not think had the same level of corporate bias and entertainment factor influence as these mainstream media outlets I previously named. Going down to things like, you know, PBS or NPR. Okay, there's still some problems there, but I was thinking that we're getting a little bit better. And then when it came to things like outlets like Amy Goodman on Democracy Now! Or Sam Cedar on the Majority Report, or you know, Randy Rhodes or whatever, I felt as though even with its own systematic problems, but I felt a little bit better, a little bit more trustworthy than mainstream news, were outlets like the Young Turks to a degree. And I'm also tuned into the Corvette Report. As I said, I'm also tuned into Alex Jones and InfoWars. I'm also tuned into Glenn Becker on the Blaze. I'm paying attention to what Bill Crystal is saying. I'm trying to identify conservative voices that are of note and trustworthy to get those perspectives too. And I felt as though I was getting through this
I trust Gerald Celente. I trust Project Veritas. I trust this evolutionary arts guy. There's a lot of great people. I mean, Robert Phoenix brings awesome information.
No.
But you see none of these people. You don't acknowledge Randy.
They were all in
his work. I mean, you mock John Lamb Lash.
Where's he at? They were all psyops. All gunning for me. It's tragic.
Measures that I felt that I had taken.
Those are rubbers.
Bias by looking at
you use birth control
to
try to not be influenced by media. All right.
Turned out to be just as
he wants protection.
Problematic.
That's my word. I love
and
problematic.
That's disheartening, and it's also scary because we do need information to help us assess what's going on in the world and to help us assess our day-to-day decisions. I guess to a degree. Because I do believe that there are systematic issues in the world that can reach out and touch you, whether it's gun violence in America or man-made global warming, or whether it's potential nuclear disasters or systematic problems with infrastructure, or whether it's natural disasters around the world that you would want to know about, even if it was only to be able to include people in your prayers. I mean, do we really think that what happened in Chernobyl or what happened in Fukushima is irrelevant to us? So sometimes some of the people that...
Hey, Channel I. It's happened here in the United States too. Think back to 3 Mile Island, or more recently, that old shut down nuclear power plant called Susanna. They're tagged Susanna. They released all sorts of particles of bullshit into the air.
Some people that would say, even if you think about Jesus' statement, if it could be credited to an actual man named Jesus, or render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. There have been many people that have said, dude, turn off the news. Turn off the news. What's happening here now? Turn off the news. What's happening over here? Turn off the news. We can't assess whether or not that's true, accurate, important information. How do I assess what's true, accurate, or important information? I would by definition have to rely upon other individuals who have reported to me from far away about those same issues. Washington is coming up the number of dead in the Iraq war conflict. Or comes the latest report from an alternative media source embedded in here, where this Rolling Stones article indicates why this CNN coverage is skewed.
I actually brought that information forward. I gotta turn you on. Look, I brought that information forward from the book You're Being Lied to, and it documents what happened with the Rolling Stones and how they were put on a sacrificial altar. And after that, the journalistic pieces were just lacking that certain something that brought them their well-deserved reputation as innovative, cutting-edge journalists. So that's a real thing. It really did happen. And the book is yes, you're being lied to. You're being lied to. Sorry. That. Oh, wait, Shannon. I did that show during the CCN days. Mel tried to take it down, but don't you worry. I copied it. Got it on my computer. So, we'll have to pull that up and actually pull that story just for you. I also made you a playlist. It's called CW Channel. You're a big kid now.
And the rest saying, well, how do you know what's going on in that? What really caused it? Look, I'm miles away from the tragedy of 9/11 as we speak. If I wanted to, I'm not saying I'm right next door, but if I wanted to, if I started to walk in the morning, I'd probably get there in a couple of hours.
Hey.
So for my ability to accurately assess on a sort of level what really happened on 9/11. But you have to rely on a trusted insider source. A trusted insider source who by definition will be inside the U.S. government.
It was obvious to me and many others that footage was faked. It was a manipulated, what they call a false flag, but there was really destruction and people really did suffer, and whether they died or not, within 10 years they were dead from the cancer and the fallout. While your dumbass was drunk.
What's really going on? And are we just left with the inevitability of confirmation bias?
You're so dumbfounded. That's shock going through a grown man.
And so I would say, I'm tempted to say, okay, so turn off the news media. So that you realize now what's the real lesson? That you cannot know with any real hope of accuracy what is happening beyond what you can assess with your own body, what you felt with your own body, what you see with your own eyes, what you hear with your own ears, what you smell with your own nose, what you taste with your own mouth.
Experience beyond their
leaving aside the complex philosophical arguments of the brain in the jar or well trapped in the matrix. Leaving aside those abstract philosophical conceptions, assuming for argument's sake that there is an objective world that I occupy. And my eyes are reporting to me accurately what's happening to a degree on the outside of my quote-unquote self. I'm tempted to then say, okay, turn off all those other media resources. Because it doesn't matter, because you can't know whether it's true or accurate or not, therefore don't pay attention to it. But in this interconnected world, where I do believe we are standing upon a spinning globe with satellites in space, and there are things like the nuclear disaster in Fukushima or man-made climate change. But there's a degree to which I can't not pay attention to reports of the massive coal burning in China.
The news is manufactured from satellites. I made a video about it. It's called The Biggest Story You'll Never Hear. Tag it.
That I have compassion for my fellow men and women of planet Earth. That as a person who has to know that my tax dollars, my federal tax dollars are going into a war machine that is dropping ordnance on people around the earth, I somewhat feel responsible to know about that ordnance falling on people around the world.
It's been going on for years.
And what's happening? And I've got compassion
Your whole life has been going on.
For everybody. And I feel as though that to really get it, you need to find a love for your fellow man that extends beyond, I love my fellow men and women who are American like me.
You can't love anybody until you love yourself. And you don't love yourself, and you don't respect life. So put it with the I love you to everybody. You shit all over it, just like the words I'm sorry.
And I have to know that in my heart of hearts as a political progressive who supports the actions of these non-governmental organizations, fundamentally at a philosophical level, because they're trying to get people who exist in worlds of need and get them to worlds of opportunity.
Are you talking about trickle-down economics? I don't know what you're
But then
talking
my compassion extends out and says that everyone is operating with an agenda.
Everybody that's currently in place, not the new people that come in.
And do the wrong thing for the right reasons.
You mean take them all out because to get the one bad guy? What? Expendable casualties?
And does it help the situation in a charged political atmosphere where we know the immigration problem in America, as well as the mirroring of it in the European Union with the controversies regarding Merkel and Germany and how the European Union's open border policies allowed a funneling of immigrants from, sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East to come in, and all the chaos and problems that's causing over there.
Right, it's happening globally. Look at France and Russia with the Ukraine. Open your eyes.
What's the mentality of a non-governmental organization that's going to look at the reactions in Europe to mass migration and say, what we're going to do is we're going to try and help more migrants arrive?
No.
That seems like an intentional attempt to cause conflict.
These are unidentified people
that helped obviously organize this mass on-foot migration.
They can be scooped up
to the United States of America.
Just like over 1,000 dead in California, not 71.
You make it a political protest, but they're using the bodies of human beings as a kind of
human shield.
Human battling women.
Forever. Women and children first.
And Dick, change the scenes from that.
Go ahead.
Dick Allen, Allegier from
Dick.
Remote Viewing.
Not like it sounded. I love Dick Allegier. Because he was telling Old Cliff High there. Do. Oh, that was classic. I responded to that video. And you think the remote viewers are full of shit. And you thought Bitcoin was the only cryptocurrency. Bitcoin was already run by the powers that be. It would have gone through the banks.
That means
the banks are dirty too. Do you know that?
That's so he's doing his remote viewing, I guess, a while ago.
Look at his hands.
And he remote viewed that there was going to be a situation, I guess, with tear gas and the iconic image of a child being hit with tear gas on the border. And I would say that, like, like, to predict that is like, that's like, it's not quite predicting that the sun's going to rise tomorrow,
It will.
But it's like kind of similar because, of
No,
course,
it's not.
and of course, the news was like there. Like, how the fuck did the news get there? I guess you could fly really fast.
You missed it.
And how did people get this assessment
Hey,
of the migrant caravan?
Channer, wait. You missed it when you were doing the secret space program school.
Was reported that quickly. How is the assessment that wrong? In today's world of mainstream media reporting, where reporters are able to get assessments off the Associated Press of people, of other reporters in Central America, in Mexico. When this was a news event and story that would have had embedded reporters that were traveling around.
The algorithm doesn't play the real news. Not yet.
Sam Cedar told me.
Just hang on. Get that diaper out. Things are going to change in front of your eyes.
That there's few thousands of people that were mostly, women and children.
Right. Very profitable.
With thousands of miles traveling on foot, and the military's own assessment
500,000
was that they weren't going to be a problem, they weren't going to come and arrive in America en masse, and it wouldn't be a situation.
All the organs, pour them out first, use them for everything they got. Take their hair, take their jewelry.
And the reporting on Fox News and what Alex Jones was saying and what Glenn Beck was saying, and it was, it was all, and what Donald Trump was saying was all racist nonsense.
You're a racist. But not by your definition, because your definition is wrong. To Channer, anyone who is racist stands out as an individual, which is really weird. Thinks everybody's exactly the same,
Well, I have to say to myself, like, I realize, like, we say, like, I say as a progressive, leaving heart liberal, honestly, self-assessing here.
At least you admit it.
That, I like to buy the world of Coke, right? I just wish there was this, like, that there's a problem with all these rich people that have all these things. And that, it's a shame that all these, the majority of people on planet Earth are poor.
But you grew up
and,
privileged.
Come on,
How can you really believe this?
Don't round up immigrants and don't check them out. Don't build the wall, because the wall is like a nasty thing.
And then you got locked down because you were wackadoo.
But if like 10%, because there was just this environmental news report that came out from the U.S. government itself, that of course was dropped on Black Friday.
Right.
When no one's paying attention to the news, except paying attention to the news.
It's a classic move, and you got a parasite.
Sales events or whatever.
Yeah, they do that. And then people forget about it. By the way,
if like 10% of that stuff is true,
you're fucked. We're all fucked, right? You gotta figure it
you're
out.
absolutely gonna have to build a wall.
Oh.
This is not gonna be enough war.
Oh.
There's not gonna be enough crops.
Right, but you'll just eat fast food.
To
Ready-made. Thomas Kerwin says you'll turn it out of plastic or shit.
Random pontification, random speculation. David Eichwald, I'm going beyond my abilities to successfully assess these situations, and I'm just talking as a human being, a father, you know what I mean, and a son, and a brother, and a friend, you know what I mean?
No.
Maybe the quote-unquote powers that be are letting these migration situations happen because they know, oh yeah, we're gonna definitely want to, you know, preserve the Middle Eastern bloodlines and the African bloodlines and the South American and Central American bloodlines as well. We're gonna want to have that genetic information preserved.
The legitimate 12 tribes in Israel is actually Edinburgh, Scotland. Basically, there was 4 white, 4 yellow, 4 red, and 4 black. They weren't all Jewish from Israel. Schmuck.
Which would be the only places where we can survive. You know what I mean? Like a seed vault. Like encouraging this mass migration as a form of I'm sure a huge amount
of genocide, death by government.
No, because I mean that's the subtext is I feel like you would like the country taking down the overrun so it can be closer to the dream of communism. No, I think what I'm saying is this is that I'm left knowing and understanding that eventually things might come down to an actual scarcity of resources. That as much as you want to believe that I want to believe that if we could just redistribute the wealth or whatever, we would have a more amicable or equitable system.
No, those billionaires need to pay their debt to society.
I think certain things are out of my control.
Only you can control yourself, nothing else.
So,
not your woman,
trying to,
not your
and
kids.
being aware of the fact this, here's the real deal. Here's the real deal. When I was thinking about what today's video was going to be about, and we're going to come up against a hard, break because I have to go home, to not be, super late getting home. When I was thinking about today's concept of today's video, and I was thinking,
at this point, we have 25 more minutes.
I wasn't thinking about talking about or discussing news events or mass media or alternative media in its influence. I was thinking about more along the lines of an open-ended discussion kind of about I don't know if forgiveness is the term, but just this notion of like trying to understand our perceived adversaries and the fact of trying to
you thought I was an adversary. You attacked me.
Many of the conflicts
because you don't know who to trust
and otherwise. As everybody is just the inevitable, conflict between different people trying to get their needs met.
You should have never
those,
encouraged people to call me crazy.
Competition.
You know what else you shouldn't have done? Encourage Sarah the Mage to pull information from my page. And then he realized I wasn't what he said. Tag mod list. And now you know where he's at. No, just recently he brought him up. Because he's Scooby-Doo.
My ability to trust
I mean, unless he's not. You guys have dozens of fake fuck avatars. And you're all having to get called in and get questioned. Ugh. Everybody's talking about it. Wasted on these idiots getting questioned. Your world, right? What is your world? Porn, video games, ripping people off as a lawyer.
It really is.
Not respecting your temple, which is your human body. I mean, which offense is it? Or is it just plausible deniability, counselor?
It really is disheartening. Because I do feel as though I want to know and understand.
But you mock it every time somebody shares with you. You rape it, and then you mock it.
What's really going on?
And you do it for views. No, you don't know what's going on. Never have. Since you were a kid. You're a fragmented child. It's time to grow up. You're a big kid now. It's so hard to see you tripping this path.
Balance, I feel as though it's impossible for me where I'm sitting now. Hey, if I'm on the road to hell, at least I'm on the road. At least I'm heading in a direction.
Hey,
You know what I
tag it.
mean?
In hell, you'll be in good company with a redhead. That's a deep south. Look it up. Viral. There's a song about it.
So I think what I have to do is understand that and just accept the reality of the fact that I can't trust that any of the information that's being reported to me from around the world, or even around the nation, I can rely
By
upon.
employees of a corporation. By the system.
And even though I would love it if it were, I just simply can't.
Right, your reality is shutting
And so
down.
based on that,
It's been shattered.
I don't know.
You don't know why you believe what you believe. You never did. That was to work out in your teenage years.
Maybe it's like that I don't know thing that I don't know if there's value.
And then you revisit it in your crisis years. That's 2 strikes. You know what happens on the 3rd strike?
Artist Institute tomorrow night.
You're out.
That's local. I'm assuming it's New York.
I'm talking about softball or baseball. You either strike out or you walk. Or you
And I also think that it's interesting that when I tried to set up the live stream that was titled "More Questions About the Mexican Border Conflict," it wouldn't let me go online. But then I changed it to something more innocuous, and I had hashtags in it like immigration or migration or caravan. And at the minute,
which you've been abusing this last month because you just figured out the hashtags.
What's going on?
Look at your other videos. You didn't do it. The algorithm picked it up.
Now, I've talked about in the past seeing other alternative media people in the scene. And I've mocked and made fun of the fact of when they see things like interference with their live stream or technical problems. We read all sorts of stuff into it, like, oh, it'd be nice to buy the powers of you or whatever.
That's not what I say.
But I guess it's a lesson in empathy.
I say the network has picked us up. I also say tag that glitch. And I've done many videos illustrating that very thing. That's how they know you globally, by the way. Third-party evaluations between the pro se, redheaded grandma, and the lawyer that's prosecuting her secretly. You wanted to string me up and kill me, dude. You would have had me in jail, 6 feet under. To hide your
But here's where it gets really
stealings.
interesting. I just want to talk about this too before I have to go.
You got to go now.
Is that, when we were talking about the steps that these brokerage houses of information, social media,
Data
Facebook,
collectors,
Twitter,
tag it.
YouTube. When we were talking about some of the suggestions that were being made of what they were going to have to do to deal with this problem of disinformation and quote unquote fake news being peddled through, like all this information news about Facebook were being used by the propagandists of Russia
Video
to
game
influence the
format.
election, and that's what happened.
Facebook is a video game format. Data collection tool. He might not even be a real guy.
And a lot of things that are being said is that, and then if you look at the
Evidence supports the idea.
Policy of
Fake identity.
In order to give them a score of sociability and trustworthiness score, and part of what would influence the score in China apparently nowadays is whether you quote unquote spread fake news. So what did CW do a couple of days ago when I was talking about the Mexican migrant situation at the border, and a lot of what I was not reporting on but assessing, talking about, and editorializing about was information that I had assumed was accurate, but that apparently wasn't accurate.
Yeah.
Could I be labeled with, or could my channel be taken down because I was quote unquote spreading fake news?
Absolutely. On purpose.
And then who makes that decision?
And with intent to do
harm.
harm.
If there is collusion at the top between the mainstream media and the alternative media,
the corporation,
and the government,
the corporation of the United States and its media propaganda machine should be held liable. Yes, it is. And have to pay for the damages, restore us, walk away.
You spread fake news when you said X, Y, or Z.
X, Y, or Z. What is it? Which one of your many lies? You didn't know, though.
And who made the mistake of saying that they were thousands of miles away and they weren't going to get here en masse?
Rachel, man.
And then who made the mistake of telling the military to deploy and then not to report? You see what I'm saying?
You listen to the wrong people.
And I'm left feeling like
you don't know who to trust.
Carrie Cassidy persecution complex.
Oh, now bring in Carrie Cassidy, Project Camelot.
But to try and, as honestly as I can, assess what's going on and assessing how I am going to proceed from here.
Stop, drop, and roll. Pick up your toys and go home. Seek spiritual counseling. Get clean. Do a colon
cleanse. Possibilities that I have to assess and try and balance out.
It's going to take a lot of work, chant a lot. Maybe you can chant about it. That'd really be a good thing for your religion. You can do a testimonial.
Is the possibility that people upstairs,
number one, knows them. You'll be meeting them soon.
Are creating a situation, whether you're on the left or on the right, whether you consider yourself a conservative or whether you consider yourself a progressive.
I'm none of the above.
We're being systematically shocked.
Not me, not my friends. We're the shockers. You're the shocky.
Systematic shocks to the system at a rate and a level that no human could possibly, no primate could possibly deal with.
Tag it. An extraterrestrial can deal with it. Because we're terrestrial beings. Aliens aren't supposed to be here doing this thing. You're an alien. You're a monkey alien with a little bit of lizard in you and a lot of parasite. And none of that's a joke.
Cover me when I run.
No way.
Cover me through the fire.
Not on your
Something
life.
knocked me out of the trees. Now I'm on my knees.
You couldn't even climb a tree.
Cover me. Darling.
Sweet talk.
Monkey. Don't you know you're going to shock the monkey? Fox the fox.
You spanked the monkey.
Rat the rat. You can ape the ape. I know about that. There's one thing you must be sure of. I can't take any more. Darling, don't you monkey with the monkey. Don't you know you're going to shock the
I
monkey?
don't have a monkey on my back.
Shock the monkey. Wheels keep turning. Something's burning.
You're like a rat on one of them wheels.
Don't like it, but I guess I'm right.
Everybody's got to learn
Shock,
sometime.
shock. Watch the monkey get hurt. Monkey.
They say it's no fun when somebody gets hurt and it ain't gonna be me.
Watch the monkey get hurt. Monkey. Cover me when I sleep.
You need to
Cover
get
me
the bugs off here.
when I breathe.
Are
You
you
throw
do
your
you
pearls
sleep
before the
apnea?
swine. Make the monkey blind.
A lot of people with parasites, they have sleep apnea.
Too much at stake.
They can't breathe at night.
Ground
Arms
beneath me shake.
moving around.
And the news is breaking.
It's done broke.
Shock. Watch the monkey get hurt.
This all happened in the past.
Shock. Watch the monkey get hurt. Monkey. Shock the monkey to life. Shock the monkey to life. Holy mother shit.
Hey, here's what I used to say to my grandma. Sweet woman, alcoholic from all the trauma. I'd say, Gran, wake up and go to sleep. That's what I feel like is what's going to happen with you. You might shut down for a day or two. If you do, sleep well. Forgive yourself, come to terms with this, and grow up. There's help on the other side. Not a lobotomy and not more meds. Yeah, you do. You better get your fat ass home to your wife. And quit scratching. Ugh. We're going to have to go look at a couple posts to show you the examples of what's coming in around the country, but how long you got? 4 minutes. You can do it. Pull yourself together. Suck in that gut. And clean yourself off. You've been rolling in shit way too long. You and your friends. Some have just been in there setting you up, busting you, giving you more rope. They're not all your friends.
Gotta get away. Messed up world I saw today.
For the first time he saw it.
Gotta go. Gotta go quick. Twist the world down. Got me sick. I'm going home now.
That was your choice.
For all the wrong.
So your wife will take care of you for not too long.
I gotta turn off the TV and the radio. Cause I don't know if I can trust them now.
You better be able to trust your family, I hope.
Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go home now. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go home.
You made this song up all by yourself, huh?
Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go home now. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go now. I'll tell you I love you, and that's the truth. I don't know why, but I know it's the truth. So know that I love you, even when I'm wrong. And pray for me as I sing my song.
Are you a paid actor?
If no one told you that they loved you today,
oh,
I just remember what I always say.
No.
It may not make sense.
I can't hear you.
Cause we never met. But I sure love you.
These are just your TV friends. Remember I came on your
just
show?
Remember
Spirituality and
that
politics.
It's true. It's damn true that I love you.
That makes somebody want to herp. That means puke. You are okay. No, we're not looking at you again. Just stop. Okay, so let's go back to Facebook. It's almost 4 in the morning. Okay. The chanter would like an example of things that he just can't believe. This is a nice post. It shows you how, like, right now, the chanters just heard the words, the Democratic Socialist Party. Since Project Veritas exposed it, and of course I talked about it, and they picked it up through me, proceeded to mock it. So, really, there's all different kinds of socialism and socialists. And you can't just pick out one party or one group and say, there they are. Right there. Oh no. Let's look at 4 different kinds. Well, 3.5. Okay. So, under Stalin, which is Russia, 62 million dead. It's a lot of tacos. Now, we have Hitler next, and we're using the word socialism. 21 million dead. But over there in Israel, they'll tell you that, whatever, million stories. But this is all real. And there's been a Holocaust ongoing through history, as we can hopefully see. Okay, here we have communism under the Chinese faction, which Channer was talking about tonight. And I'm surprised people don't remember when you could only have 1.5 kids in China. So what happens if you get knocked up a second time? Is that how they got all the DNA and all the tissue to start making all the monstrosities that now everybody buys up and approves? We'll see. Okay, but under communism, 49 million dead. And then, here comes the big winner.
Holly wants to ask a question. She's one of the ladies.
Islam. 300 plus million dead. Now, the reason why there is such chaos in France is because it's the Islamic Party that is migrating into the population of France. So you can see why these people are angry. I mean, they've got some vow, and I'm not saying all Islamic people. Kind of like you can't say all black people are bad, or all white people are privileged, or all yellow people like to have sex with android robots, or all red people will just like them under the rug because we killed the majority of them off, and they were actually the civilization that was wiped out when Columbus discovered America. Bullshit. Common bullshit, Shannon. Okay. These are a couple pictures from Ferguson, and I know you wouldn't care, Shannon. But this was 3 years ago, and this was the anniversary of when there were fires set all over Ferguson. There was over a dozen. The first ones they set were literally the one right by the Big Bell House and 18 Church. So I actually watched 2 white people and a black person hop out of a blue pickup truck and start throwing Molotov cocktails and bullshit. Set my neighbor on fire. And you think this shit's funny. Now, down by the old Hair Emporium, when the cop car was set on fire on Church Street, that was about 25 yards from my front door of the Hair Emporium. Okay? Those fires were set within 5 minutes of each other. And the alleged fireman up here told me that I needed to vacate because they were going to let this house burn down. And don't worry, we get paid. That's what they did to the city of Ferguson. So don't talk to me about knowing what you think you know in California or any other damn place. All you care about is your bag of fast food. And get your, junk serviced. Okay. I'm not even talking to you about Elvis. Now, this is great. This is a post from earlier where this is from the riots in France take a crappy turn. They dumped manure on the government doorstep. This is by MFA Media Group Incorporated. November 25th, 5:38 p.m. And these are the riots going on, Chandler. So, see, when all those Islamic people crossed whatever border they were coming into from wherever they came, well, there was no wall. And anyhow, walls are just meant to be jumped. Because if you're pushing a whole group of people, like, say, the ones from California, what are they going to do? Where are they going to go? And there won't be any insurance to pay them back, so don't think you better go buy life insurance or something stupid at this point. Here's your friend. We'll talk about that another day. One of the 3 amigos disagrees. You better tag it, Shannon, because you know what this means. That's why I shared it. Funny how some of your friends are there. Live action role play equals LARP?
No. It's not like that at all.
I don't think so. And LARP doesn't mean going in somebody's live stream and not talking. You better get your definitions straight.
Just read it.
Now this is the important one. You ready, Chatter? I want you to remember your live stream on November 25th, 4:22 p.m. I want you to look at the second comment down from Rob
there's nothing about
S.
extortion. No.
Rob says it's all a script, not an actual script, but a script that is a narrative where people perform without knowing. You better tag it, because that's what every one of you did. We're all on a need-to-know basis. So stupid is as stupid does. And you better tag that secret space program school you've got going on. Because getting people to do this role playing and acting a fool, you're only making it worse. You really are stepping in some major shit. Scooby-Doo. I really thought I was watching Scooby-Doo cartoons. What do I know? I learned a lot. And while I was there, look, here's the real Chris Pratt. And he was hanging out on one of those live streams. I don't think so. I was checking people out. Okay. This is a great one, Channer. This is from November 26th.
Married my brother.
And I say
James
internet gossip, which is not gossip, but anyhow. Although Kip is correct about stocks going down, we're talking about Facebook, Gerald Salente wants you to know somehow that stock made an amazing comeback. And you know how they've been playing the stock market for years and scamming money, right? Or is that part of your reality that's shattering along with Toys R Us, which is now a sexy store for kids? See, that's really going to fuck you up. I haven't even gotten that one yet. But we're going in order. Okay. This is in unprecedented move. UK seizes thousands of documents Facebook tried to keep secret. I'm telling you, Zuckerberg's probably a 2D image. You just don't even want to know how serious it is. This is where I had to really share with the world how easy it was to track you guys' moves. And so I want to make sure that Sarah the Mage, aka who I believe now is Scooby-Doo, he saw the light pretty quick, and he didn't like it that y'all used him. No different than you used me. No different than Channer uses 75% of the people that come on his show. And I'm sorry that happened to you. And I know you weren't from around these here parts. You're from Scotland. And so I said, hey, my Scottish kin seems to have seen the light. And that's nice. We're always happy. Okay. Now, like I said, this is only a materialized bauble. The technology is 150 years ahead. They can watch and listen to you right through your computer, through all of your smart devices, including refrigerators, toasters, whatever you got that's brand new and the coolest on the block. Even TVs that aren't connected to cable or satellite. You gotta realize there's a lot of people like yourself, Channer, that in order to engage with black magic, you pull out the boogie boogie and you make the spell and you stick the needle in somebody and you burn their initial and you do all sorts of bullshit. But true alchemy, true sacred magic, you don't need no shiny bottles, man. That's what this is. This is nice. What about this one, Channer? This is a license. It's a dog tag. License to kill Indians. This is Bureau of Indian Affairs, Wyoming Territory. And they even numbered the corpses. Isn't that nice? This is number 711. It says the U.S. government treated our ancestors like wild game animals by issuing these human deer tags to be attached to body parts that were redeemed for payment. Now, you can see how that fits into human trafficking. I mean, what parts did they turn in back then? Could it have possibly been body organs, or do you think it was just a random part for no apparent reason? What to find out? Somebody will know. Okay. Now, right here, Channer. Okay. I said, and this is on November 26th. So it fits the timeline of your freak out. Because you got trolls and shills that you actually sent out to collect data on me. See, you knew about the original data and were so busy involved in your little ritual, and you swore I wouldn't survive. But guess what? They say I'm bulletproof. You should have asked your buddy Z, which is why he hides like a scared child too. But anyhow, here's your world news update. 20,000 to storm border. Russia warns border closed permanently. France protests food and water domes. And then, of course, we have a suggestion on YouTube, but we're not even talking about aliens tonight. I love this one. This is after I got in trouble for bringing truth. See, a lot of people don't like it that are still supporting the old algorithm, the old artificial intelligence. And I said, shut down like a clown. 2005 clown. Huh. Where's number one? Is he Mr. Computer Head? Have we been hit with a do? That's a directed energy weapon, not a bottomless soda. Hopefully my intellectual property is safe somewhere in the web between heaven and hell. And I said, code red, and Susanna Red, play the game with us. Well, that's because somebody had hacked in. My stream was spinning for hours, but don't worry, I got it up on YouTube tonight. While you were playing your drone music, hopefully you're sleeping right now while I do this work. And of course, I put out a couple videos, but this is the one that's going to need to make you get out your adult diaper. November 26th, 6:46 p.m. Toys R Us shut down. Lingerie for children going up. Sweet and sexy kids. How you like that? I hear that affluent for you is one of these freak shows. I have reliable sources, or I wouldn't say it. Okay, Channer. In this one on November 26th, 6:47. Oh, Lord have mercy. This says, firemen on gagging orders. That means they just signed a non-disclosure agreement, which I've never signed. Oh, okay. Firemen on gagging orders. Police on gagging orders. Hospital staff on gagging orders. Tales of coaches carrying holiday makers burnt to a crisp. Cars found with bodies glued to the seats. Bedrooms with children hiding from the flames.
Shut up, Tam.
Husbands and wives arm in arm. Unrecognizable. Is the state of California holding back on the true number of victims? Is the governor lying through his bad teeth? Is it really going to run into hundreds? Maybe 1,000? Yeah, it's over 1,000 dead. So you better triple that number. Okay, now Channer, you asked about these protests and things, but this is France. I mean, just to give you an idea, let's really look at this. Could you imagine, like you said, it would take you 2 hours to walk to the World Trade Center? Well, let's imagine that you lived about right here in France, and it would take you 2 hours to walk to the Eiffel Tower. So let's imagine you live here, where the little white hand is. See me moving it around? And here's the big puffball of toxic smoke or fire or whatever it is. That's how close these people are. And you mock them. Hey, how would you like to live down the street from this? I mean, when I lived through Ferguson, it was a lot smaller than this. And there weren't as many people. But this is how it looks. And I have seen that in real life. And just because you live in a low socioeconomic place like St. Louis doesn't mean that anyone should ever be subjected to this for control and power and profit. And that's what the truth is. And I'm sorry that you just found out tonight. Well, today. Yesterday, because it's in the morning. It's 4:11 a.m. But I'm doing my work, damn it. Hey, Channer, did you know Soros funded a lot of the Ferguson thing, and I have spoke extensively on that. You're not my favorite subject. You should probably check out the over 351 videos. All I have a knowledge base from experience, which makes me an expert. I have self-educated myself. I have done the research. I have read many, many books that aren't written by schmoes. Okay? So, look, the George Soros Foundation shuts down in Turkey. Well, thank God for small favors, right? Hopefully it's here next. Okay, November 26th. Now, you know, like you like to think that people are all full of shit. Well, here's your official situation, and this is the Center for Finances for the Public. I mean, I don't read French, but this is fairly self-explanatory. And you can see we're doing the translation, okay? Look at this, Channer. While you're crying about people turning in escorts or private dancers or hookers or sex show freaks into the IRS, look at this. In Paris, they shut down the IRS. You know, the IRS isn't even like a real thing. Oh, and hey, I know you were crying about your hard-earned tax dollars that you pay in. It funds a war machine. It also funds a queen over in the UK that is not the rightful heir. Yeah, she's a shill too. Can you believe it? Maybe that's why you work so hard to cover all this up. Now, Channer, this is really important. And this is from my friend Joseph Lumpkin. So I want to read it and bring it into evidence. Okay. I share this on the 26th. And it says, tear gas used once a month at the border under Obama. DHS data shows deployments dating back years. The same tear gas agent that the Trump administration is taking heat for, deploying against a border mob this weekend, is actually used fairly frequently, including more than once a month during some years under President Obama, according to Homeland Security data. U.S. Customs and Border Protection has used 2-chlorobenzylidine malontrol, or CS, since 2010 and deployed it 26 times in 2012 and 27 times in 2013. The use dropped after that, but still was deployed 3 times in 2016. Mr. Obama's final full year in office. And I know you love Obama because, he's the first black president and all, but he really has a manufactured profile. He's not a U.S. resident, and he's a cookie baby. So, and his wife's got a penis, and the kids don't have birth certificates. I know this is a lot to take, but I added that in. I'm going to get back to reading Joseph's. He already knows, don't worry. U.S. Customs and Border Protection has used that chemical, which for short we call CS. Remember? Okay, use of CS rose again in 2017, which was split between Mr. Obama and Mr. Trump. Notice Joseph isn't, well, not saying Mr. President in this paragraph, is he? And reached 29 deployments in fiscal year 2018. That's this year. I bet that gas could be part of the reason why we pay increasingly high interest rates, as this war machine sucks every last dime out of your fast food piggy bank. But it ended 2 months ago, don't worry. According to the CBP data seen by the Washington Times. Border authorities also use another agent, pepper spray, frequently, including a high record of 151 instances in 2013, also under Mr. Obama. Pepper spray, officially known as Pava capsaicin, was used 43 times in fiscal year 2018, according to the CBP numbers. The data poses a challenge to the current anger over the Border Patrol's use of tear gas on Sunday to prevent a mob from busting through sections of old border fence in California. Critics, including Latin American leaders, immigrants, rights advocates, and congressional Democrats, have said use of tear gas is, quote, un-American. And here again we have a quote. It's horrifying to see tear gas used on mothers and young children as they seek refuge in the United States. That's not what America should be, said Senator Dianna Feinstein, California Democrat. Other Democrats complained about threats of deadly force against the border incursions, which saw migrants punch through fencing and launch rocks and bottles at agents who responded to stem the intrusion. Brandon Judd, president of the National Border Patrol Council, took umbrage to the outrage, questioning where the critics were when tear gas was deployed under Mr. Obama. Quote, this policy that we use, an Obama written policy, and it was used in 2013 at the same port of entry, he told CNN, wondering in particular about the intense media interest now versus then. The facts are The policy written under President Obama allows us to use tear gas to disperse a crowd. It was very dangerous, he told the network. Host Aaron Burnett scoffed at Mr. Judd's facts, saying the agents were using tear gas against women and children this weekend. Quote, the tear gas was not deployed at the children, Mr. Judd countered, saying migrants were attempting to use them as shields. You better tag it, Channer, because you were talking about that. And what really upset Channer was that the media took a picture of that very thing happening to a mother holding her child. And this is how the telephone of treachery works. In the alternative media, as well as at the dinner table of every Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, and progressive. Ignorance knows no bounds. What's this say? The facts are, this is a quote, the policy written under President Obama allows us to use tear gas to disperse a crowd that was very dangerous, he told the network. Yeah, women and children this weekend. Wasn't deployed at the children. Yeah. Okay, some 9,000 members of the migrant caravans are camped in Baja California along the U.S.-Mexico border, plotting their attempts to enter the U.S. according to Mexican press accounts. Remember, that's when you had your hands covering your face and you were freaking out. Mexican authorities have said 500 migrants were involved in the attempts to storm the border. Some U.S. officials have put the number higher. Mexico said it has deported 98 caravan members it has identified as part of the violence and chaos. And that's copyrighted 2018, Washington Times, limited liability contractor. That means if somebody wants to sue them, somebody's going to split the money that is owed. I don't know. Limited liability. You don't have full liability. Like when you're a corporation, you have no liability as a human. You know about that. It's all legal mumbo jumbo, remember? Now, real quick, instead of talking about how they ditched the Queen of Hawaii back in the day, I need to hop you over to Prophetic Destiny in Missouri because we have more information that you need to know. And I'm sincerely doing this in the most kind way I can to show you what other people are seeing. Oh, Channer, this is so sad. And this all has to do with Paradise, California. So you see, this is what's left, and there's still trees standing. And it's very interesting how the devastation works. And I know you're upset that the official blueprints that outline where the high-speed rail will go is where these fires are. But I'm upset because they want to do it in St. Louis, too. So I thought I'd bring the truth about California and hopefully bring a stop to all this for everybody. Look, what a mess. And imagine people are coming into Baja. What's this say? Forest fires that melt steel and levels homes but leaves the trees. Sure, it sounds legit. So that swampland in California. You probably know people that bought those timeshares, right? That's lovely. I mean, it's tragic as all get out. And don't tell me there's any insurance company that has enough money to pay this back to the people that have paid in their whole lives. They won't even let people back in. The town of Paradise was almost completely destroyed. Sure. Paradise was home to about 27,000 people. How would you feel, Channer, if this was your home and all that was left was this, and you couldn't live in it? You want to talk about tent city? What a mess. Hey, there's a trailer home left standing, but the person that lives there can't go live there anymore either. I guess that's their problem, huh? Terrible, terrible. Okay, these are the pictures that Karen Scott shared November. Here. Thank you, Karen. November 22nd, 4:07 a.m. It says Campfire, Paradise, California. 153,336 acres, 85% contained. And of course, the number they were stroking then was 83 fatalities. And it says missing victims. First day, 300. Then it's 600. No, it's 1,000. Oh, wait, it's 1,300. No, 998. Then 699. Now they aren't talking about it. I believe it's way more than they will ever tell us. When you talk about due to people, they get horrified to roll their eyes and change subjects really quick and or walk away. Don't ignore this. Our lives depend on it. You hear that, douchebag Channer? How you like that? The numbers go up, they go down. They're all full of shit. And hey, you better tag this. The speed of light isn't what they say it is. That was 10 different people's research. Each person being unique, recorded a different time for the speed of light. They added all of those 10 people's numbers together and divided it by 10 and got the average. Now, here November 23rd, look, shelter for migrants in California. California fire residents in a Walmart parking lot. So here's your tent city that you're talking about, which is no such thing. Tent cities where they process people that you never find again. That was the intent. I mean, you know, maybe naughty people go there. What do I know? Maybe you'll wind up at tent city for your crimes against humanity. What do I know? But the people that are actually like United States citizens and the homeless people, well, the homeless people aren't even allowed to live in tent cities. They close those down all the time because the rich people don't like seeing it. Nobody wants to buy anybody a Coke either. But California fire residents in a Walmart parking lot, yeah, it's nice. By the way, did you know Florida and Georgia and South Carolina are having to face freezing temperatures, but they're already flooded land, and their grid, part of it not working, and you think it's a joke. All right. Oh, hey, this is a great one. Kansas City Health Department pours bleach on food meant for the homeless. Yeah, it's mighty whitey, a divided fucking bullshit. Well, I guess that it's not here. Where did I share that to? Was it Sophia's Emporium? Was it Soulbox? No, I'm not writing a post. Leave me alone. Oh, look, here it is. Okay. This is in Paris, Channer. I said breaking heart homes in hell. Do you know that we actually have a button-up Plateau American that went to college and drinks beer and everything, a personal ex-friend of Joe's? I mean, he'd still be kind to him. But anyhow, He said that it's their fault this is happening. And I said, what the hell are you talking about? And which one of our faults is it that's happening here in America too? He says, it's not my fault. I don't have anything to do with it. I said, I didn't say you did. Sounding a little guilty, Mr. Button Up. Oh, but wait. He works for the people putting up the 5G. Oop, my bad. Hang on. Good thing I didn't say your name, Mike. This is real shit. Oh, I've lived through this in Ferguson. Pain in my ass. They're coming here in the United States too, unless they get it together pretty quick. What a mess. All right. Now, this is almost 4 hours of footage, and you can tell these are real images. This is no Photoshop. This is serious business, and it is not these people's fault. I mean, there's some angry, pissed off extremists, kind of like yourself, that'll go to any means to push their damn agenda. And these little radical Islamists need their butts whooped and need to go sit in a timeout. Get some help. Sick fucks. See, their shit got ruined, so they're gonna ruin somebody else's. You know how that goes. Sometimes you help the wrong person. They stick a knife in your back to say thank you. That happened with us, didn't it? Yeah. You stuck that knife right in and laughed while you did it. But I'm still trying to find you another piece to convince you how foolish you are. Oh, by the way, I did a great video on my library to show you the books that I've self-educated myself with. So be looking for that on YouTube. I love that. Here's a grandma reading to this kid. The kid needs a new bum. And I think that this is how we're going to end this. So I want to read this to you as a night-night story. Okay? Kitty boo-boo. Boo-boo kitty. Sometimes I call you boo-boo kitty fuck. It says, hang on, we gotta slow down, Chainer. I Need a New Bum by Don McMillan and illustrated by Ross Kennard. I need a new bum. Mine's got a crack. I can see it in the mirror. A crack at the back. Did I do it on the slide? Or on the banister inside? Or when I jumped my BMX? Or with that fart that happened next? Of course, the fart. That's what blew my bum apart. Look at that baby. Split. Split. Grandma is cracking up. She's trying to hold it together. Split. Split the thing clean in two. Now I wonder what to do. How cute. So, We've had enough for a night. Oh, wait, we're back. Good. I knew it was a bigger story. I need a new one. A green one or a blue one. A fat one or a thin one. A wood one or a tin one. Why not an arty farty bum? Or not one not to be forgotten with watercolors on the top and a mural on the bottom. Or a purple spotted, yellow dotted, a bum with color, a bum with flair, a bum as bright as I dare to wear, a bum as bright as Dad's underwear. Or maybe an alien's bum, made from a metal ivy, like titanium.
I'm here with Sir Kenneth Pratt.
Oh,
Have
metal
you used
like
the server? Did you get it put on your credit cards and stuff?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, no, get it put on, Sir Kenneth Pratt.
Oh dear.
That's the thing to do. No,
I think it's great. I wish they had something like that in
Fireproof.
America, but they only have cash.
Bulletproof, okay.
That's good. That's good.
That's the reward system here. You just get cash.
Bomb-proof.
But the presidents get their face on it, though, don't they?
Oh,
The face on it,
Archer.
yeah, but
I
you don't
think
get
that's
to
the
be the
name.
president. I mean, are you the president of Britain? No, not really.
I like a
No,
bum that's
people aren't
safety
seeing it.
rated.
No, it's
The right
so,
bum. A
yeah,
knight's
it's
bum. A bum that's
I'm thinking
armor
president of my
plated.
house.
Oops.
But,
Does your wife become
Naked.
Lady Brannon?
Oh dear. Kid loves the book.
Well, that's
What
So
about
you
a bum
get to
purr?
go to bed with
Chrome?
Lady
I do.
Why not, I
And,
say?
you know, obviously,
From a
when I'm in the
1960s
cinema a lot of
sport
the time,
coupe, one made in the USA.
And I have to, I've got that jousting pole.
You know, number
Hey,
one's got a hurdle. With accessories, like strips of silver smoothly bent. A set of lights, left and right, for backing round in the night.
So it's a jousting
With
pole.
a
Do you have
bumper
a
bump.
pine green
I won't be scared, because bumper cracks can be repaired.
It's so enormous. It's very
But a
heavy.
bumper
and
bump
I
is
don't know what to
huge.
do. I find
A bumper bump
it
weighs a ton.
clanks a lot.
I've changed my mind. I want a lighter
Can you
one.
see this? He can't.
Don't
Oh, yeah.
tear the
He
book,
can see it.
Archer.
This is Kenneth Branagh. If I see it, I get, ooh la la.
Come on, kid. You don't want crafty, right? A rocket bump. All fire. Like your hair. No, I'm just kidding.
You know,
All fire and
my
thrust.
long pole is
A robo bump.
Isn't the
Now that's a bum's a must.
problem? That's my.
No, I think it's all too late. This cracked bum is my fate.
I'm not going to say
I'm
anything
here on
about
my own in
helmets
this
or
cracked
anything.
bum song. No one to share.
It's
Hey,
to do with
what's
the
that I
suit of
hear?
armor is that it's many things. So you don't get a
Oh,
suit of
dear.
armor, no, do you? If you become a sword? Yeah, no, you get a suit of armor, you get a jousting pole, you have to joust regularly. I'm talking once a week.
All right.
The next page,
And
Archer.
you
This
against
is
other like so
outrageous.
you against Serena
Are
McKellen
bum
or something
cracks
like that.
contagious?
So they'll come around, you know, we'll have some, you know, like get some
Dad, your
cheesy
bum
puffs,
crack is
cheesy
showing.
that kind of thing. Yeah, so
And then
Dad,
just-
there's no way
yeah,
of knowing just how far it's going.
and then we'll joust. I mean, it's just a
Yeah.
preference, but
Why not? I think it's lovely.
And with that, peace, love, and life from the big yellow house on the third cosmic ray from Ferguson,
And do they
Missouri.
bring their enormous poles as well?
In a manner of speaking, yeah. Anyway, look, we're out of time.
Okay.
I'm very happy about this.
What do I owe you?
You'll be all right. Here, look at this. Look at this. They're new. It's chocolate dollars, right? But it's me on the chocolate
Oh, I
dollars.
love it.
Yeah, look at that.
I'm loving it.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's the CBS equivalent of a knighthood.
Yeah, it's lovely.
You get yourself on some candy.
You have, if I may say so, on this, you have tightly curled hair. It's rather tightly coiffured. Whereas I see the soft and wavy gorgeousness that's before me. It's like,
Yeah, it does look a little bit like I got some kind of Scott fro going on.
yeah.
But I used to have tightly. I still have some.
Oh no. There's, yeah, I suddenly, I like. Can you say the tightly? Did I say that? The tight curly thing. Okay. Right.
Anyway, we're out of time.
Okay. I agree.
So Kenneth Branagh. Who else else is Kenneth Branagh? We talked about Sir Kenneth Branagh. Did you call him sir? Yeah, I call him that all the time because it annoys him a little bit, so I do it. Yeah, he's like, yeah, it's not that funny anymore, Greg. He's a funny dude. Very funny. Yeah, he's lovely. Yeah. I don't think people will give him that credit. I think he's kind of. Well, I think when you get a sir, people naturally assume you're into jousting and wearing armor.
And good night.
Very face and I